He was sitting at his desk calling his friend on the phone to tell him that he had arrived. I asked my friend if he would arrive soon. He felt that everything around him started shaking. People were also very scared and very quickly began to run in different directions all night screaming earthquake. The first thought that came to the guy was that he needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Raising his head up, he realized that it was too late and he wouldn't be able to get out. These were his memories. He knew for sure that at that moment he died because he couldn't get out. And every time he remembered these things, he became so furious that even two guys couldn't hold him back. But here a man from the past who still lived in him controlled him and could calm him down. This guy's name was Lee Kong, and he knew for sure that he never wanted to be him again. So he thought that since everything had turned out this way, maybe he should rewrite his story into before and after. And this time he must become a wealthy enough person to not repeat his past mistakes. He really did it all, and whenever he appeared, wherever he was, everyone greeted him with joy. He was always the most welcome guest. He was eagerly awaited everywhere. And the girls watched his every move and were simply delighted with him. All his deals brought him a large amount of income, and this only made him happy. All those who were familiar with him in his past life remained there far away. He only watched them from afar. And this time when the earthquake started, his people came to him and said that he needed a safe place as soon as possible. In fact, it was a very strong earthquake, and for everyone in this area it was almost the end. At that moment he said to himself, "Stop." He looked at the door, then opened it slightly and entered. He saw what was happening outside. It was hell, and it flared up again with even greater force. At that moment he grabbed his head with one hand, thinking about what to do next. But then he raised his head, smiled, and said that now he would use this hell to become even stronger. At that moment he realized how he could make this whole situation work in his favor. He even understood what he would do next to become even stronger and even richer. He conquered another peak, which was called the stock exchange, where he was able to earn a large amount of money. And only at that moment he decided that he was ready to tell who he really was. When he opened his eyes, he screamed loudly. I don't understand what happened to him. He was very scared. After taking a few breaths, he saw that he was in bed, and right in front of him were two guys looking at him. These two guys were also very surprised by his behavior. They stood with their mouths open in surprise. After which they started saying something to each other so that he couldn't hear it. At that moment he realized that he needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible, and if he stayed here a little longer he could die. That's why he put his foot down off the bed, then the other one, and walked very quickly towards the door. At that moment he had only fear. It seemed to him that the last events that happened to him were not over yet. He ran up to the door of this room and stretched out his hand to grab the handle and open this door. The very next moment he opened the doors in which he was and saw a huge hall where there were many people. First look one way, he saw a girl sitting, turned his head the other way, he saw two guys talking at the table. At that moment he caught himself thinking that he didn't understand what the hell was going on. Had Tokyo Tower really disappeared? It was a completely different place where he was, and it was absolutely quiet and calm. The people who were inside were not calmly moving from floor to floor, and the servants were doing their work. Two guys sitting at a table were talking enthusiastically about something. One asked the other. He did the job. The second was the Japanese official Sakamo, who said that this was all the information he had managed to collect, and handed over an envelope. The guy looked at this envelope and said that he thought he wouldn't have to double-check everything himself. He also added that he hoped that everything was written down in the smallest detail. The official told him not to worry. He carefully put everything together. These guys were Fujiwara's subordinate Ito Hirobumi, first general resident of Korea, answered the official that well, His Excellency will be pleased. And then he turned to Sakamoto. He had another question for him that he said that he could ask. Fujiwara then asked him if he thought it was possible to convince Prince Joseon. The official asked him again if he really meant Prince Joseon. The officials thought for a moment and replied that they would change him and he would be late, but he would like to know why they were asking. Fujiwara replied that His Excellency saw him as a potential heir. The Japanese official jumped up from his seat and shouted what His Majesty was thinking. Fujiwara told the official to watch his language. The guy calmed down a bit and apologized. Then he sat down in his seat, fixed his hair, and said that he thought it would not be easy. Fujiwara asked again why he thought so. The official looked at him and replied that after reading the report he would understand everything, and that he was very offended by them. And then he added that if the first heir cannot inherit the throne, he is next in line, and he will not be able to work with them even if they threaten him. Fujiwara thought if that was the case then their plan was in danger of failing because Prince Yuchak was the ideal heir from childhood. But he was deceived and poisoned with opium, the side effects of which disfigured him and took away his ability to eat normal food. It is no wonder that rumors began to spread throughout Joseon that the first heir to the throne had become a vegetable. The official then said that there was no need to worry, wasn't there another heir? Indeed, 8 years ago the emperor's favorite concubine gave birth to a new prince. The question of succession became complicated but turned in Japan's favor. A greedy concubine manipulates the emperor to guarantee her son the throne and actively fights against other heirs. The official said that even the king of Joseon is being cautious about choosing an heir. No matter how much he wants to return home, the king refuses and he has no chance of becoming the next king. Fujiwara then said that apparently His Majesty had his eye on him, continue to watch them. At that moment 3 days someone was heard shouting, "Your Highness." Fujiwara looked to the side, seeing the prince, who was shouting, "What is it and where is he?" 2 guys tried to stop the prince from leaving his room. The official and Fujiwara were very surprised. Was it really the Prince of Joseon? The guy in turn wondered where the earthquake was. The official then told his interlocutor that he believed that he was seeing him for the first time. It was Prince Yukong. No one understood that he had not been woken up so suddenly. The official replied that according to the report yesterday, he himself behaved in a stupor. The prince stood clutching his head and did not understand where he was. The prince wanted to go out, but one of the guys told him, "Your Majesty, to please calm down," and tried to close the doors. After the door was closed, it was clear that he didn't like it and it seemed like he was at his limit. Fujiwara told the official that he understood everything and that he should continue to observe and report. The official agreed with him. Despite the fact that the prince was locked in his room, after a while he was able to get out of it and run out into the street. When he ran, he didn't even look around and didn't understand where exactly he was going. He was running along one of the paths that were near the park, not far from where he was. And when at the end of the race he reached one of the fields, he decided to stop. After which he sat down on the grass, looked around, and thought that he was slightly out of breath. He even sweated a little, and it was hard for him to run further, which means it was all real and this is reality. He remembered how he was talking on the phone. He reported that there was no surveillance and there was no need to worry about the winning deal. All that was left was to sign the documents. Then he said that they analyzed their competitors' supply and demand, so they have the advantage and he will like the result. When the conversation was over, he looked at his phone and said that it seemed like customers would always be worried. After which he sat down at the table. The girl brought him a cup of coffee and he thanked her for it. He turned his gaze to the mug. He did not understand what was happening and why his mug was shaking. He felt a little strange because just a few minutes ago everything was fine. He decided to take a look at his phone, and he received a message about an emergency warning about a cataclysm, about an earthquake of 9 points. He looked and saw that people began to quickly leave the room. Could it really be an earthquake? The people who were with him were very scared and tried to leave this place as quickly as possible. He sat at his desk for a while, continuing to work, but then he caught himself thinking that he would die if he stayed there. Then he decided that he needed to get out. Urgently taking his things, he got up from his chair and headed for the exit. But he didn't have time to get out of this place. The earthquake was very strong. At that moment he closed his eyes and realized that he had died as Park Byung-joon, an American of Korean descent. Then he opened his eyes and thought, why did he wake up in this body? At first he thought it was a dream or a prank, but after talking with Woo Hyun-sik he realized that it was really in the past. And most importantly, he learned that his body belonged to Yukong, the second prince of the Gojong Empire. At that moment he thought that although he was a prince, the empire had long since lost its authority over Japan. And he clearly understood that he was surrounded only by spies and those watching him. Well, how is he connected with him? Why did he become one? Is there an explanation for this? The only thing left for him to do is just get used to it. At that moment, somewhere very close by, someone was shouting, "Your Majesty," which meant that they were already looking for him. One of the guys came up to him and said that the doctor was already here and he should go back. Everything was clear to him, but he didn't know what to do. He decided that the most important thing was for him to survive. After a while, he was sitting on the sofa. In front of him sat a doctor. The guy asked what was wrong with him. Dr. Beck from Tokyo Hospital's neuropsychiatry department told him that it seemed his long stay abroad had taken its toll in the form of stress. The guy looked at him and said that means he'll get better with time. The doctor looked away and then added that besides that, His Majesty was currently looking tense. Official Sakamoto pretended to look after him, but in reality he wanted to deprive him of the inheritance of the throne. At that moment he opened a bottle of medicine and said that His Majesty needed to take a pill and rest. The prince understood perfectly well that the official was under Japanese influence and he was just another pawn carrying out orders. That's why he told everyone well that he would listen to their advice and ask them to leave his room. The doctor obediently stood up, then lowered his head and agreed with His Majesty and left the room. The prince did not understand what to do because in fact the owner of the body wanted to return home. But it will not be easy at all, even his country will not allow it, let alone interfere in Japan. His father Emperor Gojong, the Korean ministers will not be able to help him. But he also understood that staying in Japan was not an option because of the history of the Korean Empire, which would soon be conquered by Japan. He stood looking out of his window and thought that returning home was out of the question. He understood only one thing, that he had to follow the same path that Yukong had originally studied. He decided that he would return to the place where Park Byung-joon grew up, namely America. After some time he clearly understood that he should move to America, but everything had to be thought out and he couldn't leave it all like that. Because when he got into the past he knew about all the upcoming historical moments about the Great Kanto earthquake and the Great Depression on the horizon. At some point he tried to remember everything he knew, but it was very difficult for him to concentrate. He was always confident in his memory. He thought he would serve 20 years of graduating from New York University, but he still remembered every detail of U.S. history and every president because his memory was always developed. As a lobbyist it is important to have a good memory. He knew this and always maintained his memory. After thinking for a while he finally remembered, and it was a breakthrough for him. He decided that he needed to write down all the events that came to his mind and everything he remembered. He was pleased with himself because he had recorded all the key events up to 1950. He decided that he was even prepared, after which he slammed his notebook shut and needed to prepare for the rest of the plan. But what was his surprise? He couldn't even imagine this. He didn't understand how the money could run out. He wanted to know what it meant and how a financial manager could allow such a thing to happen. His assistant answered His Highness that he had spent everything himself and he had constantly warned him. The guy was just furious. He didn't understand how it happened that he had no money at all. At that moment Yu Kang's memories of how he used to host big receptions came to him, and also how he vacationed in very expensive hotels and spent money on the right and left. He also spent money on entertainment with girls, of which there were always many around him. Then it became clear to him that you were the idiot who spent all your savings and he was going to get rich using his knowledge of the future. He grabbed his head and realized that in fact he had ruined everything and it was unclear how he should act now. At that moment he thought that the prince must have something valuable. He decided that if there was nothing useful in Yu Kang's memories, then it was worth digging into Park Byung-joon's memories. At that moment it seemed to dawn on him that he had just recently read sensational articles. He was glad that there seemed to be something and that it was the secret treasures of Emperor Gojong. Then he decided for himself that he needed to start acting as quickly as possible or Japan would find them faster than he did. At that moment he became his assistant very scared and began to ask His Highness what was wrong. Then he turned around and said that everything was fine but he was hungry and they needed to have lunch. He thought that first he needed to think about how he would get to his savings. Sitting at the table he ordered an omelette and coffee and asked what his assistant wanted. The assistant said that he would refuse because it was necessary to be more economical and turned his gaze to the side. The guy was very surprised when he heard that his assistant was refusing to eat. His assistant was named Woo Hyun-sik. He was a distant relative of Yukong, and he managed the finances of His Highness. The guy thought that maybe he refused to eat because of his words, so he laughed. His assistant asked why His Highness was laughing. Then he replied that he felt guilty for forgetting about his mistakes. He yelled at him. His assistant was even more surprised because he didn't mean it. Then His Highness said that he really wanted to apologize to him. He then stated that they needed to forget about everything and have lunch together, telling the waitress to repeat his order. His creatures said that if you think about it, he has not seen Cho Hyun-woo yet. His assistant was very surprised. He then added that he had gone on a business trip with Japanese officials. The guy asked his assistant if this was true and thought how this could happen to Japanese officials and why. At that moment a man entered the restaurant who was clearly heading towards His Highness's table. When this man approached he bowed and addressed His Highness. The guy asked him again where he had been. The guy thought for a moment and said that he had stepped away for a short time to receive a telegram. His Highness said the telegram, if so then he should give it to him so that he could look. He caught himself thinking that this must be the answer to his request for a book for his wife. and he started reading very quickly, after which he asked if there was anything new that they hadn't yet managed to tell him. He asked his assistants what he thought about his return and how the matter stood. His assistants did not know how to answer him because His Majesty did not change his verdict. The opposition unsuccessfully tried to put Yukong on the throne, thereby completely cutting him off from the possibility of the throne, as if he had no royal blood. It would be a big problem for him if they wanted him back. He slammed his fist on the table. He was outraged. Were they still forbidding him to return to his homeland? How long would he have to remain in exile? But the secret shield managers are still in the empire, and he needs to cause them problems so that they condemn him. His assistants began to calm him down with His Highness. His Highness stood up from the table and began to leave, shouting to his assistant that they should stop following him. Everyone present in the restaurant turned their heads and looked at his behavior. The guy would think that it would be great if this hysteria that happened to him would bring this person to this place. But he knew perfectly well that this man was not so simple, so he needed to think 2 steps ahead. His Highness came out of the restaurant. 2 assistants ran after him, trying to calm him down. Vadya went outside and some guys kicked the boss, and he stopped and looked at them. He was very happy to see these guys and started speaking to them in English. These 3 were not gay at all, but they were friends he had made while studying abroad, and they had gathered the information he had asked for. He wanted to know if they had already found the guy. They replied that they were waiting for the moment and immediately collected everything. He thanked them for such connections. It seems they are really impatient guys. They replied that it was not so bad and they are ready to cooperate further. He remembered very well that these 3 saved him from American racism. They stood up for him at the most terrible moment that could have happened to him and saved him from the bandits. And as a thank you, he paid for the operation of the mother of one of these guys. Although these guys didn't expect anyone to be able to help their sick mother. But when he saw that they were suffering so much, he couldn't pass by and decided that he had to help them somehow too. It is from then on that they call him, and I trust him completely. At that moment he did it absolutely sincerely. He understood that the money was definitely not wasted, and these guys continued to help him in gratitude. They handed him envelopes and started saying that the next ships to Tsushima were tomorrow and the next one was on Wednesday. His assistant asked again that he had all the conditions for studying in Tokyo, and why should he move to such a remote island as Tsushima. One of the guys replied that he was doing this because if the weather was great he could get there in 1 day. His Highness thought about it and said that his friend was indeed right. The assistant was furious. He shouted at His Highness, if he returns without His Majesty's agreement, he will have problems. The guy replied that even if he doesn't have permission, would a father punish his son for returning home? His assistants were very surprised. They had nothing to say to him because that was exactly how it was. After which he told his assistants to go and report his desire to return to the empire. He understood that then someone he needed would come here after the constant refusals of the Korean Empire. And then whoever he needed actually arrived. It was the Imperials, the vault guard Herbert. He said that it was an honor for him to speak with His Highness. The guy saw him and said that it looked like he had been on a long journey, to which his interlocutor replied that it was not at all like that. Compared to what His Highness had experienced, it was nothing. Also arriving was one of Yu Kang's education ministers, Lee Won-yun, who wanted to know if everything was okay with His Highness. The guy understood that if they sent both Herbert and Lee Won-yong, it meant they wanted to convince him to return to the United States of America. The guy thought that they shouldn't worry so much. As soon as he gets the money from Herbert, he will get out of there himself, so he offered to drink to their first meeting. He thought about how he couldn't fall asleep without a drink, but first he had to solve these problems, then it would be very difficult to negotiate with Herbert. As soon as the glasses of drink were filled, his guests immediately emptied them. Immediately after this, they were offered and poured another glass of alcohol. The guests felt a slight discomfort. They began to speak indistinctly and their heads began to spin. They got drunk very quickly and couldn't articulate a single sentence clearly. His Highness did not stop and continued to pour from the second bottle after they had drunk one. After they finished the second bottle, they brought a third one and the banquet continued. His classmate passed out very quickly because this guy was too weak and he was already completely wasted. His Highness told his assistant to put him to rest. Assistant divider for fulfilled. At that moment the guy thought that now he had no problems and it was time to get down to business. He asked his guest Herbert if he knew how to drink. He replied that not really, since alcohol had no effect on His Highness. The guy replied that it was most likely because of his thinking that it was so hard for him to get drunk. Herbert told him not to worry here, and as soon as everything calms down His Majesty will immediately receive him. The guy replied that he wasn't worried about himself and put the glass of alcohol on the table. The guest asked again, so what was he thinking about then? The guy then said that their country was in danger, and he raised his eyes and looked straight at him. In fact, the Japanese admitted to a secret deposit that he manages. Herbert was very surprised. When he heard about this, he didn't understand how they found out. There was silence at the table for a few minutes. The guy waited for a reaction from his guest. Herbert then told His Highness that he did not understand him, and that he was not familiar with foreign affairs. The guy didn't say anything, but he knew perfectly well that he was not very good at pretending. Then the guest began to say that as far as he knew, the agency manages the royal budget within the empire, and he perfectly understood why he started talking about it. The guy answered him that his father must protect the country from those who seek personal gain. In fact, he would use any methods to achieve this. He filled the bottle and poured it into a glass that was standing right in front of him. Herbert replied to him in the same way. If what he said was true, it is unknown whether His Majesty would entrust such an important matter to a stranger. The guy got really offended and said that he still didn't believe him, and then added Leong-ik, wasn't he his predecessor? And since then, the Japanese still haven't calmed down and are looking for him. Gerber thought about his words. In fact, he was actually kidnapped in Japan, and part of the secret budget was Yato. That is why he was entrusted with the rest. Since he is an American, they do not suspect him more than anyone else. His Majesty trusts only him. After which the guy said that he was trying to return to report this, but in fact he was not allowed to go, and all that was left for him was to call him to him. He drank some more alcohol and then placed his glass on the table in front of him. He filled the bottle to the brim and poured more alcohol. He understood perfectly well that this was his last attempt. Herbert watched the young man closely, but what he said was really true. It was unclear why it didn't work out last time. In fact, at his age, he doesn't understand all the situations. That's why he didn't want to serve until the end. Every time someone tried to get through to him, he just knocked him down, and all he did was listen to his complaints. At that moment, he understood perfectly well that the country was in decline, and he would still behave like that. The man who called him addressed him. Herbert did not understand what this could mean. This man said that His Majesty wanted to see him. The matter concerned Prince Yukong. His Majesty turned to him and said that he needed his help. Then he replied that he was waiting for his orders. His Majesty said that he needed the two of them to persuade the prince to go to America. They were very surprised that His Highness was still in Japan, and it was not clear why they had to do it to him. Then His Majesty said that one of them was an American and the other was his classmate, and they would be the best ones to convince him. The two looked at each other, realizing that they had no right to make a mistake and had to carry out this order. His Majesty. Herbert looked at the boy and said that he did not think that His Highness was so concerned with the affairs of state. The guy thought if he began to understand him better, it seems he really is getting better. After which he lowered his glass again, placed it loudly on the table, and said that that was enough talking for the evening. Then he turned around and started to leave, and as he left he told them to go and rest too. The guy thought that it was not worth it for him to go on, but it was better to let him think. Then His Highness was already leaving. Herbert turned to him, and thus he stopped him. The guy realized that his plan had worked. He stopped, but did not turn his head. Herbert then asked him if he really has a plan and how to manage the secret budget so that the Japanese don't bother him. Then the guy started talking about how Japan had recently sent spies to Shanghai, and before Japan could contact them, the money had to be hidden in a safe place. The guy looked at him and said that the best option was America. He had no other options. And the guy also looked at him slyly and said that it would be better if they trusted them to someone reliable, and began to say that someone like Herbert interrupted him and said, "Did Your Majesty really think that bingo is the correct answer?" He wanted to say it himself, but he couldn't because it would have caused unnecessary suspicion, so he said that he wasn't suitable for this. Herbert was very indignant and asked why he was saying that. Did he really doubt anything? Then the guy replied that His Majesty does not trust him because he does not want to see him even at home. His Highness approached Herbert, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that that is why he was asking him to do this. Then he added that as he said His Majesty trusts him, he must agree, but his interlocutor said that he cannot do this. His Majesty needs a foreigner for this. The guy thought about it, not understanding what they should do then, but in fact it was impossible to wait any longer. The budget was in danger. Each of them was thinking about their own things, and the prince was thinking more than anyone about how this situation would end. Herbert looked at the prince and said that he had an idea. Could he voice it? Herbert's idea was to inform the emperor without mentioning Yukon, and he as a representative sends money to the USA. His Majesty accepts it already in America. Then, without notifying the emperor, they meet at the bank and hand over the account to Yukong. Herbert said that this way they could gain full control over His Majesty's deposit and asked him how he liked such a plan. The guy thought that they were connected with His Majesty of Cut, so he would be suitable as a successor, and that he thought it was just a perfect plan, everything should go smoothly. But for everything to work he needed something else. He needed to send a trigram from Korea ordering him to return to the United States. Yes, indeed, 3 telegrams, and each time it was necessary to send one so that he could encrypt his location and the state of affairs in a hidden message. It was a really great plan, and he really liked it. He couldn't even imagine that everything would go so smoothly. After all, in fact, soon the money will be His Majesty's, and he will find the right use for it. He received the first telegram, which said that Herbert had arrived successfully, and according to the plan it was necessary to wait for the next telegram, which was supposed to be confirmation that the money had been sent. He understood that the last telegram was supposed to come from Shanghai. In just 2 months he will have to meet Herbert in San Francisco. As soon as the money is sent he will leave this damned land. Suddenly he heard a knock. I don't understand who could have disturbed them so late, because he was sure that everyone was already asleep. He still couldn't remember everything sensitively. He approached the door and asked who was disturbing him at such a late hour. He heard the answer that it was Li Jinsang. The guy did not understand why he was here rather than them still trying to persuade him. Then he heard from behind the door that the concubine had sent him to visit His Majesty and whether he could come in. The guy was very upset when he heard who sent him. It seemed like it was the end. He extended his hand to open the front door, and in his head he had only one thought. Had Herbert screwed up? Once again his classmate tried to say something to His Highness, but now he could no longer hear anything. He wanted to calm down and not drive himself. He needed to listen and think. So he opened the doors and invited his night guest to come in and thanked His Highness. The guest said he apologized for disturbing him at such a late hour, after which he looked at the bottle and said that he would like to drink something. He did not understand why he immediately started drinking alcohol without saying why he came. It is unclear. The longer he delayed, the more terrible thoughts came over him, so he said that it seemed that his guest had had a hard journey, and would he like a drink. He agreed. After which the guest said that he hadn't had a drink for a long time and he felt great after a sip. The guy didn't understand what he was saying, that his guest could indulge himself in anything and drink as much as he wanted. It's not clear whether he would just have a drink and leave. His guest thanked him, taking one sip. His Majesty said, did he really come just to drink? And did the concubine send him just to have a drink with him in the middle of the night? The guest replied that no, Her Majesty was concerned about his well-being, that is why she sent. The guy thought about the fact that she sent the concubine because she didn't do anything for no reason. Yes, if she could, she would tear him apart for her future son. Then he said that the concubine was also concerned about their relationship with His Majesty. He looked at the suitcase standing in the corner and asked if he was really packing his things. The guy then replied that yes, he really had packed his things and he had to leave because when he received a telegram from Herbert he had to leave. He looked at his guest. Did he know his plan or not? Then his goose asked that even if His Majesty forbids him, he still wants to return. He was worried, as was the concubine, that their relationship with His Majesty would never be restored. It became clear that he did not know about their plan, and it was completely impossible to guess what kind of theme he was pulling off. His guest continued to say that the concubine was thinking about how laughter could soften the heart of His Majesty, and after much thought she sent him off with a ticket to America. She wants Her Majesty to go to America and prevent Japanese influence. He handed over a ticket. The guy thought that now he understood why she sent him. Well, that was not bad at all. After all, the concubine believed that he should not return, and even if he did return there would be nothing for him since the Korean Empire was supposed to belong only to her son. Then the guy asked if she really expected him to develop a faction in the US to help the empire, but he refused. Because in reality he is just an Eastern prince, and what can he do without a single center in America? He thought about the fact that he was going to leave anyway, but now he is not going to leave so easily. If they want to send him away so much, they might be willing to pay him more. Indeed, his guest took out an envelope and said that the concubine had sent it to His Majesty. The guy was very interested. He took the envelope and thought he was ready to see how much money was in it. When he saw the money and the bonds, they amounted to 500,000. Although the amount was large, it was humiliating for the heir. Then he asked his guest if they really thought that he would have enough of this in America, in the castles where they were. They had not completely lost touch with the world. After which the guy looked disapprovingly and told his guest to come back and said that this amount was very funny. His guest was very upset. He didn't know how to behave and how to return to the castle. The guy thought he was ready to see how far she would go for the sake of her son's inheritance. The very next evening there was a knock on His Highness's door, and he told the guest to come in. His guest from yesterday came into the room, looked around. He hoped that this time everything would work out for him. The prince asked him if he thought about their conversation yesterday. He answered that yes. After which he handed him an envelope and told him to please accept it. This envelope was much thicker than yesterday's. The guy opened the envelope, looked at the amount that was offered to him, and was a little surprised. After all, in one day the amount increased almost 10 times, and it was a large enough sum to buy him off. His goy told him to please accept the concubine's sincerity. She really cares about him, and increased the amount. The guy was a little surprised that she really responded so quickly from Joseon to Tokyo. His goose said that they simply sent a telegram, and this allowed him to quickly answer his question. He looked at his guest, clenching his fist, and understood that it was all a lie. His guest was very nervous. It was clear that she was originally going to give him this amount of money. He thought that with this money he would be able to complete his mission without failures. But such a large sum of money turned the guest's head, and he couldn't resist. When he saw this money he thought of only one thing: how to keep the rest for himself after he left for America. The guy didn't understand how they dared to take him away. They needed to be taught a lesson. He put the envelope on the table and said that it wasn't enough. His guest was shocked and started shouting, "Doesn't he know how much it is? Because in fact it's quite a large sum." The sum was truly enormous and could provide for the kingdom for several years. The guest started to say that His Majesty should understand what he was saying at all, but the guy said that, however, if this amount can be huge for them for America, it is not so much, it is not enough to develop there. His goose continued to say that even if this is so, they will not be able to give more. The prince said if they provided more, then he would have completely moved from Joseon to America. His guest then asked again if this was really so. After all, he was ready to move his entire family to the United States. He had been planning the move for a long time. Wouldn't the concubine consider this a profitable offer? The guest understood that this was a great offer, and if he moved he would not return soon. This was ideal for her. After which the prince said that the deadline was until the end of the week. If he did not hear the proposal, he understood that he should add a little pressure in order to speed up the process. Then he would do as he threatened. His guest asked him to stop and said that he needed only one moment. He would bring what he wanted. The prince replied that he was willing to wait if he really claimed that he could accomplish this task. After all, now he must bring as much as he can, and the sooner the better for him. After some time His Majesty's suitcases were standing in the hall. He was about to leave this place. One of his assistants asked His Majesty if he was really leaving. The prince turned around and said yes, then added that he owed him a lot, and in the end Li Jiansan persuaded the concubine and he received a fairly large sum of money. The official said that he was very sorry and he would like to talk to His Majesty longer. It seems that the Prime Minister is also sorry and asked me to convey this to him. It was a token from the Prime Minister to make life abroad easier. The prince was very happy. He thought it couldn't be. The official said that this life of goodwill from the Japanese government to strengthen their relations, and the prince should accept this gift. He thought that this was also money. Then the prince said that he could not accept this. His assistant turned to His Majesty. The official did not understand why he was saying this and why he was doing this. The prince replied that he was not just a prince, he was a representative of the government. How could he accept anything other than his salary? He believed that he represented his homeland, so he couldn't take this money. He said so, but he knew what future awaited him. He knew perfectly well that the relations between their countries were doomed to failure, and to take this money at this moment. It's like drinking from a poisoned cup knowing it's poisoned. In addition, he was going to open his own foundation in America and was going to use the Korean refugees as a basis for support. He understood that their influence would affect his growth in America, and if they found out that he had once accepted money from the Japanese, then they will have a completely different reaction. Instead of support, they will be filled with anger. Princip understood that he had to become their leader, so he had to eliminate the risks. He said that he was pleased with their sentimentality, but they should keep the money for themselves. It was getting late, and he was getting ready to leave. He was heading to Hawaii. That was his part of the plan. The prince stood on the deck of the ship looking ahead and thinking about the future that awaited him. Without turning his head, he asked his American friends, "What about the prisoners?" Before leaving Japan, he had one request for you to Sakamoto. His friend replied that the seas were raging and the waves were making them too sick, so he asked that a couple of Korean prisoners in Japanese custody be released. Unfortunately, they agreed because keeping prisoners was a burden for Japan. One of his friends shouted why he took these guys, he didn't see any sense in it. The second one began to calm him down and tell him not to dispute the boss's decision, but Max still believed that they were plotting crimes against the boss. The prince went down to the cabin and, seeing his assistants, said that he had heard that seasickness was a terrible thing and asked how they were feeling. Yoo-gil-jun, who studied at Boston University, learned firsthand how outdated the Joseon political system was and told the prince that he felt better because the waves had calmed down. He also witnessed the Korean aggression and carried out a radical revolution, but it failed. After such events, he eventually moved to Japan with his sons. The only problem was that during the revolution he tried to overthrow Emperor Gojong and put Yukong on the throne. The emperor was simply furious. Immediately after this revolution, the relationship between the emperor and the prince showed changes for the worse. The emperor no longer wanted to see the prince as his successor and did not allow him to come. Yoo-gil-jun turned to His Majesty. He said that despite his failures before him, he still saved him and thanked him, kneeling down. In other words, his crimes before the prince were colossal. In the end, his first son, Yeoman Jayam, said he and his second son deserved to die. The second son's name was Yo-ek Jayam. Their father understood that this was the end. Even though the emperor was angry with them, they had already served 4 years for their actions. The prince extended his hand and said that he had enough regret and that he should rise from his knees. Because after the failed revolution and the move to Japan, they categorically refused to work with Japanese authorities, and as a result they were under house arrest for 4 years. He began to tell His Majesty that he really apologized and was very grateful. The prince said that he had already forgiven him for the past, and at the moment it didn't matter to him at all. He had to be faithful to him and support him in everything. Yoo-gil-jun answered His Majesty that he agreed and he would support him in everything. And then he added that he would follow him until his last breath. The prince understood that living in the past they would seem nasty to Mimi, but at the moment they are very useful to him. The prince said that he needed to talk to him personally about his sons. Having to come out, they were a little surprised but obeyed. The prince turned to his interlocutor and said that now he had something. Then he looked at him with a very stern look and added that this was something very urgent and concerned him too. The prince received consent from his interlocutor, saying that he wanted to know everything about the official in Hansen. Since he had lived in America before, his knowledge of Korean history was limited. On the other hand, Yoo-gil-jun had more information about America and Hussein than he did. Then his interlocutor asked again if he really wanted to know everything about the officials. He needed to compare the prince's memories with what he knew. Yoo-gil-jun told everything about each official, and they ended up giving a whole lecture. But when he called the name Yu Chin-ho, his face was burning with anger, because this is the person who cannot be taken as an example. He betrayed them. The prince thought that this name was the one who betrayed the revolutionaries. He found it interesting. After the principal thanked him for answering all the questions, he appreciated it and said that he could be free. The prince thought that taking him with her was the right choice. He was useful to him and would remain just as valuable. In just a couple of days they were in Hawaii. Their ship docked at the port. Before the prince had time to descend to the ground, he heard one of those who greeted him start shouting "Your Highness" to him. It was Woo-sa Kim Kai-sik, a classmate of the prince who was currently working in the United States of America. When they met, they were happy about this meeting because so much time had passed and the prince was glad to see familiar faces. His friend said that the prince's smile lifted his spirits and that he could go now since he had rented a carriage. The prince rode and thought of only one thing, that this and Yest were the Hawaii of the 1900s. It wasn't like modern Hawaii. People were enslaved and worked in the fields. Unexpectedly for everyone, the prince ordered them to slow down. The prince then asked his classmate if these people who work there are Koreans, to which his friend replied that yes, 90% of them are Koreans. Then the prince couldn't understand how they could treat the Koreans so much. They are simple managers. Everything is correct. They were promoted only because of their light skin. They torture their own people. The prince thought that this was unimaginable and suggested that his friend get back into the carriage and continue. The largest gathering of Koreans in Hawaiian history gathered to introduce the Prince of Joseon. Of course, some came out of curiosity without any intentions. The prince understood that many of them had gathered just to see him, so he knew he had to take advantage of this, and in order to win their interest, the first thing he said was thank them for taking the time and introducing himself. People looked at him and saw him as their enemy. They didn't trust him one bit. Then the prince said that he should have come earlier, and he was very ashamed, and he also added that he was completely sorry and asked them to find the strength to forgive him. Those people just froze. They were surprised that the prince was apologizing to the people, but their reaction was not bad. He understood that he had to take advantage of the moment and touch their hearts. So the prince started saying that he shouldn't have ignored their suffering for the sake of his survival, and the worst thing is that he decided to return to the empire for his own comfort. Then he added that his conscience did not allow him. It asked if he could leave these people all in torment, and he made his decision he would not leave this place without them. He then added that he promises to be in America for the next 10 years. One of the women present couldn't stand it and shouted back at him. Does he really want them to devote themselves to him? People believed that those who deceive His Majesty are to blame. Russia and Japan are behind them. These two factions must be destroyed. The principal understood that the mood had changed and it was time to make a deal. He started to say that on the way when he was driving he found terrible conditions in which they worked. The owners of the plantation treat them like that for one reason only, because they did not unite like Japanese or Chinese immigrants. And they need to establish a single Korean organization and decide this. He will provide the organization. They should not worry. He also said that they are planning to open scholarship programs. Poverty is not the reason for lack of education. He said that they should trust him and that everyone will stick together, brothers and sisters. People were delighted. They shouted long life to the prince and thank him. At the table he said that he listened to all their suggestions and they should not worry about finances at all. His personal expenses are not important, they are a priority. One of those present raised his hand and addressed His Majesty. The prince told him to speak. That person was Im Young-soo. He said, if you start an organization you need to give it a name. The prince thought about it. It was a good question. The prince thought he really didn't have a name for this organization. He lowered his head and sat silently for a while, because up until that moment he hadn't thought at all. Then not to live on. The prince raised his head and said that he wanted to call the association Hapsun because it was translated as we will achieve success together. Prince said that he would be the first president of the organization and Im Young-soo would be the vice president since he was the most respected immigrant, and handed him 30,000, of which 20,000 was for the association and the rest for scholarships. The prince said that he chose the most gifted and capable and sponsored them. They will be their future. The other guys didn't understand what gifted meant and why they were needed at all. Then he said if everything works out he wants to send them to medical schools. He understood that if finances are attributed to the Jews then he will take medicine. The power of Korea will grow with him. After a heated debate about the division of stipends among young migrants, he met him Lee Sung-man. The prince told him that Woo Sa had spoken well of him, and now he understood why the boy had replied that he was being flattered, but he was still grateful. His Majesty. The prince asked if he had studied in Washington because he had studied there too. The guy replied that yes, he had returned for the holidays to help the Korean community. The prince then asked him if he was leaving soon, maybe he wanted to go together. The guy replied that it was cheese for him. The prince understood that he would sponsor and watch over him. He would be useful to him, because in fact according to history, he will become the first president. 2 days later, he arrived in the harbor of San Francisco. They were all riding in the same carriage. His friend, when they were traveling, told the prince that he should stay longer in Hawaii. The prince did not understand why he said so. Then his friend noticed that His Highness had been working non-stop since his arrival, and he should take a walk and relax. At that moment the prince understood why Kim Kai-sik was saying this, because the old prince lived a carefree life, not like he was at the moment. His new acquaintance replied that it was better not to behave like that when so many people were watching him. The prince understood that he was still young, but his political instincts were clear. The prince remarked that Wu Nam was completely right, and how could he enjoy life when his people were suffering? In fact, it was not all for show. He really felt bad seeing the suffering Koreans. He was filled with guilt. He would try to earn money very soon and sponsor them to make life better. His classmate apologized to the prince and said that he was so blinded. The prince replied that everything was fine. He knew that they said it to make him worry. The prince only thought that Lee Sung-man should be useful to him and did not intend to argue with any of them. When they arrived, the prince thanked his friend very much and asked him to look after Hawaii while he was gone. He went further because he thought that at that moment he should earn a little money. They sailed for a long time to San Francisco and their journey took 20 days. After he got off the ship, he said goodbye to Sing-man, who went straight to school. Suddenly something awakened in him. After all, this was San Francisco in the 1900s, the place where he was born and raised in his past life. This was his homeland. After thinking for a bit, he decided that he should start his descent from here again. Arriving at the hotel, the prince gathered everyone at a round table and asked his assistants what was the most important urgent thing at the moment. Some of them looked and thought that they might find a place to live. The prince replied that this was a very good proposal. How much budget should he allocate? He wanted to know about the location and the method of payment and whether they would buy or rent. His assistant couldn't help but reply that it was probably worth buying since real estate in America was simply becoming more expensive. But buying a mansion in a good area will cost a fortune, and spending that much money on a house is very dangerous. One of his friends said that you can always arrange an installment plan through the bank. The prince listened to his suggestions. His assistant turned to His Highness and told him to come to his senses because borrowing money was dangerous. Then Brice said that he understood his concerns but that debts might not be an option. And this consisted in the ability of the lever, the power of the lever, since the lever allowed lifting heavy bodies with minimal effort. Namely, in the economy one can obtain maximum profits with minimum opportunities. In other words, use debt. Simple example installment plan, and he said that he plans to buy a house with a small down payment. And he was going to use the rest of the money for investments in order to earn even more money. When his assistant heard the word investment, he asked what kind of investment he was going to make. After thinking for a while, the prince said unequivocally that he was going to invest the money in land. Another of his assistants noted that he thought buying land would be the best option. After all, America is something that everyone who was there had such different thoughts, but these thoughts coincided with his thoughts. What surprised everyone the most was that he planned to buy land for the Koreans. The assistants asked again whether the Korean community really needed this land and why they needed to buy the land. After all, he was planning to buy land for migrants whose contracts were ending. The prince said no, this land is occupied by traders and he will not earn much money. He told everyone else to think about it. His assistants were surprised. They didn't understand where he was going to buy. The prince said that they were Koreans, they had to do what they were most developed in. Then the prince replied that they were best at creating rice companies, so he was going to buy land for rice plantations. One of his friends thought that it was indeed a good idea, not that Koreans are better at this. The prince came up and asked Max what happened. The guy and the worried one replied that if everything goes wrong they could lose everything. The prince asked him again why he thought so and why he was worried. Then Max answered him that rice does not grow in California. Despite the skills of the Koreans, they cannot change the quality of the soil. Another friend approached Max trying to get him to shut up, but Max said that someone had to tell the boss because they can't lose everything. The prince then replied that Max was right and that Max's forefather's rice plantation in California was happy because the boss agreed with him. Then the prince said that the problem was not in the soil at all but in the type of rice they were growing. He took out 2 bags and poured them out on the table. It's rice, but it looks different, doesn't it? After all, one was from Japan and the other was grown in America. The first were the Indians who tried to grow it, but they failed. This risk requires heat and moisture. And the Japanese Rio needs a cooler climate, and this variety is grown in the Far East. That's what he's going to grow. One of the assistants said that he understood everything. The growing methods are different, and it is really worth trying. They also asked His Majesty if after purchasing the land he was going to transfer Koreans to work on the plantation. He replied that yes. The prince said that he would take back the text of those who were treated disrespectfully and would pay them a fair wage and provide housing. The standard income agreement during this period was 90 out of 10, but he planned to introduce 50-50 so that everyone would get rich and thus the migrants would get stronger faster and their success would become his strength. Then one of them, holding der Riss in his hand, said that there is a main problem. The prince asked again what it is. It was really a problem. Even if Korean rice grows, who will buy it? Most prefer Indian. Even if there is a harvest, they can fail without demand. The prince replied that they should not worry, he was going to sell it to Japan. Then they were even more surprised. Was he really planning to sell it to them? The prince said, why not? It's just business, there's no problem with that. He understood that this surprised them and they thought that he would help the Japanese. He turned and asked Gudan how long he had lived in Japan and was told that it was almost 4 years. Then the prince asked where the whiskey he had been drinking came from. Gudan replied that it was grown in Gyeongsang province because Korean rice was much cheaper for the Japanese. The prince explained that this is exactly how the Japanese buy it, at cost price. That is why it is so cheap, and that is why people in Joseon are starving. That is why he plans to accustom them to his risk and use it as a sanction in case of conflict. Then his assistant, having dried up to the end, said that His Highness is simply a strategist. And the second assistant burst into tears because he heard that he was thinking even about the people in Yaosun and he was deeply throat. He decided to buy land after the arrival of people from Joseon, but first he needed to buy a house. After some time they found a house and bought it. It was not in very good condition. I watched people trying to fix it and I knew he had made the right decision. After some time observing everything that was happening, he heard someone talking to him. He turned his head and saw a familiar face and thought that they had finally arrived. One of them knelt down and bowed his head and said that he was the humble servant of His Majesty. The prince asked him if he was tired. It was Kim Deok-bae, a servant of the prince's house. His parents also served the imperial family. The prince came up to him and told him to get off his knees or he would wipe them off. Kim Deok told him that he could handle it, and then he added that His Majesty seemed to be coping well with the tasks. The prince did not understand what he meant. Then the servant looked at the prince and said that he had become so strong and very sensible. After all, a strong physical condition was very respected in the American environment, so he worked on his body and he is glad that it was noticed. The prince looked at the servant and told him that it seemed that he had become better at seeing, to which he replied that his links had always been good. In any case, the servant turned and asked where his wife was. Then he asked what about her. The servant answered His Majesty that she was unable to come, and due to illness he of course understood everything. Memories of the prince. She was always sick. Did she get worse, he thought. Then the servant told the prince not to worry, she would soon recover, and thanks to her, they were able to bring more workers. Of course he was grateful to her because he needed to select better farmers. While he was looking for people who grew rice, he met him. It was one of his new friends. This guy's name was Kim Yong-rim, and he was from Hamgyong province. He also came with them. The prince was a little surprised that it was really Kim Yong-rim. The prince asked again if this was the same man, and he also had a scar on his right hand. The guy asked how he knew this. The prince thought that he was very lucky. He was just glad that he met him and that he could follow him. After all, Kim Yong-rim was the grandfather of his best friend Jae from his past life. After all, it was just luck, and he had heard about it many times. After all, it was the successful story of Kim Yong-rim, who tried to tell about his grandfather every time. He started out as a simple farmer and became the owner of the largest plantation in California. Then, when he was telling these conversations, he was very much annoyed by them, but at the moment it was very useful. The prince turned to face them and said that he was planning to start cultivation right in this place, and he was now going to buy this land. His new friend said that he understood everything. Then this man said that His Majesty had found the right man, and he knew how to choose the best land, and he would choose the best option for him. The prince looked and said that it was excellent, and he completely trusted him because in fact not everyone was destined to become a tycoon. In fact, things were not going as he would have liked. Kim Yong-rim's desire was obvious, and the brokers doubled the price. Or the realtors accepted it because of stupid foreigners and raised unrealistic prices. They were still choosing the land when they arrived, and people showed them the premises. Then one of them said that he was ready to give them this and neighboring lands for 10,000. The prince said okay. His new friend said that the soil quality was good, but there was little access to water. In fact, this was not the main problem. The river was nearby, and they could draw water from this place. The prince said that he understood everything, but he was still missing something. The land was more expensive than we expected. His friend said that this realtor had the most reasonable offer. At that moment, the prince thought that it was very tempting, but 10,000 is better to buy cheap and sell expensive. The realtor then said if His Highness does not have enough funds, he has another good plot. What about it? He asked in principle where this plot is. Then the realtor said that the site was located far away in the Sacramento fields, and they would have to go north. After which he showed where it was on the map. The prince was very surprised that this land was free. After all, this was the most important region for rice production in the 20th century, so he decided to look at this land too. The realtor told the prince that he should personally take a look if he was interested. Prince Veit, if he recommends it that way, then let him take a look, because in fact these people still had no idea about the value of this land. He needs to buy it before they understand. A few days later, they finally got to the Sacramento fields, and the realtor said that the whole bullet was up for sale and the one next to it too. His new friend said that this is what they need, and it is the best of all the fields for growing rice. It simply cannot be better. The prince said that as he thought. The prince turned around and asked the realtor how much it cost, the same as the previous option. The realtor said that of course not, its land and 1/10 of the price of the previous land is not worth it. He won't regret it. The realtor thought that they were idiots and didn't understand anything about land at all. The prince then told him that apparently this land is valuable if he is so sure of it, and asked if he could buy more land around it. After all, while this land is cheap, we need to buy as much as possible. The prince thought. The realtor said okay, he will contact the landowners. The prince and his new friend were happy. The realtor was also happy and sang the prince thought that he had become the owner of the largest and most fertile land in California. A few days after purchasing the land in the apartment where the prince lived, a message was received. One of the assistants came to him to report to His Majesty that he had returned. The prince wanted to know how the migrants reacted. After all, when he bought the land, he set conditions for Korean workers. His assistants said that at first they didn't really like the conditions. They weren't any different from others, but until they saw a special clause. The special point was that they will cultivate this land, and the more productively they work, the more they earn. A mutually beneficial deal. This way they will feel like landowners and will be motivated. The assistant approached His Majesty and said that he could understand his generosity to the migrants, but they could lose a lot of money, couldn't they? His assistant's worries were justified. If they were only cultivating, they would have lost a lot, but he didn't have to worry because the prince had a plan. He wanted to raise the price of this land and sell it at a high price. When this wasteland turns into golden fields, their price will increase at least 10 times, and then it will become a real treasure in his hands. In fact, they need to work even harder so that His Highness does not become poor. The prince said that when signing the contract, he did not forget to tell them about this. The prince also said that he is prohibited from cheating his competitors and that he must convey to migrants that they are all one family. His assistant said that he would bring everything to them. The prince was ready to leave it all to him. He also brought him the foundation of the agricultural corporation that the prince asked about. It was almost completed. The prince was pleased as it was quite fast. Rice production covers several sectors. In fact, simply growing rice was not enough to make a profit. Plowing and fertilizing the land, building buildings for storage, all this was also included in the cost of rice. And also the distributor companies for export. In the 1900s, the agricultural industry was still in its infancy, and the prince planned to become the best at this. It should help him in the future. The prince showed and explained that this was the name of their company. The company was called Zalgrazen. The assistant wanted to know what it meant. Actually, it was all just the first word meant from California and the second meant cereal. It was an easy name to recognize. This is a name that should have stayed in the head. Now on every rice product there will be a sticker with the name of their company. In fact, everything developed step by step, and he achieved success because he knew the future. But he couldn't remember every natural disaster, and he needed some kind of insurance. At that time, the subsidy for agricultural culture had not yet appeared, so he called Hyun-sik. His assistant came immediately. The prince said that first he needed connections and wanted to know how much money they had left at the moment. His assistant and financier said that at the moment they have 50,000 left in bills. The prince understood that he had spent a lot of money on the land, but it was necessary. His assistant asked why he was asking. Then the prince told his assistant to send 10,000 to the governor's election campaign. The assistant was very surprised by such a large amount. The prince then repeated to him that the following week and the following he continued to send 10,000 each. He understood that after such an investment they would be interested in contacting him. A couple of days later, one of his friends asked what it was. The prince said it was an invitation from the office of the governor of Agro. The cultural officer will be in California next month. They want to see him there. His friends thought that after 30,000 just one invitation was disgusting and could be perceived as humiliation. Prince told them not to worry, they were even better. His guys didn't understand what he meant. The prince then stated that the lobby must first establish a connection and the fact that he was invited to the events. This meant only one thing, that he already had some significance for them and they invited him to their place. A federal officer will come straight from Washington to this place and he will also be able to meet him. It was also clear that the federal officer wanted to think about supporting agriculture. And if everything goes according to his plan, then he will be able to achieve what he wanted. He looked at himself in the mirror and said he should buy a suit for the event. The long-awaited evening arrived when he was supposed to come and meet us at the invitation. The prince even exhaled that very soon he would appear in American society and everything would change. How much would it change after that? Approaching the gates of the palace, he saw two huge people who stood and guarded these gates. These people ordered him to stop and stand still. They did not let him go further. The prince stopped and said, "How can you speak so rudely when they have an invitation?" The two guards were a little surprised that they had invited Asians and demanded that he show them his invitation. The prince extended his hand with an envelope where the invitation card lay and showed it to the guards. These guys were even more surprised. Similar to the invitation was a hamster from the governor. The second could not believe and decided to check. At that moment, one of the people ran out of the gate and saw the prince and shouted that he had finally arrived. after which he apologized several times and said that he should have been waiting for him outside and apologized for the guards. The prince thought that there was no point in saying anything because he hadn't come here to sort things out. He said that everything was fine and he would like to go inside. After some time, he was already inside where people from American high society were invited. The guy who met him said that he needed to go through because they were already waiting for him. The prince thought that, as I expected, all the guests were absolutely white and he was radically different from them. One of the girls came to the principals and asked to bring him a glass of champagne. She was very surprised and asked again why he didn't react at all, and then she guessed that he was a guest. She asked the prince for forgiveness because she mistook him for a service staff. Anapa told him to change her because she confused him with the waiter. They are all colored. The prince decided that he had to stay calm. When he saw the waiter, he walked into the hall with a glass and turned to this lady. He handed her a glass and said that he would be happy to bring a glass of champagne to such a beautiful lady as she. The girl thanked him and said that her name was Jane and asked who invited him. The prince said his name was Yukong. He was from the Korean Empire, and he was invited by the governor. He knew that she was the most popular and successful widow in San Francisco. The girl said his name and that he was from the Korean Empire. It was very difficult for her to say. At that moment, he heard himself being addressed as His Highness. It was the same guy who met him. He was shouting that. He turned around and the prince disappeared. Then this guy asked Lady Jane if she was happy with everything. The girl replied that everything was fine, but she wanted to know because he addressed the prince as His Highness. Then this guy said that this is the prince of the Korean Empire, Yukong. He is the second heir to the throne. The girl did not understand what the Korean Empire meant and where it was. They explained to her that it is located between Japan and the Qin dynasty. Then she said that she thought she had heard of the Korean Empire and apologized for her manners. The prince thought that of course she might not know many Americans, and in the modern world they don't know where Korea is. In fact, he wanted people to have a good opinion of him. He deviated and said that everything was fine, he would not be far away, and they would see each other again. After which the prince turned around and headed in the other direction, and his new acquaintance in the opposite direction. The prince was interested in how she reacted to him because he wanted everyone to know about him. The girls started discussing him among themselves. They said that he was just a handsome guy and he was apparently very literate. He even had excellent pronunciation, but he looked at her and thought that she was the best. First of all, it's only because she spreads gossip about him so quickly that there's no need to even waste energy because all this will help him in the future. Standing before them was Governor George Pardee, who was the 21st governor of California. The prince lowered his head and said that he thanked Yukong for the invitation to the governor. The governor replied that he should thank him for his presence and offered to introduce him to his friends. At that moment, the prince thought that the governor had certainly fallen for his hook. At this point, the assistant turned to the governor and said that in the East they pronounce the last name first and the last name is His Highness Yu and not Can. The governor was a little upset because he thought he had mispronounced his name. He turned around and told the prince that he offered his deepest apologies. He did not know the customs of the East. He replied that everything was fine and it happens to everyone. In fact, he himself forced this mistake to be made. He rearranged it in the Western way and he confused his first and last name. At the moment the governor feels the mistake, he felt guilty. So the prince thought that this would help a little in future common affairs with him. They went to have the governor introduce him to his friends. The prince walked forward and understood that it was time to enter the battlefield. He was ready for such a turn of events. When he entered, he heard that it was the same prince who was already rumored to be very friendly. It seems they had already learned about his generous donations. Here he was noticed because of his donations and someone was interested in his influence. One of the guys asked, since he had heard about the agricultural corporation, does the prince really like agriculture? The prince replied that yes, he liked rice cultivation and he had highly qualified experts in rice cultivation. His new acquaintances said that he would take note because experienced workers are always needed. The prince thought that he could become a sponsor in the future. The prince understood that with their help, he would be able to transfer more Koreans to America. One of the new acquaintances asked the prince what he heard, that the prince was buying a very large land and where he was buying it. The prince replied that he had acquired the Sacramento Peninsula. At that moment everyone froze and looked at the prince. No one understood why he was buying this land. Then one of them couldn't stand it and asked again if he really bought this land. Apparently, he doesn't know anything and said that he is ready to help him and find him the best broker. The prince laughed, thanked him for his kindness, and thought that he knew because he didn't even understand the full value of this land. One of the new acquaintances approached His Majesty with a question. After all, he had heard that he was interested in growing rice. The prince replied that this was so and asked who he was. Then the guy apologized because he forgot to introduce himself. His name was Aiden and he was a NAF Nick, and from the Land Distribution Bureau. The principal was very nice to meet him, and also told him that it seemed like the guy was also interested there. Didn't ask why. The prince added that by doing so he wanted to balance Japan's influence. That's right. Japan has long been dependent on rice and their population is growing rapidly and the demand for food is growing accordingly. Then he added that if rice is grown in this place, it can be exported to Japan. All this was even more true. And most importantly, if there is any aggression from Japan, it can be controlled by sanctions. Then the guy said that if he was talking about this, then Japan was not their enemy at the moment, they were their friends. The prince thought that finally someone who understood what was going on was worth taking note of. The prince looked at his assistant and asked what he was unhappy with. He replied that it irritated him. They spent so much just to attend the party. The prince then told him that they had a blast. Didn't his assistant say that it was true? His new acquaintance said that he had planned to conduct subsidies for agricultural culture when he met the secretary, but he did not come due to illness. However, he would like to meet him later when he is in Washington. The prince thought that perhaps it would be even better this way. He was complaining that there was no point in dwelling on failures, it was better to prepare for the next step. His assistant said that this was true. Then he added that he understood everything because he had touched on the subsidy team with the governor and he would at least think about it. The prince said that most likely. In fact, I thought that they wouldn't wait long with private cataclysms. And speaking of cataclysms, in 6 months there will be a horror that no one will forget. It will be the San Francisco earthquake. After that banquet, he was able to meet some influential people in California. And after that, he started to receive many different invitations, but in this way they were only trying to get support from him. His assistant brought another such invitation saying that a member of the 4th branch of the lower house would like to invite him to dinner. The prince said that he would postpone it since it was already a day away. The assistant then said, what about Mr. Olson's offer to invest in trade? The prince did not understand. Again, investments, another swindler wanting to take over his money. The prince thought that they all relied on him and were drawn to him because of rumors that he was stupidly redeeming the land of Sacramento. The prince turned and told his assistant to wait a little, and then he would see that in a year they would worship him as the god of land ownership. The assistant said that the prince had received a call from a guy from Washington. The prince thought that it was the guy Aiden. The prince was delighted because finally someone useful to him contacted him and he asked what this guy wanted. The aide then said he wanted to know more about the rice seeds the prince would begin planting this spring, as well as Japan's trade plans for China. The prince said that he was ready to help him and also said that one guest was supposed to come to him and it was time for him to go. Then his assistant said that he still had the last construction of his mansion in Sausalito, which the prince ordered, was almost completed. The principal thought that California would soon be hit by a powerful earthquake, so he decided to prepare in advance and built a mansion in a relatively safe place. He understood that he couldn't protect everyone from the earthquake, but he wanted to protect the people who were with him from it. The prince said that an insurance agent should come soon and that he needed to get additional insurance. He needed reliable insurance against earthquakes. He went into the office and asked if they had been waiting for him for long. The guy replied that they hadn't. It was Jack Milo, the Golden King, owner of the largest gold spring in California. He said that he too had just arrived. At the governor's party, Jack Milo was the most involved in communicating with him of all the influential people present, the reason for this being that his status perfectly suits his personal interests. The prince asked his guest why he had come to see him. His goose replied that the prince had an impatient temperament, which was probably why he had bought the unprofitable land so quickly. After which he said that this was precisely the issue he had come for, after which he took out a stack of papers from his inside pocket. The prince looked at these papers and asked again if by any chance these were shares. His goose replied that he understood everything correctly, and as he thought, the prince immediately guessed everything because it was a joint stock company of the countries of the East for mining. He had previously believed that this company was connected with mines and quarries. Then his guest said that everything was correct and the prince should read the next page. Also, there was a detailed description of the project for investment in it. The prince turned the next page and carefully read everything that was written there. Judging by the name, this company was supposed to be engaged in the mining industry in the territory of the eastern countries, but he could not remember anything like that in the future. His guest Raskazovo said that although the main office of this company is located in New York, all the main mining enterprises are located on the territory of the Korean Empire. The prince, when he listened to his guest to the end, was a little surprised because he came to him to get his advice regarding this company. Then his go said that he bought several shares of this company when it appeared on the market, and he is worried about whether it is worth buying it out completely. The prince did not understand because he could not remember anything about this mine, but if he said that he knew nothing at all, it would put him in a bad light, so he asked his guest what he thought about it. The guest replied that, to be honest, he would prefer to see him in person and not just read the papers. The prince said that this was of course true and that he thought he should visit Josian in person at least once. His goose replied that he couldn't do that, after which he lowered his eyes. After all, he already talked about it at the party. He was a victim of a shipwreck, and due to great moral trauma he can no longer board a ship. The prince then asked if this company didn't have workers in South Africa or Brazil, and if he had bought the shares without even looking at them. His guest said that he had used the process of elimination. It was a way of investing funds together with the privileged class. In other words, he wanted to say that he would prefer to invest in the joint stock company of the Eastern countries in mining together with them in the future. His go said that he had already filled out the documents properly and the prince could read them carefully, and if he had any questions he could ask them. The documents that his guest showed him were related to the creation of a new trans company, the rights to which would be equally divided between them. The prince read these documents and thought that in front of him sat a bastard. Of course, he made a special clause, and it was very clever. This clause defined the procedure for selling shares. According to it, if a situation arises when the prince wants to sell his shares, he must first offer them to other large shareholders for 75% of the original price. The term of this contract was 5 persons. Most likely he added this clause after hearing that the prince was very easy to deceive. The prince looked at his guest and thought that he was the same as the others and was only thinking about how to fool him. At that moment the prince's assistant came in. He asked for forgiveness from His Highness and said that he had a question about the insurance. The prince said that he would go out for a short time. When the prince came out, he asked Hyuk Sik if he knew anything about the Unsan mines, to which he replied that this was the gold mine of the Korean Empire. His Majesty gave this mine to Horatio Allen, who saved the life of Yong-ik. The prince stopped and asked to be told more about this mine. Information about the mine turned out to be even worse than he expected. It turned out that the rights to gold mining at the mine, which was considered the Eastern El Dorado, were completely transferred to a foreigner, and the owner himself renounced all rights and even sold a large part of the shares he had. In other words, this retiring Emperor Gojong destroyed the mine and threw it out to be eaten by these vile dogs. The prince handed his assistant the contract to look at. The assistant was very surprised. Then the prince said that everything looked exactly as if he would soon be completely in the hands of a foreign country. Prince then stated that he was already looking forward to getting it back. After some time, the prince returned and apologized to his guest for being late due to insurance paperwork. The prince put the papers on the table and thanked for the offer. Then he said that he would probably accept the offer and invest. After which he added that he would like to change several points about the priority acquisition, since they are going to be making long-term investments together. His guest was very happy and thought that this was a turn of events. He said that this was a correct remark and was ready to change as the prince said. He noted that then he would transfer everything that the prince had mentioned, after which he would create a trust company, and then they would acquire the required number of shares. After which his goose said that he also wanted to tell him something else. The culture issues insurance. He simply did not want to get involved with insurance scammers due to lack of money. The prince asked what he was most likely thinking about. His guest decided that he would invest in insurance due to the lack of money and thus win it back. Most likely he himself could have given grounds for such reasoning, because if you look at his actions from the outside, he has already spent a huge amount of money on supporting the politician, buying land, building a house. And if a person doesn't know what his plan was, he may well think that he is taking out insurance in case of an emergency and see his money fly away right before his eyes. He understood that his guest had probably heard a lot about him and that his maintenance costs were also high, but the prince knew that the earthquake in San Francisco was already 4 months away. So the prince told his guest that he also thought he needed insurance with his business. His guest thanked him and said that he would probably refuse. He said that all these insurances are a complete scam and a way to make money by worrying people about something that will never happen. Therefore he trusts only himself and does not spend money on such services. The prince listened to him and said that he did not agree with him, in which case the mine would become his even sooner than he thought. His guest said that he advised the prince to quit insurance, and if he needed money, he could introduce him to a very respectable bank manager. This head of the bank was named Amedeo Pietro Giannini, and his guest offered the services of this head of the bank. The prince, when he heard his name, was very surprised. Could this really be the same Giannini? After all, if this is so, then he is the founder and head of the Bank of Italy. This is the greatest banker, the founder of the Bank of Italy, which was before the Bank of America and accordingly the future head of the Bank of America. The prince thought that the man sitting opposite him at least understood what an important person he would become in the future. His guest asked again to introduce them. The prince replied that, of course, moreover, he would like to meet him as soon as possible. After all, he understood that with his help, he would have in his hands an important key that would help him become a gifted visionary reformer of the American financial system, and he was obliged to take advantage of this opportunity. Of course, the prince wanted to meet him before the earthquake, but she couldn't get in touch with him, so she'll have to wait a little bit first. At some point, his assistant came in and told His Highness that Johnny had contacted him. The prince finally thought, and yet the prince would have been very glad that at his request his new friend contacted Johnny, and in the end they were unable to agree on a meeting. Since the meeting was scheduled, the prince thought it was time to try to lure his new acquaintance to his side. Exactly 1 month later, one of the assistants brought a report on Janina, and it was a great job. The prince understood that before meeting a new person, it is important to gather information about him. His assistant asked, if the boss puts in so much effort, it means that this person is very important to him. The prince replied that of course, and few could boast of such foresight as he had. He was then asked more that apparently he was taking some very extraordinary steps, but instead of some kind of reform, his actions looked more like stupidity and gullibility. But it is precisely these unusual campaigns that make the banking system great in the current century, which is designed in such a way that only representatives of the upper class can borrow money, and this cannot be done without collateral. Well, they started issuing large sums of money at fairly low interest rates to all people, just like modern banks do, and this has increased people's interest in loans without collateral. The prince replied that the numbers don't lie, and his initial capital of only 10,000 in just 1 year grew to 1 million because in fact ordinary people think so, but he took the shot because he was with a daredevil. The prince understood that it was still difficult for people of that time to understand such a credit system, although in the modern world almost everyone understands it. His assistant asked the boss if he wanted to meet Giannini to borrow money from him. The prince replied that he didn't really want to just lure him over to his side, but if he doesn't succeed, then at least become his partner and have a joint profit. If everything goes exactly like that, then in theory he will be able to put pressure on him as an investor. Giannini will stick to his main financial principle all his life. Power should not be in the hands of one person. That is why no one, not even the head of Giannini himself, owned more than 100 shares of the Italian bank. The prince had to look for several days for an offer that would satisfy both of them. He suggested that Giannina manage the affairs and he would earn the money. When the prince came to him with such a proposal, he told him not to worry, he would offer him an investment option that he simply could not refuse. The time of their meeting came. The prince arrived on his Goriota to the place where their meeting was to take place. They opened the door for him and said, "Welcome, Prince." He took a few steps forward. In front of him stood a young man who said that his name was Amedeo Pietro Giannini, and that he was the founder of an Italian bank. The prince said that his name was Yukong and he was very pleased to meet you. Yanni then said that such a noble man had come to such a wretched place. He thought that, of course, he read in the report that Yanni was not a fan of swearing, but he did not think that he would hear something like that from him at the very first meeting. Yanni said that he heard that the prince urgently needed money. The prince replied that it was supposed that there was some misunderstanding, he just wanted to meet him in person. Yanni was very surprised because for the first time he saw a person in front of him who did not need money from him. The prince then said that Giannini does not beat around the bush. The banker replied that he did not see any sense in this. The prince looked at him and said that it was true, then perhaps he would also get straight to the point. He would like to invest about 100,000 in his business. Yanni had never heard of such an offer. He was very surprised because he usually gave money to everyone, and here they were offering him. The prince smiled and asked his interlocutor what he thought about it. After such a proposal, Giannini just sat for a few minutes and was silent, he thought, after which he laughed and said that the prince had an excellent sense of humor. Not even a year had passed since the opening of his bank, and he was already ready to invest such funds in it. The prince continued to look at his interlocutor because he had made a very serious proposal. Giannini then asked if he really wanted to invest his bank's capital. The prince replied yes. The banker asked again why he suddenly made such a generous offer to beat them literally for the first time. The prince then said that he had heard some rumors about the banker, and they said he was a man who could turn his 10,000 into 1 million in just 1 year. In front of him sat a man who had suddenly become a millionaire. His bank had outstanding performance indicators, and the prince believed he simply had no reason not to invest in it. In fact, no one in society has spoken about him like that yet, but since soon this is exactly what was said about him and the conspiracy he believed that he lied to him. The banker replied that it was apparently not easy for him to make a decision, maybe he could try to tell him a more truthful story. The prince then asked him what he thought about the financial system of this country in the future. The banker said that the prince probably knows that his education leaves much to be desired. The prince said that he can assure you that the entire financial system here will soon change. Then the banker asked him what it meant. He didn't understand what this guy was talking about. The prince said that as he already knows at the moment, the financial system is built in such a way that any bank is represented by only one branch. But very soon the government of this country will allow banks to open their branches throughout the country. I meant in Canada, and if we talk about Canada, then soon bank branches will open too. In fact, the current President Roosevelt is wary of the linear system of enterprise development. I agreed because the banker was right that Roosevelt was afraid of the emergence of a monopoly, but he would not solve it, and the system that the prince was talking about would be led by the next president. I thought that after Roosevelt, the second most influential person was Taft. He was his closest advisor and, according to rumors, his future successor. The prince said that at the moment Taft obediently follows all of Roosevelt's instructions, but he will change his mind once he becomes president. The banker looked at the prince and said, "Can he really be completely sure of this?" The prince replied that it was obvious that a person in power was always afraid that his power would be shared with someone else. Even after Roosevelt leaves office, his popularity will live on for some time, and if Taft does not take action, his position will weaken. That is why Taft is now actively asking for help from Wall Street, where people are being persecuted, and these people will demand from him in return what they need. The prince said that ultimately Wall Street is where real money moves and flows, and these people will definitely want to control the territory with their money. That is why it is extremely important for them to be able to open bank branches all over the country. The banker said that he basically understood what they were talking about, but he does not understand why the prince wants to invest in him. Then the prince replied that it was precisely because he was a person who criticized the current order that he was an innovator, and he had an inner core to survive even during the chaos. He resembled a person with similar views. The banker said that perhaps his true reason pleased him more than he expected. The prince said that he was also glad that they understood each other. After which the prince asked again that they then think he can start investing in it. The banker replied that no, it's just that if the prince invests at the moment, he still won't be able to make a profit of 100,000. Therefore, when he receives a huge investment from him, he will have to give the prince more than 100 shares of the bank, and according to his principles, this is impossible. The prince then said that maybe the banker could offer him preferred shares. The banker asked again what preferred shares meant and what they were. He replied that they were almost no different from ordinary shares and that their holders had the same rights as everyone else. However, there is one significant difference with common shares because holders of preferred shares do not have voting rights. The banker asked again whether the prince really wanted to say that the holder of such shares could not take any part in the management of the company. The prince replied that he understood correctly, yes, but the holder of these shares regularly receives a percentage of the company's profits, so he would like to buy 100 common shares and 3,000 preferred shares from him for 100,000. The banker was surprised to beat the preferred shares. It turns out by investing in the capital in his Italian bank, he will be able to receive money from it by turning over his own. Thus, the prince can earn money but at the same time will not interfere in the management of the bank. After which the prince said since he is investing quite a large sum of money, there are some conditions. If additional shares are ever issued, he must give his consent. Secondly, if a large number of ordinary shares are put into circulation for free, then preferred shares will also be issued for free in the same volume. The banker understood that not only his main proposal but even these special conditions completely coincided with his philosophy and the principles that he adhered to in the company. The banker said that for him this was an extremely tempting offer. He sighed and said that nevertheless, he needs to discuss it with other shareholders and asks for some time to think about it. The prince stood up and said that of course that then he thought that was all for now and he would go. Vanger replied that he would try to think over his proposal as soon as possible and return to him with an answer. The prince knew that when the earthquake hit, all the small business owners in San Francisco would turn to the Italian bank for loans, because only this bank will be ready to provide them with the means to restore their previous lives. And when they meet again, he will negotiate on more favorable terms for him, The prince thought that he hoped the banker would not be too upset when this happened. After all, in fact, he did not accept the lucrative offer in time when it was offered to him. On the other hand, the prince thought that he too must do everything in his power to protect his people. After some time, Prince Yukang's mansion in Sausalito was completely rebuilt. People who came were shocked. They didn't believe that this was His Majesty's mansion, and it was no different from a palace. The children were happy because they really liked it and could play hide and seek all day long, which is what they did. The prince asked his assistant if everyone had arrived. Who had they contacted? The assistant replied that yes. It turned out that most of the Koreans from San Francisco had already gathered in this place. The prince then said that it would be good if they spent the whole day in joy and forgot about their troubles at least a little. In fact, he thought that he wanted to do everything possible to protect them and save them from the impending disaster. At that moment, someone called him. It was Wusa. He also came. The guy said that he wanted to meet someone, so he dropped by for a while. Another person introduced himself as His Highness and said that his name was On Chong Ho, and another person said that he also wanted to greet His Highness and also said his name was Pak Yong Man. The prince said welcome and that he hoped they could have some fun that day, and the boys thanked him for his hospitality. After which one of them turned to His Highness and asked if he could ask him one question. The prince agreed. Then this guy asked about the fact that his security seemed to have excellent guns, but it was unclear why they needed them. The prince replied that San Francisco had been unsafe lately. When the guy said that it was good because he also wanted to quickly save money and buy himself a couple of such weapons, the prince asked him if he had really decided to become an arms smuggler. Then the guy replied that he wanted to create an armed group because he wanted to punish everyone who supported Japan. Pak Yong Man was the person who was most interested in the armed struggle for independence. And although he and Di Sung Man were close friends, their methods of fighting for Korean independence were very different. Syngman Rhee always tried to focus on diplomatic solutions to the conflict, but Yong Man, on the contrary, was ready to resort to armed conflict without hesitation. And this would inevitably lead to a split in the Korean community into two camps. He thought that he should not allow this. Then the guy asked the prince what he was thinking about so deeply. The prince replied that he suddenly wondered how things were going in Hawaii. They told him not to worry about the unification of the Korean community. Hap Song is actively engaged in by Im Young-soo and Young Myung-won. These two had colossal disagreements, but while working together they achieved success because they were pursuing a common goal. The prince thought that he would try them on later, getting rid of the disagreements, and then they could move on according to the plan. At that moment he looked at his watch, and then he added that this made him happy and said that he wanted to tell them that he was planning to create a cooperative among them in the next month or so. This is necessary in order to help his people survive in this distant country. In 1906, a law on farming was passed that would emphasize the importance of creating such cooperatives. The prince asked the guys to find him suitable people for this. One of the guys answered His Highness that his generosity knows no bounds and he cares so much about his people that he thought that in general he does it purely and for his own benefit. The night that they all had to endure seemed very long to the prince, and he knew very well what would happen in the morning. He kept looking at his watch until 5 o'clock came and he thought it was about to start. At some point he even thought that it might have been better to leave this place in advance to avoid the consequences of the earthquake. Well, on the other hand, he understood that this was his home and he had to protect the people who lived in it, and this cataclysm gave him the opportunities he needed. He started counting in his head, first 5, then 4, then 3. I understand that it is about to start. When he said 0, it was clear that the earthquake had started and everything was as he had expected. His assistant ran into the room and shouted to His Highness to be careful. People who were in his house began to run out into the street trying to escape the cataclysms. The principal felt some kind of malaise at that moment and slowly began to descend. He caught himself thinking as he sat downstairs and held his head that it was simply unbearable for him to breathe. Before his eyes was the same memory from his past life when he was Park Byung-joon. He clearly remembered when something heavy fell on his head and crushed him. At that moment it was unbearable for him to breathe. He sat on the floor holding his head tightly, trying to close his ears so as not to hear anything. He was wondering if that was it or not. Having let go of his hand a little, he realized that it was not all he had imagined, that it was approaching him and everything would start again. 2 of his subordinates ran to him to ask His Highness if he was okay, after which he opened his ears, looked at them and said, yes, he is fine. The most important thing at the moment is to check if there is a fire anywhere and also if there is a victim in the mansion. At dawn they managed to gather all the Koreans and collect a full report of what happened. Fortunately, the consequences were minimal because when building the mansion he asked to take into account the possibility of an earthquake. The prince said that this made him happy, and first of all, at the moment it is necessary to order the guards to watch the mansion. A situation like this can lead to chaos. Indeed, everything turned out that way. People left their houses and did not understand what to do now because their houses and all their property were somewhere far away and it was unclear what condition they were in. The prince asked his assistants that no one was hurt, then he said that they probably already knew that at about 5 a.m. a strong earthquake occurred in San Francisco. People wanted to know what would happen to them now because they had now lost everything they had. Pri said that if there are those who listened to his words and took out insurance, then they have nothing to worry about. And for those who still don't have insurance, he can guarantee that he will issue a cash loan for restoration through a cooperative that will be created very soon. People thanked him. Then the prince added that this is why he asks them to stop worrying so much about their future life and to help him a little with what they have at the moment. People wanted to know what it means. Then the prince said that from that moment on rescue work would not begin. Indeed, on the same day they began rescue operations in the Sausalito area. Significant damage was done to the user. Many houses and buildings were destroyed or burned down completely. They rescued people who were buried under piles of rubble and wooden beams that were scattered everywhere. They tried to take care of these people as best they could. They fed and watered them. It was then at that moment that he finally met him. It was the editor-in-chief of that very publishing house. He said thank you very much for saving him. He was Albert Nathaniel. The prince also introduced himself and said his name. He also said that he was from the Korean Empire. The editor replied that he had heard of him. Is he really that prince? The editor was very interested in how it happened that at the moment together with other Koreans he is engaged in rescue work. The prince said that there was no serious damage and therefore they began rescue work. The editor then remarked that it was amazing and he believed that as many people as possible should know about this principle and thought that of course it was for this reason that he went along with everyone else. But he replied that he makes him feel embarrassed to beat him. He is just doing what he should. The editor said that the prince did not hide despite the situation and he is very brave. The prince understood that with such a person everything would become much easier, and if their good deed was betrayed and the eyes, then the Koreans' reputation in society would sharply increase. According to real history, Roosevelt is introducing a new immigration law that will prohibit entry into the country to everyone except the Japanese, and he will make it so that the Koreans will have the same privileges as the Japanese. That's why the prince thought that this editor-in-chief would write a useful article about them, and it would spread throughout the country. One of his subordinates approached the prince and said that they had completely finished the work on eliminating the consequences of the earthquake in Sausalito. When the prince heard about this, he said that it was time to go to San Francisco because his first plan was successful. Please, it was necessary to proceed to the second stage. Since the Sausalito area is across the river from San Francisco, the prince thought they needed to send as many forces there as possible to help. When they arrived, they saw that the destruction in San Francisco was much greater. The prince looked and saw that it was burning, and his warehouse of saw materials there was already all burned down, so he decided to go to the city center first. He behaved calmly because he had taken out 5 fire insurance policies in advance. As they moved towards the city center, they noticed citizens who were trying to put out fires. They stopped and helped. The prince at that moment when he was helping the citizens thought that you would be a little early that morning, but everything went according to plan. Out of the corner of his ear, he heard someone approaching and he was delighted because he thought he had arrived. He turned his head and saw a carriage approaching, which meant that the second stage had begun. As expected, the prince headed to the city center. After all this disaster, it was his part of the plan. For the prince, this earthquake had 2 goals. Firstly, to improve the image of the Koreans, and secondly, it was another important goal of his. And this man whom he was waiting for in the city center was already arriving in a carriage, and in a little while he would be there. Giannini got out of the carriage, then approached His Highness and said that a lot of time had passed, and the prince agreed with him. Then the prince asked Giannini where he was rushing to and looked straight into his eyes. At that moment Giannini looked at the prince and he had nothing to answer him. This was his second goal, strengthening the connection with Giannini. The prince then told Giannini that if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to talk. He just has to remember that he's not his enemy. At that moment the prince raised his hand and immediately his man came closer to him. he carried out orders very responsibly. The prince said if Yanni is not heading to the bank, then he should go another way. It is not safe here. The fires have not been extinguished yet. The prince learned about this because for Giannini as the president of the bank the priority is to ensure the safety of assets and all clients will try to withdraw deposits so he will need cash reserves. That's why Prince said that he was ready to help him as an investor and first he needed to go to the docks. When they arrived at the docks the prince showed large stocks of fish. Yanni did not ask what it was. Then the prince replied that soon the prices of food would rise so he made a stock for his people. Yanni didn't ask him why he was giving it to him. Then the prince replied that at the moment San Francisco is a lawless zone, and since there are marauders roaming everywhere and the guarded cart is screaming at me. So he suggested to Giannini that he hide the money under barrels of fish. No matter how desperate the looters are, no one will rummage under such foul-smelling things. Giannini turned and shouted to his assistants that they were waiting. They had to carry out the prince's orders. After which Giannini said that he would go then, and the prince wished him luck on that day. Already 4 o'clock later, the prince heard a familiar voice calling him. It was the voice of Giannini. After which the banker approached the prince and said that they did it only thanks to the actions of the prince. Then the prince asked if this meant that everything went well. He was pleased that everything worked out for them. Their plan succeeded, and as expected the robbers stopped the car in which the banker was carrying the money. But when they saw such a large amount of fish they didn't even want to or think to look under the boxes with fish. The banker thanked the prince very much, and thanks to him they were able to save their assets. Now all he had to do was hope that these looters wouldn't track the money to his house. Prince said that if it bothered him, he could keep the money in his estates. The banker was a little surprised. Really, in his estates? The prince said that his estate was located across the river. The banker liked the idea. It would be wonderful. After some time, the assets were transferred to the prince's estates and were kept safe. The banker said that he could finally breathe freely. The prince replied that he was very happy, but then added, didn't they need to complete the investment deal? He thought that now was the best time to close the deal, while his trust in the prince was at its maximum. The banker grinned as if he had no choice and signed the contract without hesitation. He even agreed to all the changed conditions. For days after the earthquake, the prince continued to deal with the aftermath, and he continued the rescue work while at the same time calculating his own losses. And naturally he appreciated the benefit he received from the destruction. He read the report that what survived in his warehouse was cotton and lumber. So he ordered them to turn over the cotton and lumber to the city and report it to the press. His assistant didn't understand whether he was going to hand it all over. The prince said that it was necessary to announce that he was donating it to those who had lost their home. As the time came to bolster his image created by helping the prince, it was reported that Giannini, the bank president, had requested the lease of one of his warehouses near the dock. He read the news that looters had burned down the buildings of the Bank of Italy, and of course he couldn't just walk past. So he understood that the banker needed a new building for his business since he had nothing left. So the prince told his assistant to find a strategically located warehouse and rent it out to the banker. And they also have to tell him that he will visit him in 2 days, and so it happened that in 2 days he was at the new bank. On one of the docks there was a sign that the bank was temporarily operating in this place and was open 7 days a week. The security tried to calm people down and told them to come in one by one, and everyone would be given loans in the order of their turn. When the prince entered the temporary bank building, he thought that it was like a market there. Bank representatives received people and said if everything was fine and they had repaid previous loans, then they could get new ones to start all over again. After which the bank representatives brought out a large sum of money and said that they would give 3,000 at the usual interest rate. At that moment the prince thought that it looked like the banker was giving out loans to his friends and that a bank shouldn't work like that. One of the clients was very outraged. He shouted why they weren't giving him a loan because he needed it too, and he didn't understand what kind of discrimination this was. Then one of the bank employees said that this client was losing all his money and not making payments on time. And also the employee of the bank said that they do not give loans for gambling, alcohol, and women, and this client was guilty of all 3 points. Then the angry client ran out of the bank and began to threaten and insult the bank employee. In fact, the bank employee and the cute information about most of the residents of San Francisco. And the bank employees could distinguish who was trustworthy and who was not, since credit ratings did not yet exist. They acted in this way. This is where the gap between the old banks and the Janine Bank grew. Traditional banks couldn't do it. They never lent money. This radical system made his bank one of the 4 largest banks in America in the 21st century. Didn't see the prince went up to him and said that it was just fantastic. The prince wanted to know how the business was going. Then the banker replied that at the moment I could find a better place to work, and thanks to His Majesty's advice his future was safe. The prince thought that he was actually saying this to justify all his excessive insurance policies. He added that it was his choice because many ignored his advice. The prince also said that lately Jack has been borrowing money everywhere and he was wondering why. In fact, it was so Jack's gold mines were mainly located in California, but the effects of the earthquake were simply colossal and spread over a large distance. And most importantly, Jack's business also suffered losses. He had to spend a fortune to restore his mines, and right in front of him, there is a trust fund that can be easily liquidated. The principal understood that soon the gold mine would be his. At that moment, an assistant came up and told the boss about the emergency situation. The banker wanted to know what happened. Then this man said that their liquid assets are also running out. Rumors are spreading among the clients and now they are nervous. The banker was very indignant. Why are they saying this in front of clients? The principal made him think the money is running out faster than expected. It's a crisis. The prince thought that at the moment no bank would give a loan without collateral except this bank, and in the future he would have to help them one more time. The prince made a decision and shouted loudly for everyone to calm down immediately. Then he came out and stood right in the center of this room and said that he was the prince of the Korean Empire. People turned and looked at him, not understanding who he was and what kind of prince he was, but some had seen him in the newspapers and considered him a hero but did not know why he was there. Then the prince looked at them. After a minute of silence, he said that he wanted to tell them something. He started talking about how he, Yukong from the Great Korean Empire, could say a few words to them, after which he noted that he understood perfectly well that it was very difficult for everyone in this situation. He knows that little was lost in one moment due to a sudden disaster, and he imagines how great the feeling of hopelessness and despair was. And he also understands that they did not give up and came to the bank to get back on their feet again. He said that they were probably disappointed to hear that they couldn't lend them more money, although they came with hope. Then he calmed them down and told them not to worry. He promised the bank managers that on that day, he would deposit all 300,000 in cash that he had at home into the bank. The banker turned to look at the prince and was a little surprised by these words. People calmed down a little when they heard about such a sum. It meant that they would be able to easily get a loan. The prince added that he had a request for wealthy people to also make a contribution to this bank like him. He explained that these small deposits would help those who are trying to get back on their feet and asked that they take loans only to the extent necessary so that there would be funds left for others. He wanted to go who would come later could also get help. People supported this great idea of the prince. His generosity was amazing. The banker told the prince that he was genuinely surprised. The prince replied that it was too early to be surprised. When he brought money and gold from home, then it would be possible. 3 days later, the banker came to the prince and said that thanks to him, they were able to breathe a little easier. The prince then asked the banker about the fact that they say there are more new clients. The banker replied that this is also thanks to him. After his statement, rumors started to spread and people started to make deposits. Some of them made very small deposits, but they hoped that this would help others in some way. The banker said that he was in debt to the prince and didn't even know how to pay it off. The prince understood that a banker needs to work hard and develop the bank so that its assets would increase. The prince answered the banker that he could give it to him in time, but for now they had to go to the city. The banker did not understand why. Then the prince said that they had to go to the city to get compensation for the fire insurance, and they went to the branch of the insurance company in San Francisco. When they arrived, they were a little surprised by the number of people. It seemed the banker said they were late. The prince agreed with him. When they saw this number of people, they thought that it was unlikely that they would be able to receive compensation on that day. But suddenly someone called the prince and said welcome to him. The prince was a little surprised. It was the director of Madri. He was very happy to see the prince and also Giannini in his branch. When people heard that the prince had come, they began to say, "Is this really the same Eastern prince, the hero Sausalito?" The director then told the prince that he would personally help him with the application. The prince thought that this was bad. Vidicha stood in line for hours waiting for their turn. If he just burst in and took someone's turn, it would cause anger. After all, after this great tragedy, discontent can only increase, and this kindness is poison for him. The prince thanked the director for the offer and said that he would remain in line. The director was a little surprised, but the prince said that there were those who were earlier and who needed it more. And then he added that he can get a privilege only because he is a prince. This is wrong. The director said that he should think again, but the prince categorically refused and said that he was not the one to throw his words to the wind. After which he laughed and said that everything was fine, he would stand in line and they would see each other later. When the prince stood in line, he saw a man in a hat who was writing something down. He wanted to know who this man was. He didn't understand what kind of person this was, a journalist or an observer, but he needed to be careful. The director then said that he would also wait here because he wanted to talk to him, and for him it was luck. The prince agreed to this proposal. The director's presence on the first floor had a powerful effect, and the employees started working like crazy to make his turn come faster. The director told the prince that it was his turn. The prince thought that chatting for 3 o'clock in a row was also not a bad idea. Then the director once again told the prince that it was his turn and he could take him to the office. After some time they entered the office. The prince went first to submit an application. The director asked the father to hand over the prepared documents. The prince showed him the insurance policy and the accompanying papers, which he had in perfect order. The director then said that he thought so that the prince had insured everything for a large sum. The prince replied that everyone he met advised him to get insurance. In fact, after buying the Sacramento Valley, everyone started to think he was a simpleton and came with their agents, and he pretended that he couldn't refuse and took out insurance. The prince said that he felt sorry to refuse the agent, so he did the paperwork, and then this disaster happened, the earthquake. If the director has doubts, he can provide data on his actions. The director said that he has no doubts at all. After all, everyone knows very well that after the earthquake, the prince really acted for the benefit of people, and the newspapers write about his good deeds every day. The director looked at the papers and said that the compensation was too high and he didn't know what to do. The prince thought that this was really worrying him, and the director didn't know how to pay out such a pile of insurance. Holding such a large number of insurance policies in his hands, the director asked to be given time to calculate them slowly. The prince looked at the director and thought that he had a very expressive face and that he carefully counted each number. But in reality, he needs to repeat this 17 more times because he has taken out similar insurance policies with 17 other companies. After a careful calculation, the director said that the amount of compensation was about $120,000. He was a little surprised, and if he gets about the same from the others, it will be $350,000. But the director told the prince to change. The prince did not understand what was wrong. Why was he saying that? Then he said that no, he has no doubts, but the essence of the director's words was that due to the lack of cash, he kind of asks with understanding to postpone the payment of his insurance. Now it became clear to the prince that this personal meeting was not for the privilege but to make a sucker out of him. The principal understood that they wanted to take advantage of his kindness and concessions, but this time they wouldn't succeed, so he said that everyone else would be paid and then he would be paid. The director looked at the prince and said that unfortunately yes. Then the prince said okay, let it be so. The director looked at the prince and said that he was truly a generous man and was a little happy. Then he said that it is not necessary to give out everything in cash, he also works with money and gold. The director was a little surprised and asked again what the prince meant. Then the prince replied that he would accept compensation in any form. Leaving the office, he said that shares, bonds, everything will do, and real estate is especially welcome to be transferred. Leaving, he said that if he can get something right away instead of money, then absolutely anything will do. Put your hand on the card, he said he would take care of the hassle of selling the property himself. The prince understood perfectly well that this company had achieved great success, and it couldn't be that they didn't have that kind of money. They just see him as a good-natured Eastern simpleton and want to drag out time. Even if there really is no money, he is ready to receive the company in the form of other assets. The prince understood perfectly well that if he was taken for a fool at the beginning, then he would have no chance in the future, so he asked to look at the list of assets belonging to the insurance company. When the director heard about this turn of events, he was very surprised and could not immediately answer. After which the prince turned to the director and said he wasn't going to tell him to take what they give him. The director jumped up and said of course not. He had recently arrived from Washington and was not very familiar with the local situation. The prince then said that he understood everything, which meant that he did not want to tell him directly. In that case, he was ready to wait until the end of the week. And he demanded that the director hand over at least the list of assets that he knew about, otherwise he would demand payment strictly in cash. The prince told the director again to bring a list of assets that he could share, otherwise the company would pay in cash. Of course, we are the results. The insurance company provided the property. It was a new building that he noticed next to the embassy of the Korean Empire in Washington, D.C. Other insurance companies had a similar situation, so later they also received compensation in the form of land or shares. His assistant came and said that the automobile shares should be taken into account separately. The prince noted that he was going to sell these shares at the end of the year. The assistant was surprised. Did he really think so quickly that His Highness was interested in cars and would keep them for himself? In fact, love for cars was what united him with the prince, however. A year later, when the banking panic happened in 1907, these shares will become useless waste paper. They need to be sold before the recession begins while there is still profit. The prince asked his financial assistant what they had left. He replied that they had one more company left. The prince decided that they would not go immediately, and if they were lucky they would finish today. The assistant had prepared everything. When the prince entered this insurance company, people were standing and seemed to be waiting for him, after which they started to approach him and ask him to please help them get insurance. The prince did not understand what had happened. The people explained that they came to collect their insurance money from this company, but for some reason they don't give it to them right away and they don't understand English. Then the prince told them not to worry and that, with their powers of attorney, he himself would receive everything for them. When people heard such an answer, they lowered their heads and said that they were grateful to him and did not know how to repay for such a favor. One of his assistants approached the boss and said that he also wanted to ask for something. The prince did not understand what else Aaron could ask of him and what kind of request he had if he had such a face. Then the guy said that he was dating a girl and her family was in the same situation as the Koreans in general. The situation of immigrants is the same as that of Koreans. If the prince helps them at the moment, it will definitely be beneficial, but later he doubted because he helped the Koreans because he was their representative. Would it be right to help others too? At that moment, one of the assistants approached the prince and said that there was a call from San Francisco. The prince asked to wait a little. He was talking. The assistant insisted that the mayor himself was calling him and that the conversation was very important. The prince thought that the call was from the mayor so that it would not be bad. You are definitely not there. The prince told the boy that he would first answer the mayor's call and then they would discuss the papers. Immediately after these words, the prince went to get his assistant to answer the mayor's call. He walked up and picked up the telephone receiver, put it to his ear and started talking. After speaking with the mayor, he headed to the state government building in Sacramento where the governor of California and the mayor of San Francisco were waiting for him. The prince tied them up and said that he was very glad to see the governor and the mayor again. The governor thanked His Highness for their visit. The prince said that it was already a great honor for him to be invited to a meeting organized by the two of them, and to receive a plaque of thanks was too generous. As expected, the mayor announced that he would present a plaque of gratitude at an official meeting in Sacramento, since the prince not only helped residents but also donated to many people, which is well deserved. It's been exactly a year since he became a prince, and seeing his name on the official list is an indescribable joy. Although the elections are coming soon, most likely they wanted to get a political donation from him, and if they say so, then he will gladly accept it all. The governor said that if everything is fine, then they can get down to business. The prince thought that he had finished the pleasantries and now he could get down to business. The governor said they would like to ask His Highness to serve as vice chairman of the special committee to rebuild San Francisco. The prince thought that this was a good proposal and that it would be possible to follow new projects of American structures, and it would be outside the party framework, so he agreed with joy. The mayor said that if he could, he would give him the post of chairman, but he cannot do this. The prince replied that the position is not the point, the main thing that needs to be done. The deputy chairman and the Asian at a time when the whites have power to get recognition from them. Very good start. The governor laughed and said that's exactly why he likes His Highness. Then he added that they needed to go to the conference room where everyone was already gathered. The prince thought that even if he refused, they would still achieve agreement. When they entered the conference room, the governor asked the Lord to allow them to introduce Prince Yukong, that is, he is now the deputy chairman. The prince looked around and saw that there were quite a lot of people, many of whom he already knew. Well, there were also many influential people whom he had only seen in the newspapers. If he met them, it would definitely help him in the future. The prince looked to the side and saw that the chairman's chair was empty. He was not there. He did not understand who this man was. Then a man came into the conference room and said that he was a little late and hurried very quickly. The governor turned to him and asked why he was so late. The prince did not know who he was. Then this man introduced himself as the chairman and that his name was Abe Roof. He looked at the prince and said, "So you are that prince." The governor approached him and said that they had not met yet and he was ready to introduce them. The governor approached the prince and told His Highness that he was ready to present once again the head of the California Republican branch and the chairman of the Electoral Committee. The governor said that he was just a little shy. The prince thought that if he continued to be shy, they would quickly become enemies. After which the governor invited the chairman to begin the meeting. The prince noticed that the chairman was very openly showing his hostility, and he couldn't just leave it like that either. The prince turned and asked him directly if he really didn't like him that much or if he had something to say. And then the prince added, "Is it really all because he is Asian?" The chairman answered first that the prince's presence in this place, in his opinion, would have a bad effect on the next elections. He asked again about the elections and what this had to do with him at all, and he thought that my presence had anything to do with his elections. The mayor approached the chairman and told him to watch his words because they had invited the prince personally. The chairman got angry and said that he didn't want to listen to anyone. He was categorically against it, but they still did it their way and want to ruin the next elections for this Asian. Then he turned around and started to leave, saying that He Who Cheesecakes is not involved there and they should sort it out themselves. The prince was not only humiliated and grinned at such behavior, he thought that this chairman was an ordinary bastard. The governor was the first to approach the prince. He asked His Highness to apologize for this disgrace. The prince asked what this hatred of Asians was. He was wondering where it came from. Then the governor said that during the last disaster the archive in the town hall burned down, and illegal Chinese took advantage of this. They forged documents and began to claim that they were citizens. And then they started to appropriate humanitarian aid intended for the victims. The prince wondered if all this was from these bastards. That's why immigration law became so discriminatory. Then the governor said that Koreans are not confused with them, so he doesn't have to worry, which calmed the prince down a bit. The governor said that if the chairman resigned, his deputy would have to lead the meeting. The prince agreed with this. He stood in the center of the table and said his name and that he was the deputy chairman of the Restoration Committee and was ready to start the meeting. At that moment, the prince felt that this Abe Roof, this son of a bitch, would become a hindrance to all his future plans. Sometime after the meeting of the Restoration Committee at the Sacramento Hotel, the prince dealt out some documents that concerned the chairman, and he was surprised that this man was a lawyer and lobbyist. His assistant said that at the prince's request he had investigated the chairman and found that most of the people involved in the future crew business in San Francisco had connections to him. In fact, the profession of a lobbyist is such that he balances between the law and the illegal, choosing how to act. When his powers of influence gain momentum, he either openly seizes power by controlling politicians or acts covertly without directly revealing himself. The chairman chose the first path in his life. He openly began to seize power by controlling politicians. Pre told his assistants to look deeper into the chairman's file, and they figured out what to do. Then he handed over a piece of paper and told them to tell these people to meet in a week in Sacramento. The prince was a little disappointed, not understanding how they dared to attribute incapacity to him. He decided that in such an important election for them, he would have to show what he was capable of. A week later, a crowd gathered at the prince's Sacramento mansion. It was not easy to refuse the invitation of the deputy chairman for restoration. Among these people was also the chairman of the California Insurance Company, the same one who did not pay his insurance. At that moment, the prince entered and said that he was very glad to see everyone in his house. Then he added that probably the sudden invitation surprised them, but time was of the essence, so he organized this meeting and asked him to understand. Those present did not understand what he wanted to say and whether he really had any suggestions. The prince continued to say that the banks would start their work next week, but banks alone would not be enough to help the victims for one day. Therefore, he asks the chairman of insurance companies to pay insurance compensation to the victims immediately as soon as possible. The chairman of the insurance companies who stood with him were surprised by such a demand. After all, they thought that it was not so simple and there were too many applications for payment. Then the prince approached the chairman of the company which was known to have the largest payout and asked the director what he thought about it. The director was a little confused. He said that their position. Then he was silent. Then he added that they support the opinion of the deputy chairman. He said so because they had a conversation at 10 o'clock before the meeting with the chairman of the insurance companies. When the prince arrived to him, he greeted Sir William. The manager said that it was a great honor to meet the prince, about whom there were rumors. The prince also replied to him that it was a great honor for him and he had come to discuss some things. The governor told the prince that his British pronunciation was impeccable. I thought that, as I expected, he immediately mentioned it. At the same time, he said that in the end, if you were born into a royal family, you need to maintain your dignity. The beginning of the conversation was a forced aristocratic manner, and it was necessary to make each other several compliments. The insurance company manager asked the prince if he had called him separately. There must be something to discuss, and this matter in person or an official visit. The prince thought that he immediately got down to business. He was straightforward. He said that he had both things, but the official visit would begin. The prince said that at the meeting he proposed promptly paying compensation to the victims. Taking a glass of alcohol into his hands, he said that he was asking the manager to then support him and the initiative. The insurance company's management responded to the prince that they needed to pay 500,000 for this cataclysm, which is not so easy to agree on. The prince then answered him that at the moment there are big losses for cinema. In the long term it will bring profit. The manager did not understand what profit. The prince said that then he will be able to get the US market and the whole world. The manager asked again. He was talking about his company. The prince explained that after this disaster there were more aftershocks, or people were acutely aware of the need for insurance. In addition, the established market for automobile and medical insurance is attracting attention. And if the company does not delay payments but issues them immediately, which will happen, it will receive unlimited trust from its customers. And this trust will attract new clients endlessly. Eventually they will be able to make a profit. When the largest company starts paying out insurance amounts, other companies will be forced to pay benefits through tiers. The manager noted that then the company with small reserves will go bankrupt, so they will be able to eliminate competitors and capture customers. This is a no-lose game. The manager thought for a moment and told the prince that he accepted his offer. The prince then asked the manager to pay his compatriots as soon as possible. The manager agreed. A few days later, everyone gathered in the ballroom of the California state capitol for a meeting. Around 50 insurance companies, including the prince's largest direct payout offer. The management of the largest company said that they promised to promptly pay insurance compensation to their clients as expected. After the statement from William, all the companies agreed. It seemed that all the laurels went to the manager of the insurance company, but if you dig deeper, the success of this event strengthened the prince's political weight with the mayor and governor, and the insurance company paid out in the form of convertible bonds. And this meant only one thing: the more the insurance company grows, the more profit the prince gets. In the end, everyone was happy with the deal. Everyone got their meeting ended. When the prince was leaving this meeting, he was called. It was Jack who was standing waiting for him. Jack asked the prince for permission to talk to him. The prince kindly agreed to this conversation. He understood that most likely the time had come to get the Unsan mine. Jack started the conversation by saying that the prince probably knew that his mines had been destroyed and that things had become much more difficult. The prince then asked if he really wanted his share in the trust to be bought out. This is exactly what Jack wanted. He no longer has any way to raise capital under the agreement. If the share is sold within 5 years of the trust being created, it must first be offered to the partners. Prince, remind me that there seemed to be conditions for selling for half price. Jack said that nothing could be done about it, although he didn't like it. The prince thought that he really liked how Jack calmly acknowledged the situation and did not ask for anything. He said that he was ready to buy it for 70% and not according to the contract. Jack was a little surprised and asked again if he was serious. The prince then said yes, even if they break up, aren't they partners, and how can he benefit from his problems? The prince further added that he wanted to buy land in the northern pier at a fair price. Jack was a little upset. He was actually grateful. The prince actually pretended to take Jack's problems into account, but actually bought all his rocks in Los Angeles. Jack in turn thought that a kind prince was sitting in front of him and helping him. He bought from him the very rock on which the famous Hollywood sign now hangs. Jack thanked the prince for such kindness. The prince replied that there was no need for gratitude, it was simply paid for, and there was no need to worry. Jack then said that as a small reward he was willing to give him advice to the prince. He bowed his head, covered his mouth, and told the prince not to get too close to the current governor. Then he added that he couldn't explain the reason, turned around and went to the exit. The prince thought that he needed to sort out the situation. Later the prince found out why. Jack said that through 3 brothers from Ireland the chairman began to meet frequently with representatives of the Southern Pacific Railway Company. The problem is that this company broke off relations with the current governor. However, this company was the largest sponsor of the California elections. Now it became clear to the prince why Jack said not to get close to the governor. He understood that money was needed for the elections, and they decided to eliminate George Purdy, who was preventing them from getting this money. And then they would most likely put forward an obedient puppet of the exact candidate. His assistant began to talk about politics. James Girard, whom the chairman met most often. The prince thought that Maria Yetke had already been found. The prince also understood that it was much more profitable for him to have a Purdy who does not practice racism than the chairman's man. Now the next task for him was to eliminate both Gerada and Roof at the same time as quickly as possible. After some time he met George Purdy, who greeted the prince that it was not easy to get to the residence. The prince replied that no and thanked for the invitation. The owner of the house suggested having dinner first because his wife was trying very hard. The prince agreed with pleasure. George Purdy arranged all the insurance compensation for the victims, and thanking him for his work on the restoration committee, invited him to his home. The prince, when he accepted this offer, understood that this time he had to strengthen his relationship with him. And most importantly, he must turn this person into a useful person for him, and if he succeeds, promote him as high as possible. It was a wonderful dinner at the governor's. The prince was surprised when he saw one of the dishes, as it was a rice dish. Very thoughtful of them. The governor's estate was magnificent. The flower arrangements in the hallway were also beautiful, and in these dishes one could feel the care for his wife. The wife was happy because she was pleased that he immediately noticed her efforts. The prince said so that his wife would be pleased, which means the governor would also be pleased. After which the prince gave his wife a small gift. She was simply delighted with such behavior. The governor told the prince that he hadn't worked as deputy chairman for 2 weeks and was already so impressive. The governor also noted that he worked at the level of chairman and above because calling all the chairmen of insurance companies and getting payments was damn interesting to watch. The prince replied that he was very glad that the governor thought so and highly praised his work. And most importantly, thanks to the prince's work, the chairman finally shut up, and it's so nice to see his boastful mouth sealed. At that moment, the prince thought that the chairman was obviously even more of a nuisance to the governor than he was to him. The prince said that if you continue like this, victory in the elections is almost guaranteed, but he has heard some disturbing rumors. The governor became a little tense. He did not understand what rumors were being discussed. Then Bryn said there were rumors that the governor was not going to run this time. The prince wanted to know if it was true, and there was silence at the table for a few minutes. The governor told the prince that it seemed he had heard unfounded rumors, if those who criticized him because of the federal military court may be the ones who are making the rumors. U.S. troops contributed greatly to the recovery after the great earthquake in San Francisco, but some of them broke discipline and committed crimes. Purdy has demanded tough punishment from the federal government, and some of those responsible have felt the pressure. When the prince heard about this, he realized that they were clearly mistaken and that they needed to be enlightened. Britt said that he hoped it was not so, but the sources of the rumor suspected it, so he decided to ask. The governor said it was related to the chairman and also a representative of the Southern Pacific Railway Company. The governor said if this is so, then there is no need to worry. After the elections, the chairman will quietly disappear from politics. The prince thought that means he really plans to get rid of the chairman. The prince continued to say that in that case he should be aware that he often holds a three-way meeting with James Girard here. He repeated once again about the trilateral meetings and that the new Republican candidate for governor must understand what all this could mean. The prince looked at him and told the governor that he had to make a decision. George was silent for a long time and then said goodbye and left, saying that they would see each other later. A month passed while he was busy with work on the committee. An assistant came into his office and told His Highness that the governor had sent a fruit basket. When the prince took this basket, he saw that among the fruits there was a letter addressed to him. When the prince read this letter, the governor thanked him and hoped that they would see each other again soon. The prince thought that these were some vague hints, after which the principal asked his assistant to bring him a newspaper. When the prince picked up the newspaper, the first news he came across was that Governor Pardee was declaring war on corruption, and the Republican Party's campaign committee chairman had been arrested on 15 counts of corruption. The prince thought it was just great, and he started to talk loudly until the party meeting. And he also thought that with this he had eliminated the obstacle. Now it was time to get down to the next thing. He told his assistant that he should get ready to check the state of the company. When they arrived at the place, they realized that everything was just wow. The whole field, it became green, and there was beauty all around. The view was just a sight to behold. The prince thought that he could hear the sound of his land's value rising, and that he would soon become the largest landowner in Sacramento. When people found out that the prince had arrived, they were very happy because he really cared about them. The first person who met him was a servant from his house. He was glad about the arrival of His Highness. The prince said that he would be a little late because of urgent business. When he looked at all this, he was thrilled at how much effort they put in. The workers told him that this was their job and he shouldn't worry about it. The prince also noticed that there were many unfamiliar faces. These were new immigrants from their homeland and many who had completed contracts in Hawaii and moved to America. They said their compatriots working under unfair conditions in Hawaii after the end of their contracts came to this place on foreign soil and looked for at least slightly better conditions. The prince said that everyone must have been through a lot and they must take care that the new arrivals do not feel defined. The old man said that it looks like the Japanese government is going to restrict immigration to America. The prince then thought that they didn't want to lose any more people and countries, or they thought that almost all of his people had already left and now they could close the flow. The prince said that he foresaw this and there was no need to worry and had already thought of several options. The stack said that he really was a real prince. Then the prince said that it was time to eat in honor of their long-awaited meeting. He suggested spreading out a mat and eating together. The first thing they suggested was to try fresh rice that had been harvested just 3 days ago. He thought that if they harvested it 3 days ago, it meant they had sat down in the spring. After which the prince asked if they had tried a double harvest on this land. Then they answered that yes, that's exactly it. Double crop, growing 2 crops a year in places with warm climate and abundant rainfall. In this place the climate is different in Joseon, so it was possible. When the principal tried the rice, he thought that the taste was a little off. It looks like the selection of the variety is not yet complete, but it will soon get better. At the moment, Korean farms were most afraid of competition from the US. Especially Californian rice is cheaper and tastier, and the prince couldn't wait for local rice to become of high quality. So the prince asked who grew the second crop. One of the guys raised his hand and said that he did it. The prince thought that he was not mistaken because it was Kim Chong-rim and it was evidently his destiny. Therefore the prince decided to talk to him alone. The first question that interested the prince was how the guy decided to try a double harvest here. He answered that the land here is like at home, but the climate is different, so he decided to try. And he also said that for a full double harvest, there is not enough time for growing. Without seed selection, it will be difficult to continue this. The prince was pleased because this guy did not stick to the old but decided to try something new, and in the original story he became a magnate with large plantations, and you really can't hide talent. And most importantly, this guy absorbs what is needed and is not afraid to learn new things, exactly the kind he needed at the moment. The prince told the guy to try other methods. If he needed anything, he could just say. The guy said he had a request not to his assistant but personally to His Highness. He asked the prince to tell his countrymen that it was not bad to continue the old way, but that they should not hold on to the way it was in Joseon. After all, this is not the same Chosun. With limited resources, they need to change their approach, then they will be able to achieve much more. The prince listened to him to the end and said that he says that the most important thing is the total volume of the harvest and not the efficiency. The guy replied that this is how they understood each other from the first word. The prince thought that his special contract with the settlers consisted of the clause that the more you collect, the more you get. Then the guy said that you are there is nothing to worry about because they are like a family. The main thing is that the family is well fed. The prince replied that he understood his thoughts. He will immediately talk to the settlers about this. The prince turned and asked if it was time for them to go back. The boy apologized to His Highness and said that he wanted to say something else. The prince turned and asked what else. He most likely thought he would ask for something. Then the guy said that the locals mainly use the so-called tractor machines. Of course, these are very expensive. But could the prince believe him and buy at least a few of these cars? The prince was very surprised because it was the first time he heard about the existence of machines like a tractor. The prince thought that the machine called a tractor, although good, was doubtful to buy at the moment because an internal combustion engine would soon appear. The exact time was unknown, but it would be soon. I understood that the current steam-powered tractors would become useless. Then it is not clear why by the guy you say His Highness that he understands that the tractor is very stupid and it is not just. But on the other hand, he thought, isn't it a pity to leave such a huge land idle? Using a machine to grow rice, it will certainly be much more efficient for them. And if the results are not as he said, he will return part of his salary. Prince, when he saw him in such a state, he thought that he was like Jay. When he is confident, he insists strongly and said that he is ready to buy a tractor. The guy was very happy and began to thank His Highness. The prince then said that he would buy 3 tractors. The guy was even more surprised and couldn't believe it because these were expensive cars, and the prince said 3 at once, that he would use one and the second would be a spare. After thinking for a bit, the prince then noticed that they would take the third one apart to understand its design, and who knows if a craftsman from Joseon understands the design and can create something new. The prince thought that if he did this it could bring them more benefits and become their strength. After all, in fact, the automobile industry was just emerging. If among them there appears a company founded by a Korean, it will be great. If you consider this an investment in this business, then it's not a pity even if everything ends up being just a modernization of equipment. After which the prince told the guy to find him someone with good technical skills. He thanked the prince again. Already 2 months later, the prince's mansion in Sausalito was sitting in his office busy with business. His financial assistant came in and informed him that gentlemen Tosan and Yusin had arrived. The prince asked to be shown to the reception room. He would be there soon. When he came down to them, he said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and he was glad to see them. These guys didn't understand why they were called because they really hadn't met for a long time. They thought that if it was urgent something had happened. The prince said that during the time he was gone he wanted to know how things were going with the diaspora, which he asked for, and there was something else. One of them started saying that if this is about this, then first they took a loan from the cooperative fund established by the new prince and now they are building houses for the diaspora to live in. The prince looked at the report and said that it meant they needed an even bigger cut and gave them the insurance received from the insurance company. They were surprised that the insurance had already been received. I handed them the documents and they were even more surprised because they were convertible bonds and it was difficult to immediately convert them into cash. I will explain the principle that this is exactly so, but in the future they will bring more profit, but he understood that at the moment real money is needed in communication, so he prepared something else. He opened the suitcase and gave him the amount of money with an added 10% over the insured amount. The prince said that for those who cannot wait for future profits, he shares part of his future profits and they should explain this to those who need cash rather than bonds and give them. The prince also added that when you do a great thing, it is not only the money that is more important but also those who believe and follow him. The guys said that they will respectfully convey this to their people. The prince also added that they will need personnel in the future, so Tosan says he is very interested in education among the diaspora. That's true. The guy confirmed. The prince said that it was great and he was going to open a school in San Francisco. He needed to take up education there. The prince said that he wants this school to teach science, a school where Koreans will be taught, so that they don't forget their roots. And he also added that wherever they were they should not forget that they are citizens of the Korean Empire. Tosan asked the prince he trusts him with such a great task, he will try his best. Then he said that they need not only academic but also professional education to train technicians. One of them asked to speak. He said that instead of a vocational school, he would recommend opening a military school. The prince was very surprised about the military school, and his comrade also thought that it was a delay. On the other hand, the prince thought that Pak Yunfman had always been interested in this. The guy turned around and told them that judging by what was happening, the day when it would be needed was already close, but he was still gaining too much. The prince thought that you are not military now, technical personnel. I told the guy not to look at his feet. I looked into the distance training of engineers will help him realize his future dream. The guy didn't understand what the prince meant. Then he explained that he himself didn't know better than anyone where and who produces weapons like rifles. Despite the guy's silence, the prince said that it was fine and would consider that he had accepted his offer. A few days later, a coffee shop near San Francisco. There was not a single person in this coffee shop. The prince was sitting at one table for so long a man came up to him and said that he was glad to meet His Highness. Then he introduced that his name was Philip Jason. He was the first doctor of Eastern origin. The prince called him a copy of an Oriental doctor and he introduced himself with an English name. Despite this, the prince thanked the doctor very much for coming. He understood that he had exactly this way of surviving in the conditions of racism, and he would call him by this name. After which they shook hands. The prince thought that it was too strong for a handshake. Most likely this guy didn't like him. So the prince thought that he should take his time to find out what was going on. He suggested that they sit down and talk first. The prince began by saying that he had invited the doctor because he wanted to ask him for something. At that moment another man approached the table. He turned to His Highness and said that the prince had called him. The doctor was surprised when he saw Kyuden because they had not seen each other for a long time, and the doctor heard that he was next to the prince. The doctor also began to say that it was really nice for him personally to see him like this. Kyuden told the doctor that he hadn't changed at all. The doctor also said that he of course had not changed, only that he had changed his name. The second one wanted to know from His Highness whether he had really invited the two of them. The prince thought that judging by Yu Kil-chun's displeased expression he obviously knows why he can't stand him, so the prince said that there will be a scholarship ceremony next week. Then the prince began to talk about the doctor, that he was after all the first Eastern doctor and a person with experience of living in the United States of America, and so he would like the doctor to give advice so that he could understand why the prince wanted to meet him. In that case, the doctor said it was an honor for him and thanked him for the opportunity. The prince suggested sitting down and talking a little more. The prince explained that his long-term goal is to have as many Koreans in the medical field as possible, and that So Jae-pil as the first Oriental doctor can be a great example and his experience will definitely be useful. After this conversation, they decided to meet at the award ceremony. The prince turned to Dr. Jason and suggested that since it was inconvenient to travel, maybe he could stay with them until the event. The prince thought that while he was living in his mansion, he would definitely find out what his problem was. A few days later, when the day of the scholarship award came, the prince sat looking at the doctor and wondered if the person he had just met had hostile feelings towards him. So Jae-pil was a radical reformer who participated in the Kapsan coup. Well, the coup failed and Kojong executed his entire family for treason. That was the reason he hated the prince. The prince understood that he could not be kind to him, but it still seemed that he still wanted to support the younger ones since he came despite the antipathy towards him. The host asked everyone to take their seats and said that they were starting the first ceremony of presenting the scholarship of the Synthesis Association Foundation. He also said that first they need to listen to Mr. Philip Jason's speech. The doctor came out and started asking everyone how they were doing. Then he introduced himself and said that he was happy to see them and that he was standing there to give them some useful advice as their senior. He started talking about how they came to this hall to learn something new, which means they should forget all the past and consider themselves Americans, think like Americans. This is the only way they can survive in this place. He started talking about how they should not change not only their thinking but also their diet. They should eat Western food, not Korean food, their lifestyle, their clothes, their hobbies, everything like the locals. When the prince heard these words, he thought that they were asking him for advice, and he said to shed your feathers. Of course, he is not entirely right, but this is just imitation and the Americans will not accept them anyway. The prince remembered when he was studying that he was called a banana and an offensive nickname for an Oriental person. As a result, only among your own people can you quarrel. The doctor also said that we shouldn't forget that in order to survive in America, we need to become an American. The host interrupted him and said that these were the words of Mr. Philip Jason, and now the floor is given to His Highness the Prince. When Price got up, he thought about the doctor. He didn't understand with what thoughts he accepted his invitation and why he said all this, but he will tear his stupidity to pieces. The prince began to say that he had come up to this podium to say a few words to his fellows. After all, they are the sons of Joseon. This is a truth that cannot be erased, and asked them to never forget their plumage. The fellows listened attentively to every word the prince said about her and didn't want to miss a thing. The doctor, who had just stood on the podium, was very surprised when he heard these words. The prince looked him straight in the face and realized that he had no reaction at all, so he continued to pretend that he did not understand Korean. The prince continued to say that even if they speak English fluently, the Americans will not consider them Americans. They will only see them as strangers from the East. And instead of spending time avoiding racism, it's better to focus on not forgetting your roots and honing your craft. The prince said that at first it would be difficult for them, but they should try to think positively. Couldn't they continue on a new path following his actions and beliefs? Why did he say that? For this, the Synthesis Association would provide scholarships and living expenses and hope that next time he would see even brighter talents. One of the guys couldn't hold back and shouted that yes, of course they would definitely do that, and they would justify the expectations of His Highness and show gratitude to the association with Synthesis. The prince turned to the hosts and asked him to please end the event. This is how the first scholarship award ceremony of the Synthesis Association Foundation ended. After this event, there was a lavish banquet where the prince and all the other scholarship holders were present. The prince approached the hosts and said that he would go away for a minute to wash his hands, and then he had to wait for him. He said that he understood everything. At that moment, when the prince was walking down the corridor, he was called by Unam. The prince thought that this was the future first president of Korea. So he stopped and was happy because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked how he was doing. Unam replied that he was doing well and that His Highness was calm. The prince wanted to know how his studies were and whether everything was going well for him. He replied that thanks to him, he could concentrate on his studies. The prince said that he was glad to hear it, but it seemed that he wanted to say not only words of gratitude but also get to the point. The guy noticed that the prince was as perceptive as always, so he said that it was about Mr. So Jae-pil, who was once his mentor. Lee Sung-man told him about So Jae-pil's actions in Joseon, and that he had taken a year's salary in advance before leaving the Independence Association. After his words, the prince seemed to look into the future like a ghost. He probably wanted to appear on his side by sharing this information, but he was also suspicious. The prince then said that thanks for the conversation and he would be more careful. The guy replied no, on the contrary, he only hoped to be useful to His Highness. At that moment another guy came up and told His Highness that he was worried that Unanimous hadn't returned here. He told the prince that it looked like he had kept him too long. The prince asked USA where the doctor was. The guy answered that he was talking to scholarship students. It seems he was telling those who were going to medical school about the difficulties of student life. The prince thought that since he had already tried so hard, he couldn't just let him go, and asked that the doctor give the gentleman about 500 in fees for the lecture. Una was indignant and said that it was too much and it was unlikely that the doctor would agree to take them. The prince said that he should take it, and if he refuses he needs to be persuaded, and he was persuaded. And most importantly, he himself said that in America you have to live like Americans. Then the prince added that in a capitalist country like America nothing is free and he would accept a fee. According to Lee Sung-man's information, the doctor is greedy for din, so he will take it. And since he has no political sense, he will not think about the consequences. And if it becomes known that his lecture for his younger comrades was simply working for money, how will the Korean diaspora look at him? The prince told So Jae-pil that he understood perfectly why he accepted his proposal and gave that speech, and also why he started communicating with students who want to enter medical universities and discouraging them. Well, the prince also told him that if he wanted to ruin someone else's holiday, he should have thought about what would follow. There is a Korean proverb, "The pumpkin rolled into the house along with the whips." The situation in front of him was exactly like this proverb. Two guys were sitting in front of him. He understood that these two brothers, the first in the world to fly a motorized airplane, came to him themselves. He was also pleased to meet such famous personalities. The guys were very surprised that he knew them, and they thought that he was the celebrity. They also added that at the investment exhibition in Seattle everyone was only talking about him, and they said that the man who made gold out of the desert was a real estate genius, a co-owner of a bank, etc. He was on everyone's lips. And the guys also said that everyone says he is a fearless investor. The prince thought that rumors about him really did spread. Prince laughed. I said that they were great because they invented the airplane, but he wanted to know why they came. One of the guys asked His Highness to look at the materials that were in his hands. When the prince looked, he saw that these were drawings of their plane and articles about it. The guys explained that the article indicated the Flyer 1 device, and these documents that were below floor 3, it is unclear what has changed. The guys started explaining that after the first article they improved the characteristics. The flight time increased twofold compared to the first one, up to 30 minutes in the air. All this was certainly impressive. They began to talk about the fact that His Highness boldly invests only in emerging ones and asked if he would consider investing in them. The prince said to invest if the product is so good, shouldn't it sell well without his investment? The guys started saying that the thing was that initially they had a conditional contract for supply to the army. The prince wanted to know what the conditions were. They replied that if the flight was successful then they would deliver it to the US Army. The prince asked again because the flight had already been successful, or did they want to say that these articles were fake? The guys started shouting at each other that no, Flyer 3 really did fly, but for some reason the army wasn't fulfilling the contract. The prince then said that even if the plant were built at the moment, there is no guaranteed sales market. They confirmed this. The prince understood that these brothers were good inventors, but they didn't understand anything about sales and lobbying, and they failed. Well, since they came across him now, things will go differently than in history. He understood that his share in the history of aviation would grow, which means his power would also grow. He couldn't miss this. The prince said that you can't just invest like that. First he has to see a demonstration flight. The flyers, the three guys said that they had everything prepared. A month later, a temporary airfield in the vicinity of San Francisco, the day of the demonstration of the flight of Fly 3, one of them said that everything was ready, and they would soon begin. It was unclear who these gentlemen were. On this day, Chang-ho and Pak Yong-man were present at the order with their students whom they taught at their school, as well as Kim Chong-rim, specially selected specialists for the modernization of agricultural machinery. He told the guys that these were his people, and he decided that it would be useful for all of them to see this. The brothers replied that they understood and that now they would see something amazing. All these people were waiting impatiently for the show to start in just a few minutes. It was incredible, but the man was flying through the sky. None of those present believed how this was possible. The prince thought that it would be good if this experience of realizing that the impossible became possible served as inspiration. The prince turned and addressed Chongrim. He asked him if he understood why he had called him. The boy answered His Highness that it was connected with agriculture. The prince then said that he had heard that the tractor was being used quite well here, but that the equipment that had been purchased earlier was not sufficient. At that time he said, "What if we use these flying machines to spray liquid or solid substances from the air?" The guy said that we can sow 3 directly from the air or spray pesticides and fertilizers. The prince then answered him that he understood everything correctly, but it would not be easy to accurately calculate the location and volume of spraying. The guy understood that it was necessary to take into account many conditions, but he would study this direction. The prince understood that he could easily undo everything he told him. Another guy approached His Highness and asked why he was called. The prince said that he had heard that these 2 brothers were still trying to put this plane into the army. Then he heard about the army and asked the prince again if it was really as a weapon. The prince replied that yes, and if the characteristics are improved, he will be able to fly further, perhaps even to Japan. The prince then told him that he wanted to found a military school, but now it is impossible. But if they open a flight school and use the planes all from the farm, it will not arouse suspicion. And then he added how he knows there is a fine line between civilian and military appointments. What can he say if he takes on a flight school? He replied that he will ensure the desired result. The prince understood that the plane would be a leap forward for him in any direction. The guy held the papers in his hands and did not understand. He asked His Highness what it meant. After the successful completion of the demonstration flight, the 2 brothers approached the prince. One of the brothers was surprised when he read it and did not understand that as a condition of the investment, the prince wanted them to give up sales and advertising and even demonstration piloting. The prince explained to them that this meant that they should focus only on improving the flyer technology. He conducted an investigation about them. In fact, they were simply attacked by compresses and did nothing. The brothers were a little upset and said that it was not true. Everything was not like that at all. Then the prince said that he knows everything and he did not call them to refuse investments. He suggests that everyone do what he is good at. The prince said that in order to succeed he would take on external activities and they should do research, and that is his investment conditions. One of the brothers said that he could not refuse the demonstration piloting. The second stopped him and said that so be it. The prince said that this is good and they will not regret it. Now they must look at the other points and sign. One of them said that he had one question: to export to Europe, it would be more logical to build a plant in the East. Why did the West? Prince say that this is mine. There are 4 reasons. First, low costs to cope with economic crisis. After earthquake, California governor develops bill to create jobs. The fastest way to create jobs is to build factories and open companies, so states provide incentives for buying land and reduce taxes. Thus said the prince, on build a factory in this place they will be able to save. Secondly, he added that he is going to change the design of the Flyer 3 and sell it as an agricultural aircraft, and then the only regions that will immediately buy such aircraft are the West and the S&T countries. One of the brothers said that it was a brilliant idea to convert their planes for agricultural purposes. They were convinced that the prince really surprises with his unconventional solutions. Thirdly, the distance is that he himself will supervise the first plant, so it should be close to his home, and the second plant that he will build later can be located wherever it is convenient. And finally, the prince added that he would like them to lecture the students. The brothers were surprised at what exactly needed to be taught. The prince said that he runs a technical school and it would be good if they taught students the theory of aircraft construction. After all, if his students accept their knowledge, his business will accelerate, which means he can consider that they accept all the conditions. California's social scene was heated in July over the gubernatorial election. When the prince was sitting on the election campaign, he thought that it was not in vain that they got rid of the chairman and wished the governor to continue winning for his sake. At that moment, one of those present in the hall greeted him and asked if he was the prince. It was the new head of the Southern Pacific Railway Company, Anthony wrote. The prince turned around and said that he was pleased to meet him. The guy was surprised that he was known. The prince said that he headed the largest company in California and it was impossible not to know him. The guy said that it was a great honor for him, in fact, and he came to thank him personally. The prince thought that it was most likely about Patrick, who was standing with the chairman and was removed thanks to him. The prince said that if he thought so they could have a good cooperation. The guy replied that this was precisely the purpose for which he had come to the prince and asked if the prince could advise them on how they should build a relationship with the governor. The prince knew that the governor was certainly not a railroad, but it was not an option to be at odds forever. The prince said that if he were in his place he would just wait for a short downpour, it would pass anyway. The guy asked again if the downpour would really pass. The prince understood perfectly well that the governor would soon enter central politics, and if this happens it will also be beneficial for him, maybe it will be worth helping him a little. The prince then said that one of the two senators who supported their company had fallen ill. The guy asked again how he knew. The prince turned his head and said that he needed to use it, and that was to let the rain pass quickly. Isn't that right? The guy quickly realized what the prince had said, because he and they would remove Bali and put a governor in his place and avoid rain and strengthen the relationship. The guy listened to him until the end and handed him a business card. If the prince had time he could drop in on their company. When the prince took this business card he understood that the game had already begun and people were gathering. So he told this guy that he thought he'd drop in on him sometime. After the official event it was time to talk to the governor in person. A young man with glasses appeared at the entrance. He greeted His Highness. He recognized him because it was the governor's secretary. The secretary handed over a gift with gratitude from the governor and said that he would find it useful. The prince opened the letter that was handed to him. He did not understand what it was. Many people were surprised when he saw what was inside this envelope. After all, it was an invitation to the Bohemian Club. It is not just a social club, it is the most secret club of all that has existed to date. He became especially famous after it was revealed that in the late 1920s, he had fathered a series of presidents of the United States of America, and when he was a lobbyist he tried to get there unsuccessfully over and over again. And now the invitation was in his hands. Life, as always, unpredictable. He saw the date. It was July 27th, the day after tomorrow. One recommendation is not enough, so it is most likely the interview date. He thought he had to join this club. Already on July 27th at 1600 hours, he was in the Bohemian Club. They opened the door and greeted him and asked him why he came to them. The prince handed over the invitation card and placed it on the table. The man who met him said that he realized that the prince was a candidate and asked him to follow him. After which the man told the candidate that, before the interview, he must please sign the documents lying on the table. When the prince began to read, he saw that it was a non-disclosure agreement, which meant that the atmosphere was closed from the very beginning. He signed the documents and gave them to the man, after which he thanked him, and the man said that the interview would begin soon. As soon as the interview began there were many men standing in front of him with masks on their faces. The prince wondered what kind of ugly clothes they were wearing. One of those in the mask said that he was glad to meet the candidate and looked at the prince. All these people sat around him and the prince was in the center. He understood that this man seemed to be speaking on behalf of everyone. The prince said that he was also pleased to meet you. This same man before starting said that he had one more question. He wanted to clarify who handed him the invitations. The prince thought that they were not silent about themselves, but they wanted to easily obtain other people's information. It seems that they took him for a fool if they thought that he would simply answer. Then the prince told him that it was most likely one of them and gave him this card. The prince then said if everyone wants to remain anonymous, then why should he disclose his data? And is it really more important to them who he got this card from than how useful he can be for the club? This man raised his hand and said that the prince was right, and then they were ready to begin the interview. After which they talked for a long time about various personal things. The conversation was clearly aimed at understanding his character. The man who spoke to him thanked him for his honest answers, but he had one more important question. The masked man started saying that their club is a community of mutual aid, so he wanted to ask if the prince joins their club, what benefit can they get? He said that he can offer them his experience in successful investments. He also began to say that if the opportunity arose, he would like to share with them what would remain the next profitable business, although he would still of course take the largest share for himself. The man in the mask heard him and said that then please he should wait in this room for a bit as they need to discuss his case. One of these guys started saying that he was against it because he was not an American. The second one said that he would not be against it because he was not an American either, but even though he was Asian he was a prince. This guy started talking about how he is a prince of some small country, and they don't care that an Asian will enter their club. Another one said that he doesn't care. And this guy was the first to raise his hand. He said that he was for his entry. He was interested in what he would offer in investments. The people in the mask were divided in half. 5 were for and 5 were against. This was the first time something like this happened. Everyone looked at the chairman. They wanted to know whether the chairman would be for or against joining. For an hour, the prince had been walking around the room and looking at the paintings that hung on the wall. A man came into this room and greeted him and told him to forgive him for keeping him waiting for so long. It was the same person who met him leaving. Title candidate disappeared. It seems he passed the test. Price said that everything is fine and he was just looking at the picture. This man said that he congratulated him on becoming a full member of the Bohemian Club. His name is Jules Eugene Pades. He is also a member of the Bohemian Club. The prince looked at him and realized that he was a var and masks. This man was a little surprised how he could recognize him. Then the prince said that the voice was the same as the deer, was especially melodic. This man said that he is very insightful, and for the first time he was exposed in this way. He is surprised because during our interview the atmosphere was a bit tense. If it was uncomfortable, he apologizes. The prince said that everything was fine, although it seemed that the decision was being made for quite a long time. They explained to him that the votes for and against were divided equally, and the opinions were too polarized to make a decision quickly. In the end, the chairman himself cast the deciding vote in favor, and his entry was decided, but Mr. Phelan continued to express dissatisfaction. The prince heard everything that this man said, and it really sounded like discontent. The prince understood that what was going on inside was worse and had to remain a secret, and he had to play along a little. The prince said that he was thinking while looking at the painting. The man asked if he was interested in painting. The prince replied that he was. After all, the former mayor of San Francisco was against it and did not want to be accepted into the club. In fact, he was a well-known racist who composed Russian slogans for each of his election campaigns. He later remained a senator and passed a law restricting land ownership for Asians. A real bastard and rabbit mask. It must have been him. I thought I should be on guard. Who knows what kind of obstacle he will become for him. Turning his head and said, oh yeah, now he remembered his name, looking at his interlocutor. After all, he was the most famous landscape painter. The guy replied that he was not that famous yet. The prince told him that he works mainly in France. If he ends up in Paris, he can show him the city. The guy replied, of course, there are other talented young artists besides him. And he was ready to introduce the prince to them. The prince answered, this is excellent, and if he is talking about the young artists of that time. After all, it was Monet, Renoir, and others. If the opportunity arose, all their paintings should be bought up. After which he invited the prince to inspect the club building and give him a tour. The prince happily agreed and asked to be shown around the club. Then he gave him a tour of the club rooms and explained how to use them, and finally took him to where he most wanted to go in this club. This guy said that on Fridays they play poker in the club. It was just a library. Everything was like that, but if you press one button on the shelf, something might not happen. And you could get to another place. The rack opened and they were in a poker club. There were a lot of people in this club despite the fact that it was a closed type. And most importantly, when the prince raised his eyes, he read the announcement hanging on the wall. In a club created for communication, they forbid communication, and this was quite strange. Another one of his new acquaintances was at this club and greeted the prince. The prince then asked Anthony if he was also a member of this club. Anthony replied that yes, and he didn't know that the prince was a full member. He was glad to meet him. He also said that they were playing poker and the prince did not want to join them. The prince looked at Navalny and said that he would be very happy to play with them. Anthony then turned around and introduced the prince to everyone as the most talked about figure in town. One of the guys told the prince that he was going to meet Francis. The prince thought that he was the prosecutor who would immediately kill the chairman. And another guy said he was glad to meet the prince. He was at Williams. He said that he was glad to see everyone and was ready to spend time usefully. He thought that maybe he would get some benefits from this meeting. When they sat down at the poker chair, he thought that he was playing at a master level. Sometimes you had to win or lose to adjust to the character of the right people. The prince thought that at this moment he first needed to destroy them on caution. He could pretend that he was playing badly. The prince asked several times how to play. They say that he does not understand anything at all. One of the guys said that although they were playing, the stakes were small, but if you don't understand it at all, you can lose a lot. The second one laughed and said that the prince had such riches that he didn't have to worry. Then one of them said that he was ready to deal the cards and looked at everyone present approvingly. The prince looked at everyone sitting at the table and realized that everyone was too focused on the game. One of these guys said that he really liked to chat over cards and asked if anyone had an interesting story. The prince thought it was good. The second added that they were really too carried away by the game, at least for the sake of the prince, who came for the first time. They needed to tell some interesting gossip. Then one of them turned around and said maybe the prince himself will tell. They used him as an excuse to discreetly gather information. He decided to throw them bait. The prince started talking about how he heard that the chairman was getting out of prison soon. Is this true? The prosecutor said that yes, it was true, but he didn't know how the prince found out about it. After which the prosecutor also said that the chairman had about 2 years left. And then he added that the chairman made a deal on the term for the sake of his own skin and gave up many influential acquaintances. The prince understood that even if he recovered, it would be impossible for him to convey that he would forever remain a traitor. At that moment, the prince, looking at his cards, said that by the way he also had something to share. Everyone else wanted to know what this story is. Interesting, maybe this is some interesting place to invest. Prince said that if there are any among them who own British bonds, they should be sold immediately. The prosecutor asked again about British bonds, and another one asked why on earth. The prince then said that many British companies would pay out insurance for the California earthquake in gold coins. 90 million, which means Britain must replenish the gold ironed in the US, and the Bank of England will soon raise interest rates. He also said that he had friends at the Bank of England, but he didn't say anything like that. The prince interrupted him and said that this was not a rumor at all, it was a forecast. The easiest way to compensate for the loss of gold was to raise the rate. In fact, this is a basic financial truth. When rates rise, the price of a bond falls, and vice versa. If rates fall, prices rise. The prince said that this is, however, his personal assumption, so whether to believe it or not is his business. All decisions are up to them, as in this card game. After which he looked at his watch and said that it was already very late and he had to go. He stood up and said he had a lot of fun and said goodbye to everyone until the next meeting. The guys at the table said they hoped to see each other again soon. One of them turned to the prince and asked him to wait a second. The prince did not understand what it was. He looked. It was the musician who played in the poker room, and why was he calling him? Then he came up and said that Selena asked me to give this to the prince. These were the keys to room 23. When the prince came out, 2 assistants were waiting for him. They asked the boss if he was finished and what he had in his hands. The prince said that it looked like a hotel key. A woman named Selena handed him the key. One of them said, "Is this really the same arrogant singer who is so famous?" And she gave him the key to the hotel. According to Erin, she is the most popular singer in San Francisco and gets a lot of recognition from men, but she has never reciprocated any of them. The prince did not raise why such a woman chose him. His assistants said that it seemed she felt attracted to him. His assistants wanted to know what the prince would do. He said that he would go. He wondered why she gave him the key. Then he went up to the hotel room and opened the door. He saw her in the bathroom with a glass. She said, "Welcome, Prince." The prince stood near the door and said that he was glad to meet her. He was wondering why she called him. Selena replied that the reason she called was that she wanted to talk about it more closely and he should come in. The prince, being in a hotel room, asked the girl if she was seducing him. She replied if he felt it that way, then it is so. After which the prince took a few steps forward, saying that he had no reason to refuse. And coming closer, he added that he could not refuse the temptation of such a beautiful woman. Looking at her, he thought that she was of course smiling, but her chin was trembling slightly. It was clear that she was tense, and she was not doing this of her own free will. After his observation, he asked the girl who sent her. She was surprised and asked again what he was saying. Then the prince leaned over at the bottom and asked her again who paid her to do this. The prince insisted on his own. He said if she tells who bribed him, he will give twice as much as that person. After she came out of the bathroom, a conversation began between them. The girl said that she was offered a lot of money to get close to the prince. The prince noticed that she had chosen a rather daring approach to getting closer. The girl said that she had been told that if she succeeded with the prince, her life would improve. And they said that he is the kind who gives everything if he falls in love. The prince thought that his situation was not the best, and someone who knows him well caught him in a trap. The prince wanted to know who these people were and their names and faces. The girl replied that there were 2 of them, but she didn't know their names. Only the one who gave the money was an American. And the second one said she pulled her hat down so far over her face that she couldn't see it, and tomorrow she was supposed to get the rest of the payment. He understood that the one who hid his face was the boss, and he needed to find out who he was. He left a check for a large sum of money and told her that she should say that everything went well, and then he would sort everything out himself. The very next day, the cafe that was located next to the hotel told Max and Kaplan about the previous events and ordered them to follow Selena. After some time, the guy came to him. he wanted to find out from them what they hadn't found out. They said that they had seen the man who had sent the girl. They also said that they followed a white man in his 30s whom she met, and he went to a very disturbing place. When they followed him to the very end, they saw that he went to the Japanese consulate in San Francisco. The prince was very surprised and asked again if they were sure, but he thought to himself that most likely they had finally started to act. The guys said they were completely sure, and there was something more serious where he went after leaving the consulate. After some time in the residence of the resident general of the Korean Empire Ito Hirobumi, he called two subordinates Sakamoto and Fujiwara into his office. The general shouted at them, don't they know why he called them, and they should look at the report? The guys approached the general, took the report from his hand, and began to read it frantically. They had in their hands a report on the Korean Prince Yukong where all his actions and movements were recorded. The author of this report was Nagato Tamori, an official who thought that the resident general would use other spies besides him. The general replied that he had sent the prince to America relying only on his words, and now he regretted it very much. The official also said that the general should not worry about the second prince of Korea, they have complete control over him. The general was even more furious and started shouting what his assistant was saying after reading this countdown. After all, this report contained a detailed description of how the prince operates in America and that American politicians are favorable to him. Officials began to make excuses and say that it was only within the borders of California and that no one had even heard of it in the capital of Washington. And they also said that he did not do anything there, it would not interfere with the plan to colonize Joseon, so they tried to calm His Excellency down. The general thought and said that indeed a little money and fame would not stop his plans, but he still felt uncomfortable. He was also informed that an influential organization in the U.S. was the first to contact their consultant. They asked to deport the prince because he could join this organization. The officials told the general not to worry because the prince was not Japanese but Korean and he had no chance of getting there. The general answered them that maybe it was so, but he didn't want to leave it as it was they needed to come up with a way to urgently return him to Korea. The general's assistant said that he had an idea, so the general got tired and asked what exactly. Then they explained to the general that the king of Joseon had sent a man to America 2 months ago, and the general wanted to know why. The official continued to say that previously about 1,000 Koreans had been fraudulently slaughtered as immigrants, and it seemed he had sent someone to solve this problem. The general was very indignant because he thought it was very bold to do this without his permission, given that they did not even have the right to diplomatic relations. The official said that yes, it was under this pretext that the general said that they could find fault with him and overthrow him if the king is replaced. This guy would also be forced to return. The general thought for a bit and said that it was good and necessary to start and think through every way to tie him up so that he could not leave again. The prince's aides reported that the man had left the Japanese consulate and was heading to the club building. This meant that there was someone in the Bohemian Club who was collaborating with the Japanese government. After listening to the report and figuring out the suspects, he decided that it was either someone connected with the chairman and dissatisfied with him or the racist John Phelan. It could also have been Anthony from the Pacific Railroad Company or someone from his circle. Although they were friendly to him, they cannot be ruled out because they are only after profit. The prince thought that he was worried, but it would be enough if all three united. How should he act then? His head was spinning, but since he was at home, he decided to rest and think. When he arrived home, he heard loud screams coming from his house. Come closer, he clearly heard someone shouting that he needed to leave this place immediately, and he doesn't understand where he is at all. The prince came to the front door and asked what the noise was. His assistant replied that it sounded like there was a fight inside. Then the prince said that they needed to get inside as quickly as possible, and the assistants asked him to let them go in first. Entering inside, he saw one of his men who was telling the second that because of him many comrades had died, and His Highness the Prince had lost the trust of the emperor. His caller said that the prince had lost the emperor's trust because of his illusory revolution, and his insolence had cost the lives of his comrades and the trust of His Highness. When the prince saw this stranger, he did not understand who it was because he saw him for the first time, but if everything was left like that, everything could end in disaster. He had to intervene. The prince shouted enough and tried to explain that there would be no more drags in his house. She took a few steps forward, and the prince said that he hadn't been home for a long time and didn't understand what kind of madness this was, why there was such a fuss around. The stranger turned and greeted His Highness and said that he was the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and his name was Yoon Chi-ho. At that moment the prince thought that it was this man who reported about the revolution and thereby stopped it and at the same time weakened the prince's position. So he told him that he was more interested not in his weight gain but in the reason why he came to his house. The official said that the emperor had given him a secret mission. And the official handed him an envelope which he took out from his inside pocket, adding that the emperor was not able to cope with this, so he asked for help. You said in the letter that you were rescuing 1,000 Koreans who were deceived and taken to Mexico. They were treated worse than slaves. They were mercilessly exploited. And the Joseon Empire had no diplomatic rights and Japan did not help them in any way. The prince read to the end and asked again, which means the government cannot officially complain. And so the official decided to act in a roundabout way and said that His Imperial Majesty would also do everything possible. The prince also asked why Hulbert usually dealt with such matters and why they sent the deputy minister instead of him. The official replied that the Japanese were closely monitoring him, so his closest associates could not act. The principal understood that it would take us a lot to save the diaspora. It is not clear how they were going to get them. The official said that it was the poet they were going to sell the building of the embassy of the empire. Prince Paris asked, so what did they sell? The official replied that no one wanted to buy it for a reasonable price, so he couldn't sell it. The official added that this is precisely why he came to His Highness with an apology. The prince asked again whether they really wanted to sell him the embassy and use the proceeds to save their compatriots. The official said that yes, that's exactly how he thought, that with this money it would be possible to save the Koreans in Mexico. The prince thought that he had to save them. For him, the diaspora operating abroad is his strongest support no matter what they say. And if he saves them, his position will become even stronger. Such a chance he could not let go. He ordered everyone to prepare for departure to Mexico. The prince turned and looked at his assistants, who were very surprised, and said that they were going to save their people in Mexico. The ship principal was already on its way to Mexico to resolve issues with its citizens. One of the guys came up to him and addressed the creature. He said that he heard that he was going to Mexico. He called to accompany the prince, because in reality Mexico is not the safest place, and he started to worry. Besides these two, he pointed to the guys speak fluent Spanish. He took them as bodyguards. After such careful preparations, they went to the month of Mexico with a common goal. Having gathered his people, the prince announced to them that it would be worse in a good way. Taking a sip of tea, he thought that maybe this was for the best, and while there was time he could figure out what had happened between these two. The prince turned and asked Yoon Chi-ho because he wanted to know about it all the time, and it was he who reported on Kil-chun's plan. It was not a very convenient question, and when the official heard it he was simply furious. But despite the fact that it was a very awkward question, he answered that yes, it was him. The prince calmed his assistant and said that he knew that this would put his comrade in danger, so why did he report it then? The official replied that because his plan seemed crazy to him. Kil-chun gathered young military men who had just returned from studying in Japan. In fact, he dreamed of a second coup captain. He noticed that the first coup also failed, did not receive support, and this plan turned out to be unsuccessful for him. That's why he wanted to minimize the damage, so he decided it would be easier to convey. The official also added that the people at that time were also completely ignorant and the middle level of power was still corrupt. He believed that the revolution would not help anyway. The prince said that it is incomprehensible to inform on a comrade with so much personal opinion, but the most important reason for the denunciation is that after the revolution. The prince fell silent and then added that the official did not believe that he would be proclaimed the leader of the country. The official said sorry for Lucky that yes, it is so, but at the moment everything is different. The prince wanted to know why. It was clear that since the end of last year the newspapers started writing about the prince and he became a completely different person. That's why the official came. Every time he read how the prince had great success in investments, and how the prince improved the image of Koreans in the US and is involved in helping earthquake victims. He also read that the prince had established a scholarship fund to educate the next generation. It was after this that some began to say that the prince resembled the deceased father of the first emperor of the Korean Empire, Kojong Hungseon Taiwangun. The prince was very surprised and also pleased that they claimed that he reminded them of his grandfather. After which the official said that this is exactly the reason why people miss him, because he is truly talented. He knew languages, he was able to analyze the situation, and he had everything at a high level. The prince looked at the official and thought of only one thing: that the one who betrayed once, couldn't he betray again? So he decided that first he should observe his new acquaintance, maybe he would be useful to him, and ordered everyone to disperse. After arriving in Mexico City, negotiations with the central government of Mexico began under the leadership of the prince and Yun Chi-ho. The prince watched the actions of the official Yun Chi-ho from the sidelines to assess his abilities. But the result was not as expected, and it upset everyone a little. When the official heard the answers, he did not understand how one could be as uncooperative as these Mexicans. The prince thought that Japan must have been the one causing the interference, and they probably understood the essence of the plan when the official came to him. This failure was predetermined. The main thing is what Yun Chi-ho will do next in this situation. This is exactly what he asked him about. The official answered that he could not do anything, he was sorry. He also added that he wanted to return to Joseon. The prince was very surprised that he was really thinking of returning and decided that that was all. He wasn't even going to go to the island of Yucatan where their compatriots work like slaves. The official said that since all the high-ranking officials refused to meet with him, there's nothing he can do. At that moment, the prince stood up and told the official that he had heard all the excuses and now he would begin negotiations. A few days later, the prince and representatives from Mexico were sitting at a round table. These were negotiations. The head of the legal department told the prince that he was probably up to his ears in immigration matters. The prince replied that he had arranged the meeting to apologize for his subordinates' rudeness the previous time, and then said that they should not accept his gift to begin with. Raising his hand, he asked to bring in 3 suitcases. This was what they had prepared in advance. The representatives on the other side did not understand what kind of boxes these were, and the pattern on these boxes was very unusual. Prince said that this traditional product of the Joseon Empire decorated with shells is called cheik. Then he opened one of these boxes and said that inside was his sincere apology. The 3 representatives of these negotiations, when they saw the contents, were surprised because it was gold and there was a lot of it. Suddenly one of these guys turned to His Highness and said, "Did the prince really decide to insult them like that and so openly?" The prince replied that he had no intention of asking for what he had received last time, that it was indeed a gift of apology, and that he was not going to use it as a pretext for a demand. The prince understood that they began to act to prevent him. Even if they received bribes in such a state issue, they would not be able to help an ordinary person like him. The prince then thought that he needed to look for another way. He turned around and asked one of them that his cousin owned a large plantation near Cancun. This representative replied that yes, everything is correct. He was a little surprised that the prince knew everything in detail. In fact, most Mexican officials come from wealthy families, and the head of the immigration service is a relative of an agricultural magnate. Plantation owners often hand over workers with valid contracts to each other, so he decided to suggest to his cousin that he gather all the Korean settlers in the area to the plantation. So all he had to do was pay the penalty and transfer his compatriots from the cousin of the head of the immigration service. This was the safest way to save them without Japanese intervention. The prince asked him if he could ask his son to gather all his compatriots in Cancun, and he replied that of course it was entirely possible. After which the prince added that at the moment more Koreans are talking in Merida than in Cancun. Then the prince turned around and added whether it was possible to entrust this to the head of the right department, to which he replied that he could send him documents confirming that everything would be finished. When they arrived in Merida with the assistance of the head of the department, the picture was worse than he expected. The prince was shocked because they used not only adults but also the children of the old men in their work. A man approached the principals and asked if he was the same prince because he had heard from the head of the right department that the prince had come on the migrants case. The prince listened to him and said if he already knows, then there is no need to explain at length. He had a suitcase in his hands and the prince asked him to act very quickly. After which he handed the suitcase to this man. This man said yes of course, and he already informed the local plantation owners about the termination of the contract. After some time all this was finished, and this is how they solved the issue with fraudulent immigration to Mexico, and everyone went back to the USA. Just a few days later, on a ship in San Francisco, one of the aides told the prince that he had not expected him to give bribes so openly. The prince replied that there was no other way out in the current situation when from the point of view of the state and diplomacy his hands were tied. And he should have said that he tried but it didn't work and just give up, but it wasn't like that at all. The prince understood that he could not say to himself that I did what I could, and that was enough, and simply turn away from his suffering compatriots and leave. The prince also looked at the official and said that he was disappointed in him, that in order to save his compatriots it was necessary to use any methods. He began to make excuses. Prince noticed that before leaving he gave the official 80,000 for the embassy site. With that kind of money, He could have tried to do something, so the prince told him to return the money since he used his personal funds. The official took out an envelope with money and gave it to the prince. The prince thought that his indifference was killing everyone around him, and he decided to teach him a lesson. The prince said that even if he accepted his position that he did not have the money to save his compatriots, he should at least have shown that he wanted to save them or that he cared. He could have shown at least that he really wanted to use the emperor's order and sympathized with his compatriots, but all this was not so. The official said sorry. The prince stood up at that moment and then asked the official if he remembered what Yeats said to his grandfather. The official replied that yes. The prince then added that he also respects him and tries to be like him, but he still follows his instructions. Well, in one thing their tastes differed. He loved expensive orchids and the prince loved plums that bloom even in the harsh winter. The prince noticed that he didn't like the orchids from the greenhouse and hoped that he would teach the official a lesson and become a man like a plum. The prince thought that if he only worked he wouldn't need him. Over the past 2 years, about 1,000 Russians who were treated as slaves in Mexico have finally found their freedom. The prince has successfully completed negotiations. I read headlines like these. The prince thought he had a good reputation in his home country. The prince called his assistant and asked how they in the empire knew so much about the events in America. The assistant replied that if he knew about this, then Li Ming had recently returned to Hanyang. The prince thought that if we were talking about Li Minwu, then he was one of them who came to San Francisco, and he even arranged marriage acquaintances among his compatriots and put forward such unusual ideas that he was amazed. His financial assistant said that most likely it was from him that rumors about the prince leaked out, and when he returned he would order to invite him to the residence. After reading another article, the prince was very surprised, and he thought that these bastards had finally started to act. So he ordered his assistant to gather everyone in the house as quickly as possible. Finally, those Japanese bastards started using their dirty tricks again, and they began to demand that the immigration of Koreans be banned, and the fraud that was registered as growth of immigration flourished, and the Japanese Empire banned the immigration of Koreans for the sake of their protection. When everyone gathered at the table, one of those present told His Highness that this was being inflated by the media bought by the Japanese government. The prince told them that it was predictable, so he had prepared protective measures in advance, and a few days ago, he had a personal meeting with the governor. Prince thought that since he helped him with the elections, he asked for a gift in return. He picked up the envelope and said that this was the result. As long as the governor remained in his position until 1911, he received from him a promise to approve all Korean immigration to California. One of those present said that they had in fact been stripped of their diplomatic powers, and if Japan did not issue passports, their citizens would not be able to get to America. The prince didn't think twice and then said that in that case they would hand them over themselves. His assistant asked him again what he meant. The prince explained that Japan had forcibly deprived them of their diplomatic rights, which was illegal under international law. So they can still think that they have the right to issue passports, right? One of his assistants said that means if they forget the former official, then they will be able to copy and issue documents using the old templates. Prince said that this workaround will not be used for a long time. On the contrary, Japan may start to put a spoke in the wheel by referring to international law. The aides asked if there were other options. The prince replied that there were. He said that Tozan and USA had recently traveled to Tijuana in Mexico. Assessed the situation, it was clear that at the moment in Tijuana there are about 1,000 ex. No one understood why the prince was asking about this. In fact, a temporary shelter for subjects of the Korean Empire had been opened there. And Marta of the city is the son-in-law of the Minister of Russian Economy of Mexico, with whom he recently became close. If you talk to him, you can make this place an intermediate exit point for Koreans. And if Koreans change their citizenship after entering and then end up in California again, Japan won't be able to find fault. After which he turned to Yusen and said that he had a request concerning Mexico. The prince said he was planning to open a military academy there and wanted him to be its director. Yusen was happy, he thought that finally, and told the prince that of course if he was trusted he would cope. The prince added that it was good that at first they would be wary, but given Mexico's weak security, if you present them as smart guys it will be easier. Then the prince sitting at the table said that he had one more request for everyone. It seems that he will leave this place for a while, so they should take care of the diaspora. The prince explained that he was going to the East Coast, he had important business there, so they asked him to take care of everything. He decided that it was time for him to get involved in politics and business on a large scale. The prince turned to Chongrim and said that he needed to discuss something with him and asked him to go with him. Look at the paper. The prince said that the development of the agricultural aircraft is progressing well, and if everything goes as planned, they will soon begin mass production. The prince said if all goes well, he will provide funding, so we should continue in the same spirit. The principal thought that according to the plan he had to create an automobile company. They developed engines of different types, and it was necessary to analyze them. The guy told the prince that there was one point that was causing concern. He was worried about whether problems would arise with other companies because of the patents that had already been registered. Modern large cars mostly use diesel engines, but now only petrol engines are used, and diesel engines have not yet entered the market. This means that if you first get a diesel engine, you can avoid litigation. The prince dried it out completely and thought that it was necessary to find a developer of a diesel engine. He said that he would take care of this issue and that they should focus on development. The guy said that His Highness certainly has plans, but could you please tell him? The prince said of course. The prince said that on this trip he planned to visit Detroit's Motor City, where the automaker is concentrated. The prince was about to enter into a technical cooperation agreement with meat car companies and bring good news. This time the prince had a traveling companion and expressed his desire to study advanced financial methods in New York. That is why Giannini asked to accompany him. He expressed his desire to expand his bank, which he developed using his own method. The prince thought that this was a good offer, and as an investor it would only benefit him if Giannini succeeded in any way. Besides, the financial crisis of 1907 had just begun. If he survived it personally, he would become much more mature than the Giannini he knew. This meant only one thing, that the prince's money would increase. He believed that Giannini should not let him down. When they arrived at the place, Giannini asked the prince what company he was going to. The prince replied that he was going to the main office of Motors. I didn't understand why exactly there isn't Ford or Cadillac better, and does the prince really have another reason? He said that part of the previous insurance payments were transferred to him in the form of shares of this company. And although this is only 3% of the total, he still received a better relationship than an outsider. But all the prince's expectations were shattered when he visited the company and was greeted by the president and founder of the company, William Durant. The president of the company told the prince that we had briefly reported to his subordinates that the prince wanted technical cooperation. The company's president also added that it seemed the prince wanted to start his own autocom company and wanted to know what idea inspired him to do so. I asked him why he was so interested in this. He thought that the president of the company had only greed in his eyes, and if he missed, he would take everything away. The president of the company said that he just loves new technologies, and why don't they sell him this idea? He will buy it at a decent price. Modern businessmen are imbued with monopoly to the core, and as soon as a product takes off, they immediately gobble it up to grow. He said that he doesn't need anything except technical cooperation. He thought that I think that it's still an early stage and it won't come to that. The company's president then remarked that someone as high-ranking as he was shouldn't bother creating a company. He just needed to sell the idea. The prince understood that his interlocutor was ready to devour him and everything that was lying around. At that moment he remembered that, in the original story, he was once kicked out of his own company for such a diverting expansion. The prince stood up abruptly and replied to his interlocutor that it seemed completely unbearable to come to an agreement with him, and perhaps their cooperation would end there. The prince stopped and then added that he would rather offer something else instead of ideas. Then he said that he had heard that the president was buying up all the shares of this company on the market. The president replied that this is indeed the case and he needs them to complete the full merger of the two companies. They are buying out even small shares. So he thought for a bit, and the president replied that he wanted to sell his 3% of this company. The president stood up from his chair and said that of course he would be happy to plus 10% to today's price. The prince thanked him and said that he was ready to draw up the papers right then and there. The prince understood that he had sold shares at a great price, which due to the crisis would become cheaper many times over in the next 2 years. The president asked that the papers be prepared. The president said despite everything that if the prince is so generous, then maybe he will sell the idea, if not now then later. He is always open. The prince then answered him that his door was also always open and money could be found in any quantity. Then he handed him a business card and said that if the president wanted to create a new company he could come to him. A few days later, in front of the Ford building where the president was heading, they greeted him and said that at that moment he would be accompanied by the head of the secretariat. This person also asked for forgiveness several more times for the delay as internal circumstances prevented. The prince clearly understood what circumstances had prevented them. He decided that these bastards were already working in this place. The man who met him said that the prince could go inside and agreed with him. He saw the head of more people. He asked his host if these people also worked here, to which he heard the answer that this is exactly it. He then explained that Ford hires anyone who has the ability regardless of race and also hires people with disabilities. Then he smiled and said that they needed to go to this office. The prince thought that it was true that the Ford put abilities above all else. But since the answer was delayed, he began to worry that Leon was not a racist, but when he saw it, it was clear that he was a more reasonable person than he expected. The man came up to the office and knocked and said that he had brought the prince to the reception, and from the door, he heard the answer, "Let him come in." When they went inside, the first founder of Ford Motors, Henry Ford, stood in front of them and said that he was glad to meet the prince. The prince extended his hand to him and said that he was pleased to meet him. Henry Ford also wanted to know who had come with the prince. The guy introduced himself as Amadeus Gianni, as the head of the Bank of Italy. Henry Ford extended his hand and said that he was pleased to meet Mr. Gianni, and that he had heard about him and wanted to meet him. Henry asked if they were tired from the road, they could sit on his sofas. When they sat down, Hungary began to say that at the moment many people were gathering in Detroit, and it took them time to make sure that they were really the prince. The prince then said that he understood everything because this is a city where there is a lot of money, so caution would not hurt. Henry said that this is how there became so many swindlers, that he thought maybe now he was caught. Then he said that now he was probably more interested than doubting their sincerity. Then Henry said that they had conducted a small investigation, and if the prince did not mind they could ask him a few questions. Then he continued because the prince said that he wanted to conclude a technical agreement with them. He was interested in the question of why their company should cooperate with them technically. After all, he must understand what benefit their company will receive from this agreement. Henry looked at the prince and asked if he could answer these questions. The prince thought that for a long time no one had asked so directly about what he would get from this. It was clear that he was direct and effective. Talking to such a person in a roundabout way would be more expensive for him. The prince leaned on the table or tried to pester while saying what the biggest benefit of cooperation between the companies was. Of course, these were astronomical sums of money that they were going to earn together. Henry Ford looked at the prince and asked him again why he was so sure. He said that he also studied Ford and saw that production volumes are less than those of the competitor at the moment. The car market is growing rapidly. If they slow down even a little, they could fall far behind in the fight for market share, and in that situation a competitor like Durant could swallow them up. Henry asked the prince if he had already contacted Durant. The prince replied that he was more interested in buying his technology and ideas than in collaborating. Henry then said that lately Durant has been doing nothing but being stingy. The prince asked again, which means he offered him something too. Henry Ford then said that yes, Durant offered them a buyout of the company. The prince clearly told them to refuse. After which the prince said that he was ready to offer investments in their company of 50,000 immediately and another $500,000 within 6 months. Henry Ford asked the guy again why so many. The prince said that the answer to his question, if the weaknesses are eliminated, their company will soar even higher. And then Ford will become the first American whose fortune exceeds $1,000,000,000,000. The development of engine technology started it all. That's where he will start investing. He also noted that if they start together, it would be an ideal opportunity for him, and technical cooperation is generally fine, but on investment issues he would like to be more careful. Henry Ford said that he understood everything and was ready to contact at any time without embarrassment. When signing the contract, the prince thought that this is exactly how he should behave in any case. Time would be on his side. Giannini, when they went out, asked the prince this man in theory should soon contact the prince. In tears, Dam didn't understand what he meant. Yanni said that at first he too was wary of His Highness's proposal and postponed the decision, but then he regretted it so much. He seemed to see himself in this man. He would probably later sign a contract with the prince on much more unfavorable terms than he was offered. The principal yes, said Yanni. Why he thinks so, and why didn't he hint to him in advance? Answered people after all grow harder from their own mistakes. The prince agreed with him. Then they need to move on, waiting for a call of complete regret. A few days later, the prince and Giannini stood at the New York Stock Exchange for the first time. The prince is watching the New York Stock Exchange for the first time. When he went inside, he heard the brokers working, some shouting that they were buying 500 shares, others that it was enough to average the position, and the third that all the shares of this company should be sold. The prince thought it was funny. This is the center of New York where greed and despair coexist. Giannini didn't understand what was going on. The prince asked the banker how he found all this. The banker replied that it was not at all like in San Francisco and that it simply amazed him. The prince then told him that it seemed he was born to run a commercial bank. The banker asked him again what he meant. New Yorkers of all stripes are clutching cash and trading stocks, a classic sign of a market peak, but soon the market will crash, and in the chaos, knowing the future, he will reap the rewards of action opposite to these people. He told the banker that if he couldn't get used to this atmosphere, it would be hard for him to earn more money. Yanni replied that he was just worried because it was the first time and he needed to see what would happen next. And by the way, this time he was just going to look around. He asked if there were any other plans. The prince then said that he was going to meet an acquaintance and suggested that they go together to meet someone who knows New York well and would not hurt. The prince warned the banker to be careful in his expressions. The banker did not understand what and why. Princip answered him that unlike him, this man has a language like Soroka's. The banker said that he would take this into account. After a long time, Hearst's headquarters is just the place they headed to. When they entered, they were met by a man who greeted His Highness and said that he did not expect him to arrive in New York so quickly. The prince said that he had business in the city, so he came and introduced his close friend Giannini, the president of the Bank of Italy. Their friend offered them a drink. He said that if the banker drinks a little, it will be easier for him to relax. Giannini replied that he is not tense anyway. Then the owner said that unlike the prince, jokes don't work with the banker, and that it's even interesting, and offered him to sit down. Then the owner began to address His Highness and said that he was surprised by such an unexpected call. The prince replied that if he came to New York, it would be logical to meet with him first. The owner said that he was pleased to hear it but asked for an apology because he had an agreement, so he would not be able to talk to him for long. The prince then sighed and said that he was sorry because he had specially cleared his entire schedule for that evening and tomorrow morning to meet him. At that moment, a man came in and apologized for interrupting in front of the guests, but he had an urgent message. This man approached the owner and said something in his ear, after which the owner replied, "Is this really true? And is it really necessary to get it?" After which the owner asked the prince if he had any plans for the evening. The prince replied that he did not, and as he had already said, he had cleared everything for the sake of meeting him. Then the owner said that it was great. In fact, having learned that he was coming, he made one offer to the person with whom he had a meeting. And it is this man that he wants to introduce to His Highness, who has arrived from afar, and he also seems to be interested in the prince and happily agreed. The prince told him that everything was fine, but he would like to know who exactly they were going to meet. His friend replied that if he said in advance it wouldn't be interesting, he could just give him a hint. His friend said that local New Yorkers call this man the Prince of New York. The prince guessed who it was and thought it was good that he would meet him, but he had one worry: he was widely known as an outspoken racist. This would be a problem for Giannini. The prince looked at the banker and said that he needed to go together already. The banker agreed with him. The prince thought that he was worried about Ford, maybe in vain. Until he met him, he would not know for sure. He was interested in whether they would be able to get along with each other. When they entered the house where they were expected, the owner smiled and said welcome. And then he told Mr. Hearst that he had blossomed and looked better than ever. This was John Pierpont Morgan Jr., heir to the global financial company Morgan. The owner of the house turned his head and asked who the man was with whom he had come to visit him. The prince extended his hand and said that he was from the Korean Empire, and he was pleased to meet him. At that moment, when he extended his hand, the prince understood that he could understand whether he really was such a hardened racist as they say about him. Morgan Jr. smiled, shook his hand, and said that he was pleased to meet the prince. And then he added that if they need anything while they are in the city, they can always contact him. The prince thanked him and said that his companion Giannini, the banker, greeted me, introduced himself, then said that he was the manager of the Bank of Italy, and also extended his hand. The guy who brought them said that the banker was also the manager of a bank in San Francisco, and the vice president looked at him and said that he was pleased to meet him. Giannini continued to hold his hand while he said that he was just starting to get into banking and he still had a lot of shortcomings and would appreciate strict advice. The prince noticed that the owner treated Giannini with disdain. It was unclear why he was friendly towards him. Kasian suggested having dinner. The prince walked and looked at Morgan and thought of only one thing. Is he really a racist? During the meal, U.S. internal affairs and important information were discussed as if in light conversation. Their friend approached Mr. Vice President, and he said that there were rumors that the White House was seriously taking on antitrust regulation. Morgan replied that Roosevelt could do something. His term was ending soon anyway, and he had nothing to worry about. I thought that Morgan had a bad relationship with President Roosevelt there, but I didn't think that he would talk about it so openly. Morgan looked at the prince and asked what the prince thought of Roosevelt. The prince thought that he needed to answer carefully, and if he wanted to maintain good relations with Morgan, he said that he hadn't really thought about it, but he didn't have a good opinion of him. He then went on to say that 30 years ago the US and the Korean Empire had entered into an agreement under which America was supposed to help them in difficult times in exchange for receiving many privileges. Then the prince added that as everyone knows, America has seemingly forgotten its promises and is openly supporting Japan. After the prince finished, he took the glass from the table and took a few sips from it. Then he said that he had started talking about a boring international diplomat and asked everyone for forgiveness. He thought that after that there would be no more questions about politics. Morgan looked at him and said that there was absolutely no place else he could hear such reasoning about the international situation. He was very interested. The prince introduced Mr. Giannini again and said that he was very interested in the advanced methods of the financial department on the East Coast, and if possible he could send someone to the Bank of Italy. Morgan thought about this proposal and said that in principle yes, and he would like to know how business is organized in Italy. Giannini began to talk about how they issue loans to small businesses and are developing due to interest income. While they are at the initial stage, the scale is small, but it is growing gradually. Morgan asked the banker if it really made a profit to collect pennies from some beggars, but then he said if the prince asks, he will soon select the people and send them to Italy. The prince thanked Morgan for agreeing to help. Now it became clear to him that he is not a racist at all, he is a classicist. A person who divides all people into classes does not consider those who are lower in status to be people, and if you think about it, most people of color are poor, so they took him for a racist. But with those who are above him or useful to him, he behaves with respect. If you think about it, this is even worse than just racism. When the evening was over and Morgan saw them off, he said that it was a pleasure to meet the prince. Morgan also said that the prince must definitely come to the charity event at the residence of the mayor of New York, which he spoke about, and he will send people to him. After Morgan left, the prince and Giannini were left standing on the sidewalk. When he drove away, the banker got angry and started swearing loudly, and he kicked a can that was lying on the ground. The prince told the banker that he had restrained himself well, to which Giannini replied that he needed to restrain himself in New York, as being angry with Mog would only be to his own detriment. Besides, if he can't restrain himself, what will he do in the future? The prince said that he did everything right and did not forget about the development of the bank, so that no one would dare to treat him disdainfully anymore. A few days later, a charity event at the residence we New York. It was New York charity auction, which was called with Save History, Share Hope. The prince is promised for this charity event. Morgan immediately approached him. Moga Jr. approached Morgan Sr. and said that he was teaching him to introduce him to Prince Yukong, whom he had spoken about. Morgan Sr. said that he was glad to meet and introduced himself. He was the founder of the largest and world financial company Morgan and was the king of finance in the USA. When he shook the prince's hand, he said that his son had talked so much about the prince that he was glad to meet him. The prince looked at the posts and noticed that the meeting with Morgan had attracted the attention of people in the hall. Now it would be easier for him to establish new connections and acquaintances. A girl came up and asked the gentleman to introduce her to this man. Morgan said that he would like to keep him only for himself, but if they asked, he would introduce him. At that moment, the prince heard someone calling him. He turned his head and saw that Dr. King was present at this event. The prince came up to him and said hello. The doctor asked if he really remembered him. The prince, from the video, of course, how could he forget? After all, before him was the head of the land administration of the Ministry of Agriculture, Franklin King. He was at his first Soviet debut, and besides, he was connected with his agriculture, and it was impossible to forget him. Dr. King said he was leaving soon for the Korean Empire and Japan, and was very glad he was able to meet before he left. The prince, when he heard about the Korean Empire, asked what was taking him so far. Dr. King replied that if I were to tell the story, it would be rather confusing. He wanted to know how the prince was living in New York, and he had already met other people from Asia. The prince turned his head and saw Asians on the other side of the room. Were they also present at this event? The first thing he did was immediately go up to them and try to find out where they were from. When the prince approached, he said that he was glad to meet people from Asia and asked if they were by any chance from Qing. One of them replied that yes, and he was pleased to meet you. Then the prince said that they were not by any chance from the house of Prince Gong, who had put up for auction items from Qing. These people said that everything was correct. Then the prince introduced himself as the prince of the Great Korean Empire, and these people said that it was an honor for them to meet him. Prince wanted to know since there were many Qing relics on display at this auction and what this was connected with. These people said that they urgently needed funds for the country, so they put them up. The prince then said that this raises questions even more so because through other channels they could get a higher price. These people responded that money is needed urgently, it is necessary to collect as much as possible and quickly. It was the end of the Qing dynasty. As far as the prince knew, there were rebellions inside and outside. The Western powers were putting pressure, trying to swallow the country up. Apparently they were raising funds to fight back. It sounded like it was his thing too. One of them asked the prince's permission to say a few words. He wanted to warn him that the Great Korean Empire was also standing and that he needed to be on guard. This person said that soon the Korean religion will appear on this auction. And about the fact that there are rumors that something has already arrived, the prince thought that he really did it all begin. Just a few days ago at Li Kang's mansion in Sausalito, the prince was very upset when he heard this news. He wanted to ask his assistant if this was true, and they answered that yes, according to Hulbert, everything was exactly like that. The letter stated that they were asking for forgiveness from His Highness, but the minister of the Imperial Court of Japan had dismantled and taken to Japan the 10-story pagoda of the Gyeongkyeonsa Temple, and they were looking for a way to return it. Prince said that all relevant evidence had been collected, and he was informed that he would file a protest in the American and European press. The prince thought, although he was ready to prepare everything, he was not sure that the protest would work, and if they soon lose their sovereignty, he would not be able to do this. At that moment he was wondering if he had really given up. He decided that he would earn like crazy and buy it all himself. I looked at the Asian and thought that he should then prepare for future investments and told the Asian to look into San Francisco. After which he handed the Asian his business card and said that he was interested in Qing relics. Before putting them up for auction they should let him know. He would like to buy them for a decent price. The Asian was very grateful to the prince and said that he would definitely visit him. The prince thought that if he was the first to buy all the future treasures, it would bring in a lot of money. Looking around, he thought that he would then be able to buy the Korean relics that would soon appear, but there was still the question of which Korean works of art he absolutely had to buy. He caught himself thinking that nothing could be missed. He had to think everything through. After some time, when he was sitting at a table with his friend the banker, he heard from him that he thought that before coming to New York, he thought that he was quite successful. Giannini told him that he was like a frog in a well, the road ahead is long, and he still needs to learn a lot. The prince confirmed that those who do not realize this do not develop, but he understood and he will succeed. The banker said that he would continue to live with the mood to study with diligence. The prince answered him that he was the same Ginny that he knew and he had changed a lot and became calmer. At that moment a man came up to their table and said that they were holding an investment seminar and they should definitely come because their lives would change. This man was talking brochures at this moment. The banker said to the prince if he wants to know the future of the New York stock market, then he should invest in Livermore's trust and he will personally double his fortune. The prince put the piece of paper on the table, not understanding why the banker made such a forecast. And then Jesse Livermore wondered why this name was being heard at this moment and at this time. The next day people began to gather in one of the establishments to hear about the stock market. In front of them stood a man who said that he was glad to welcome them, and having allocated this precious place and his precious time, he thanked everyone gathered. Some people who came didn't understand what he was saying, others wanted to listen to what he was telling them. Then he started saying that they needed to concentrate, and before they got to the point he was ready to make one prediction. Then he started talking about how within a month the American stock market would crash with a bang. He thought so, and those present said that it was nonsense. Then he started saying that their country uses the gold standard, that is, it is possible to seal dollars only for the volume of gold. Because of the earthquake in San Francisco, the British bank paid gold to the victims. And because of the shortage of gold, he raised interest rates. When the interest rate goes up, people want more interest and transfer money into gold to Britain. He then tried to explain that the U.S. gold reserves could run out, and this would lead to financial instability, a reduction in lending, a decline in the economy, and a collapse in stocks. People were outraged that this was an investment presentation. After all, they were promised to make money, and here they are talking about some kind of decline cock. The man who gathered everyone said that this is not a curse, not a scam. He gathered data from the stock market. Some said that they do not want to listen. and they were ready to leave so as not to waste time. The people who came turned around and started to leave. The man who gathered them tried to stop them. He said that now is the third month and the market is standing still. This is an important indicator. When they had almost all already left, he still continued to talk about how this was the peak and there was nowhere higher from there, and besides, the backward financial system of the United States would become the main factor in the collapse of stocks. And the most important thing is that panic will definitely start soon. He stood there looking after them and realized that no one could hear him. He tried to explain to them that they had to listen to the end to catch the chance. Why they didn't listen to him to the end. When he raised his leaflets, he began to convince himself that he could not persuade people because he stuttered and did not inspire confidence. He no longer had money to rent a hall, and where could he find another investor? At that moment, he saw very expensive shoes, and the man asked him to continue the presentation. The guy was very happy and said, "Yes, of course. Is there really anyone left?" When he raised his eyes, he saw a rich man in front of him and did not understand what he was doing there. After all, he was the Prince of the East, and the guy understood that he had a lot of money, and there were rumors that all his investments were successful. He didn't understand why such a big shot came. But on the other hand, maybe it was his first and last chance, so he said that the prince could listen to the report. The prince turned and told his assistants to step back. Then he looked at the guy who said that he was ready to continue the presentation, and as it was written in the report about the collapse of stock prices is inevitable. Then Prince said that he didn't need to explain it to him. He himself had survived the San Francisco earthquake and already then understood that raising rates would cause financial panic. The guy said that it is true that in such a situation it is more profitable to earn money on shorts than on long-term investments. Short is a strategy on the stock exchange when an investor earns money by attacking shares and sells borrowed shares to buy them back later cheaper and earn the difference. If this works, you can earn a lot of money. The prince looked at him and thought that, by the way, his nickname would be Big Bear. After all, Jesse Livermore in real history bet big on attacks during the 1907, 1920, and 1929 crisis and earned huge sums. During the Great Depression, he made 1 million from less than 1 million into 1 billion. He was a real predator. He said that he not only shorts but he also buys attacks and analyzes the situation. The principal looked at him and replied that he liked it very much, after which he said that he was ready to invest in him and did not want this guy to write his name in history with him. He looked at the prince and thought what the story meant, and what he meant he was a little confused. Then the prince said that he should imagine that on his forecast of a point they earned colossal money, then historians will definitely record their great achievements. This guy agreed with his highness and said that he was ready to write himself into history. The prince said that first, to earn an attack they need to short. Choose what his interlocutor replied that he plans to short shipping, mining, steel, and railroads. The prince thought it was an industry that had been badly damaged by the San Francisco earthquake. The guy answered him that it was true that after the earthquake they had already fallen by more than 20% from the peak, the ideal moment. Then the prince told him that he would distribute it across all 4 industries. Then the guy replied that we need to focus on production. It suffered the most. The stock market is like a jungle. We need to bring down the weakest first. The prince said that at the moment it is clear, but when panic starts we will have to change the target. The guy explained to him that then the market would collapse and a recession would begin. The financial sector would suffer greatly and I would bet on it. The prince thought that he had never thought that someone would calculate the future so well in an era when no one was prepared for the Great Depression. The prince then said that he was ready to transfer the money to his trust the following week and would bring the contract. Then they would discuss everything. The guy said that he understood everything. Then the prince added that he was not going to change the name of the company and would leave everything as is. He raised his head and thought about the name of the company. He did not understand why, because then it would not be counted as his merit. The prince said that the director will also remain the same. He will only give money, and he himself will manage them well, that during his investment in this collapse, his people will go with him. The audit will be conducted by banker Giannini's people. This was necessary so that no one would have any questions. Control is always needed. If you just give money and don't look, strange thoughts may come. The guy heard and said, well, with such investments these are reasonable measures. Are there any other instructions? He said that he wants to be able to withdraw investments at any time he wants. Then the guy said that it was possible, but his investment was calculated for a long term, otherwise large losses were possible. The prince thought that he knew that he was a master of short positions, and when he spoke he was feeding him nonsense, then predicted that it was good and he would take these losses on himself and was ready to indicate this in the contract. After which he wished him luck and that he would lay out his full bet, and that is how the biggest bet of his life began. That very night in the hotel where Prince Yukong was staying, one of his assistants came to him, and the prince did not understand what interested him so much that he even went to the room. The assistant said that the prince gave Livermore so much authority he didn't like everything, but most of all that the prince gave him the name of the company. The prince laughed, then said that the reason was simple: why hang his name where they will throw mud? His assistant didn't understand what he was talking about at all and what kind of dirt he was talking about. Then I tried to explain to him that Livermore was currently planning to go short. He should understand what we were talking about. Since this is earning money on falling prices, it means that not everyone around will like it. And if everything goes according to Livermore's plan and the stocks fall by half, and if the stocks go from 10,000 to 1,000, what then? His assistants looked at it and said that it was most likely a disaster for everyone. The prince said that it really was a collapse, but if they had only played with their own money they would have lost only their own, but if they had taken out a loan from the bank and invested it in shares, then they will instantly become debtors. The prince then said this is who the investors will blame in that case. One of the aides said that most likely it was himself. Another said that no, most likely they would blame Livermore, that it was all because the government had not modernized the backward financial system. They would blame the governments. All of this was true. In fact, it was a miscalculation by the federal government, but instead of admitting the mistake they will find a scapegoat. The prince added that he thinks even during the Great Depression the arrows of criticism will fly at those who were able to make money from it. And it will most likely be Livermore, who publicly predicted the market crash, who will be the target. And the government will lead everything to accuse him of everything that is happening. And if the prince himself is the director of a trust company that is shorting, then all the accusations will be put on him, and he will be torn to shreds, and the Asian will also get a double portion of abuse. His assistants then said that it was very dangerous. The prince reassured them not to worry because he would not be exposed and there would be nothing to find fault with. I'll explain to them that he'll just invest the money and go into the shadows putting up a screen. This is a screen. Livermore, of course, will take all the arrows. But thanks to him, he will get more money than in the original story, so it is not a loss. His assistant was pleased with this answer and said that his boss is downright sinister. The prince noted that it was better to say that he was able to manage risks. It was that night that the prince wrote an investment contract for Jesse Livermore, choosing every word carefully because his life depended on this contract. When he wrote this, he was thinking about only one thing. He was interested in how much profit it would bring. A few days later, several people, including Livermore, gathered at the Prince's Mary Hotel to sign the contract. The prince said he was relying on him. Livermore replied not to worry, he would bring the prince an income beyond all expectations. On the day of the contract, Jesse Livermore put his entire $50,000 advance into short selling for Aaron and Max, who didn't know anything about stocks. He looked like a madman. Since the short investment was aggressive, profit is only possible if the stock price falls. At that moment they came in and said that the stock was worth 0.1 higher than a minute ago. Everyone was looking at the prince. Contrary to expectations, the stocks continued to rise, and it seemed like everyone was starting to panic. At this point, Livermore approached the prince and said that he should trust him completely. He explained that this is not a significant growth, support will soon end, and then they will buy more with the help of leverage, and then they will get a big profit. But Jesse Livermore was the most worried. The prince came up to him and told him not to worry, he believed in him. Livermore looked at the prince and asked if he was serious. At that moment, the prince said that he had one request. Livermore asked again what it was. The prince pointed to Giannini and said that he should teach him trend trading techniques. The banker was indignant. Did the prince really want him to learn how to trade stocks? The prince then told him, did he really want to return to San Francisco empty-handed? Here, whoever at Morgan's request decided to go to Giannini last time instead of teaching him advanced financial techniques openly neglected him, as if he was afraid that he would be taken for a subordinate. But Livermore will teach Giannini, who only knows retail finance, how to invest in stocks. After which the banker approached the guy, shook his hand, and said that he was ready for training. Livermore was pleased with such a student. The prince thought that no one knew how long Livermore would stay with him, so he could better train Giannini and benefit from it together. He said that then they should study properly and he would leave for a while. Livermore said that they would wait for his return. When the prince was away, he headed to the headquarters of the Washington Post. Upon entering, he was greeted by a man who introduced himself as Christian and that he was the editor-in-chief of the Washington Post. The prince said that he was pleased to meet you. The editor said that he heard that the prince was teaching how to place an advertisement with them. The prince replied that he was talking about the UVOT flyer and that the advertisement should be on the front page, and if it's difficult, at least on the second or third page. After all, such advertising should really be a sensation and people should find out as quickly as possible. When the editor looked at what the article would be about, he said that they are always happy with this. The prince understood that at that moment he was investing in the future, making acquaintance with the editor of the newspaper and at the same time ordering advertising. And also advertise their company to federal government officials. The prince also wanted to know if it was possible to write an editorial remove right. Unlike the real story, he decided to change public opinion in favor of his brothers, which would ultimately benefit him. The editor then asked the prince if he was accidentally talking about the story where Smith-Sadowski tried to use the brothers but got into trouble himself. The editor continued to talk about how the association was still spreading dirty rumors, and he was very sorry that he was also sorry that everyone thought like him. After this, the prince continued to establish connections with the owners and editors of the largest New York newspapers. He ordered advertising, bought shares, and came as shares, causing sympathy. He had only one goal, so that later, when during the financial crisis a massive flocks would appear with attacks on him, he could defend himself. The principal understood that he was finally the last one to be attracted to his side. This was the head of the largest yellow hive in the United States, Randolph Hearst, who when he saw the prince said welcome to him, and he waited for the prince to come to him. The prince thought that this man knew his every move and he considered him a creepy guy. Prince said that all his work at the moment explains this matter. The editor wanted to know what happened there. The prince said that he himself. When the editor told the doctor that it was simply impossible and that it couldn't happen, the prince noticed that he was also in shock. High-ranking Japanese officials used their position to steal their cultural value. He was so furious that he couldn't even sleep. Then the editor said that they were bastards, and so that the prince would not worry, he would widely cover this matter. Of principle thanked him and thought that, as expected, he immediately understood that there would be a benefit if he published this first. The Japanese government always tries to make a positive impression on foreign audiences. But if an American newspaper publishes such a negative article about Japan, what then? Most likely to prevent this, Japan will pay the editor more money or give him what he wants. After all, in fact, he is not doing this out of kindness, and it is beneficial to both of them. The prince said to the editor, by the way, he does not think that this is how they paid for that information. The editor told the prince that he underestimates him. The editor said that thanks to what he told him, then he received a huge benefit and he is ready to do him a favor 3 times. Holding one finger, he said that he would help at any moment. He had already used one and he had 2 left. The prince then said that he thought the guy ignored his words, but he saw that they were useful. The editor replied that not only him, the prosecutor who was also there at the time also profited. Everyone says that he came home and made all his relatives sell everything. The prince then asked that it seems that he often meets with people from the financial sector. The movement of banks is some strange, he doesn't know anything. In fact, it was a different time. The era of the bulls was already leaving and the era of the bears was coming. The editor VT asked again what he meant by the era of the bear. The prince then said that he should not tell anyone, it could cause panic. The editor guessed that a financial crisis was coming and he agreed with the prince. The prince thought that he said that he understood everything but would probably write an article, and that was exactly what he was counting on. After which the prince said that he had another meeting, it was time for him to go, and they said goodbye. Princip understood that if this story got into the newspapers, then because of the anxiety, liquidity would dry up even more, and not only institutions but also ordinary people would start returning cash. And if everything goes this way, it means it will happen faster than expected. Some strange sound was heard. The prince turned his head with the others and looked to see what the sound was. The banker said that it looked like someone or something had fallen to the floor. In fact, the prince's guesses were confirmed. His assistant said that it was a hotel guest who, when the stocks plummeted, could not bear it and committed suicide. In fact, he expected that the article in the tabloids would lead to this, but he still felt uneasy. He understood perfectly well that the nightmare would only get worse. He thought that if he stayed here, he would be in danger. Besides, his words to the editor could reach someone else's ears. So he decided that he needed to leave New York urgently, but how to do it without suspicion. If he ran away in the middle of the night, it would be suspicious and would give rise to rumors. In the best-case scenario, he understood that all the accusations would fall on him. Oh, this dinner, he was thinking about only one thing: how to leave naturally. He needed it to seem from the outside that he was leaving on important business. At some point he decided that it would be best if he left on state business, but it wasn't that simple. At that moment his assistant said that Mr. N was urgently looking for him and wanted to know what to do. When he heard about this, he thought that his salvation had come, and he said that they should bring him to him immediately. Priesta was glad to see Tozen because they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then Prince told his guest that he was supposed to be in San Francisco and what brought him to New York, and asked who this man was with him, who he was. His guest replied that this was Lee Byong, the son of Lee Byung-jin, the envoy of the Great Korean Empire to Russia. The messenger handed over an envelope and said that he had come to New York to give this to the prince. The prince wanted to know what it was. Then the messenger said that it was a secret decree of His Majesty and asked him to accept it. The prince opened the envelope and thought of only one thing. What would be there? What would be there that he had been waiting for so long? He asked for only one thing. And what was his surprise when he read the contents of this decree? It said that he should attend the Hague Peace Conference and tell the world about the injustice of the Treaty of Yulsa. The prince immediately turned around and told Max to tell everyone that they were packing up and preparing to leave immediately. The prince ordered him what he did as quickly as possible. They must leave. His friend the banker asked the prince where he suddenly decided to go. The prince replied that circumstances required that he urgently cross the Atlantic. The banker, when he heard about the Atlantic, said that means he is going to Europe, and in that case he will go with him. The prince said no, he must stay and continue studying modern financial methods from Livermore. His friend the banker was a little upset. He said that then at least the prince should say where he is going because he is worried. The prince replied that there was a conference to be held in the Netherlands which he urgently needed to attend. They were heading to the Netherlands as soon as they had completed their travel arrangements. Of course, before leaving it was necessary to convey all the necessary things to the two who remained. They saw the prince off at the port and wished him a safe journey. Livermore's aggressive shorting brought two companies to the brink of bankruptcy, yet he told the prince to leave with a light heart. At that moment the prince asked Livermore if he understood that they were making shorts to make money, to which Livermore replied that yes, of course. The prince was interested in what would happen if the market completely collapsed. Livermore thought about it because it was another task, and he understood everything will take into account the distribution of Aquarius. Luckily Livermore was smart enough to quickly grasp the essence of the matter. The prince gave his banker friend an envelope and said that these were materials that would help his case. The United States federal government in America will abandon the current single bank system and implement a new system due to the impending financial crisis. If you quickly absorb the failing banks and expand the size of the Bank of Italy, the regional bank will quickly become America's central bank. The banker read this. Then the prince said, does he really want to say that he needs to buy the bank specified in this letter when they are sold cheaply in order to expand the business? The prince replied that this is exactly it. And if they don't have enough funds, Livermore told them not to worry, he'll put in enough so there won't be a shortage. The prince said that they especially need to be careful if the Bank of America enters the market, they need to drop everything, and by next to it there was an asterisk which meant that there was some special reason. The reason why it is absolutely necessary to buy it is in the uniqueness of the name itself. At the moment he may not understand because there is no concept of marketing and advertising yet. But later, among the many banks that appear like mushrooms after the rain, he will already have a sign that he will not have to advertise. The prince told his friend the banker that he wants to be more than just the manager of his younger brother's bank, but to become a representative of all U.S. banks. Only after these words did everything become clear to the banker, and he said that he understood and would definitely buy it out. At that moment a guy came up to His Highness and called him. He wanted to know why the prince had called him. He replied that he called him only because he wanted to know more about him. He needed to understand whether he needed this person. In front of him sat an agent of the Imperial Intelligence Service Ikmunsa, a spy organization founded by Emperor Kojong. In 1902, subordinate to the palace administration, they transmitted secret letters from the emperor and monitored high-ranking officials. It was a Korean analog of Tsum. It is clear that only the best personnel capable of acting both inside and outside the empire were selected there. The prince thought that this was great. His power was growing, and he needed an intelligence agency more than ever, and it appeared in time. I asked the agent to write down who else he knows from the agents, to which he said that he does not refuse to obey, but if he receives an assignment then he does not even know who is in the organization. The prince realized what it meant, that they had a clean structure. Even if they caught one, the rest would remain in the shadows. They would be impossible to track down. He understood that this was unexpectedly well organized. It would be necessary to negotiate later, so that this institution would be transferred to him directly. He wanted to know about his future plans. Then this agent began to tell that there was an agent who had prepared documents for entering the conference room in The Hague, that it was necessary to meet with them, then secretly approach the conference room and try to get inside. He said that, unfortunately, this plan was doomed to failure. The guy didn't understand why he was saying that. The prince then added that Japan probably already knows about their actions and therefore all this is doomed. The agent then said that they needed someone who was definitely not exposed, but there is no such person right now. The prince understood that no matter how carefully they prepared, Japan would still do everything in its power to prevent this, so how could their interventions be neutralized? Prince then said that he had come up with one way. He would still go in there no matter what he had to do, but he had to help cover it up. After some time they reached the Netherlands and were in the hall of the International Peace Conference. It was unclear why they were not allowed in. There was a line that they wouldn't let in. The documents were perfectly prepared. It's unclear why they were forced to just wait. They were told that they were undergoing a second identity check and that an order had been received not to let them through. They didn't understand because the passport invitation and power of attorney had already been checked. The prince stood calmly because the documents were perfect. If they really weren't allowed in, then there was only one reason. This man may have received a bribe from the Japanese to prevent him from entering. His assistant came up from behind and asked His Highness what he was going to do next. He told them to wait because someone who would let him through should appear. And indeed he appeared, and the prince thought finally he came. It was Duke Hendrik, the husband of the current Queen of the Netherlands. When he saw the prince, he said that he was glad to see him and did not understand why he was hanging around at the entrance. Then Prince told him that he wasn't hanging out, but they just weren't letting him in, and his friend didn't understand how that was possible and asked if there were problems with the documents. The prince replied that no, it was an important matter. He had prepared everything perfectly, but for some reason the administrator would not let them through. Then the Duke raised his head, looked at the administrator, and shouted why they weren't letting his friend through and why he was re-entering. The entire month after arriving in the Netherlands and before the conference was a continuous lobbying. The Duke approached the administrator and asked him to give him a legitimate reason. The prince approached the Duke and as if by chance won him over and gave him exactly what he needed, namely money, although he is the husband of the Queen of the Netherlands, but in fact he is a beggar without a penny to his name. So he told him about the business and the company and gave him some of the rights. Everything happened as the prince expected. From the outside this might seem like a loss, but when the company enters Europe it would be to his advantage and could come in handy. When the principal was passed, he thanked and said that in the end he could only rely on a friend. His assistants were surprised that the prince had foreseen everything. They had been watching his actions for a month and were worried, but now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They could go inside. That was their purpose of coming to get to this conference. Go inside. The principal welcome thought that who else is this, and most likely it will never work out calmly. This man blocked the road. The prince wanted to know who he was. Then this guy answered that he was a special envoy of the Japanese Empire to the International World Conference. The prince then realized that this was the same son of a bitch who had bribed the guy there, but he said that he was pleased to meet him, but now he had no time to talk to him. This Japanese representative said that the prince could not enter. The prince asked him what he was saying. One of his assistants tried to explain whether he even understands who he is trying to stop. This guy then said that he is not stopping them, he is warning them that they have no right to participate. The prince wanted to ask, what does this mean? This man began to say that it seems that the prince living abroad is not aware of the current situation in Joseon. The foreign policy of the Korean Empire is completely delegated to the Japanese Empire. Then the prince came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder and said that he most likely was not aware of this and added that an agreement signed under threats and bribery has no legal force. After which he turned around and said that he had every right to enter inside. This man tried to stop and said that for the weak Joseon the only way to survive was an operation on their Japanese Empire, and it would be better for them to return back. Right at that moment the prince stopped and without turning around asked him to say. His vaunted Japanese government took such good care of them that they left their immigrants to rot in Mexico. The prince looked at the Japanese representative and what he would tell him on this issue. The prince continued to say that he had been given a wonderful demonstration of the progressive diplomacy of the Japanese Empire. The Japanese representative began to say that he shouldn't choose the difficult path because it will only make things worse for him later. The prince thought that this bastard dared to threaten him. He needed to be taught a lesson as quickly as possible. After which the prince said to him, is it really for what reason that he will conquer him if he allows himself to threaten the prince of the whole empire? This man said that he is not threatening, he is simply talking about reality. Yes, he said that he would write a letter to Ito Hirobumi. This man did not understand what and why he would write to the Governor-General. The prince said that he had arrived and was thinking of leaving since he didn't belong here, but then a certain Hanzo got him down, and he eventually decided to participate in the conference. After which the man lowered his head and began to address him as His Majesty. He asked for forgiveness and to forgive him for his insolence. The principal thought that he was shaking funny from one phrase and even decided to threaten lowering his head. He asked under what conditions he would agree to simply return. The prince put his hands on his shoulder and said that at that moment he only wanted one thing: for him not to be in front of his eyes. And then he added that everyone should do their own thing, and after these words the prince went on. He understood that he would not have any more obstacles and he could calmly go to the international community to talk about the unfair treatment of the Korean Empire. When he entered the conference hall, he saw a large number of people sitting. After walking a bit around the hall, he found the place where he was supposed to sit at this conference. He understood that even though they were invited, the country was still a place that was a bit offensive to him, the very edge. On the other hand, he thought that on the contrary it even turned out well. Such humiliation could make his performance even more dramatic. At this point they said that the floor would now be given to the special envoy of the invited countries of the Korean Empire, Prince Yukong. At that moment the prince stood up from his seat and headed towards the stage where they were performing. When he stood before the people gathered at this conference, he addressed the distinguished guests and introduced himself as the second son of the Emperor of the Korean Empire, His Majesty Daehyun. He said that the reason he was only speaking out was because 2 years ago the Japanese government threatened the Emperor and the Minister of Korea and took away their foreign policy rights, which was the result of armed blackmail. He came to this conference to tell how much Japan oppresses their country. Because of this, the representative of Japan jumped up and started shouting that this is a lie. The Japanese representatives continued to shout that the Japanese government had never done such a thing and asked the chairman to immediately stop the prince's speech. Then Pri said that Japan is lying, and right now the representatives of Japan asked what he was talking about. If he says another word, he will pay for it. The chairman of the conference stood up and asked for order to be maintained. He said that whether this was true or false, let the representatives of the countries decide, but for now the prince should continue. At that moment the prince thought that if Japan had already bribed, then it had to bribe everyone in a row. At this point the prince said that the Japanese government really does have a fat face. 10 years ago Japan sent Ronin to kill his mother and justified them. This information is easy to find, and after that they say that they did not oppress Korea. This is a lie. The prince also told the gentlemen to look at the current situation and make a decision themselves. He said that Japan will not stop at Korea, and by absorbing Korea it will want Manchuria and then further. The prince said that Japan would not calm down until they gobbled up all the small islands of the Pacific Ocean. The Japanese representatives did not know how to object to this. He only said that this was not sticking and that the prince should immediately stop inciting it. Princip thought that maybe it sounds crazy, but he knows their endless greed. The Japanese representative appealed to the chairman to stop this immediately, or they would file an official protest. The chairman said that the prince's time was up and he could come down. The prince replied that he was finishing his cry from the heart and thanked him for his attention. Later, the speech on the prophecy of the prince in The Hague, he finished it and left the podium. The next day in the hotel where the prince stayed there was a lot of noise. The journalists were more friendly than he expected. Western powers will now step in and contain Japan. After some time Japan and the United States entered into the Katsura Agreement and shared their influence with the faith. They bribed or controlled the press of other countries. It was clear that soon there would be no articles. The principal understood that the times were such that soon other fates and events would begin, and this would be quickly forgotten. But he did this so that he would no longer be seen as just the second son of the Korean king, but so that his name would be remembered throughout the world. And the most important thing is that he did it to set up the representative of Japan well. After that Japan will probably tighten surveillance. It will no longer be possible to act secretly. The prince is doing, I think that, by the way, the Japanese probably almost turned over from yesterday. According to his plan, the Japanese should stir and help him. At the same time, an extraordinary meeting was called in Tokyo, Japan, regarding the prince's speech. The general said that they dealt with the Sudi because this brazen Korean disgraced the great Japanese emperor on the international stage. Hardline leader Korea says there is only one way to overthrow Korean king who deceived Japanese empire. The prime minister and the first resident general of Korea looked at the first resident general of Korea without saying a word, after which the prime minister lowered his head down, and it was clear to him what to do next. The general, after hearing everything, said that they would take into account the opinion of their colleagues and overthrow this Korean from the throne. The Prime Minister added that he had not heard such pleasant words from him for a long time, and the rest did not understand because they were fighters for independence how they were going to deal with impostors posing as an envoy. The Prime Minister raised his hand and said that the main culprits will soon be brought to trial and punished for humiliating the Japanese Empire before the world. The general said that it was great that this route had to be pulled out so that this would not happen again, and that the death penalty should be demanded for everyone so that it would be a lesson to others. Those sitting at the table were talking about how this was, as always, the wise opinion of Mr. Nkatsura. At some point they caught the wave and were already proud of it. The general understood that it was necessary to see at this very moment the columns of the ditch and this idiot waving the ball indiscriminately. He himself would cause a counterattack. He understood that the more you put pressure on the Koreans, the more stubbornly they resist. On the contrary, you should pretend to be friendly and lure them one by one instead of provoking them. But in this situation there is nothing to be done. You will have to follow the will of this example. Min said that it is understandable to demand the death penalty for 3N. At that moment he was told that the prince was the main culprit for the three of them, and that the death penalty should be demanded for all four. The general said that he is the Prince of Korea and there must be rule of law. And if he is guilty, he must be punished even if he is a prince and not take account of him. Someone present banged on the table and said that they had stopped this nonsense of demanding the death penalty for the prince of another country, and that they needed to think about the consequences of such a step. Besides, the prince was now in Europe and was going to start a new life in America. He is building his base there, and they want to demand his extradition for execution. He is not crazy to return. Then the general asked what they were proposing. Did the prince really want to live abroad but disgrace their country? Then the Prime Minister looked at his colleagues and asked if they thought so too. Everyone agreed with this opinion. It was clear that if the issue was refused, it could be forcibly withdrawn. The Prime Minister understood that only madmen would want to kidnap a royal person, especially in Europe or America. He thought that most likely the general does not even understand the risks and consequences. The general said that this is not possible, but there is sense in the gentleman's words, so first he needs to be stripped of his title and his passport annulled. The Prime Minister said he was asking to reconsider this decision because they could only anger the Koreans even more. The resident general responded that this was the only way they could show the international community their determination. The general also believed that it was possible to request the extradition of all four, including the prince, in order to exert pressure, and it was necessary to put pressure on the Korean king so that he would persuade his son to return. This opinion was agreed with. Only then it was necessary to decide what punishment to demand for the prince. It was decided that he would be exiled for life under Wirianki, the harshest form of exile in Joseon. The emperor exhaled and said that means they will not demand the death penalty. The general looked at him and said he was still a prize even if they were only from his title, as the resident general said, and then we need to take into account the future consequences. Then he said that if he were prime minister, he would have decided otherwise. He would have secretly given the order to hunt the fox as before. They called the operation to kill the prince's mother, the empress, the fox hunt. Everyone present in the room turned and looked at Mr. Kadia. He started laughing and said that he was joking. Couldn't he just joke? Everything had already been decided. He was leaving. Primera looked at the resident general and said that this time they had a lot to discuss and could talk over dinner. At the same time, in another part of the mansion, Tonka Lisoken, the landowner known as Ozan and Khanum, was reading the newspaper and wondering if His Majesty would really deprive him of his fortune like this. He understood that the 500-year history of this country could end at any moment, but even in this end he saw a glimmer of light. The prince was a representative of a small eastern country of the Korean Empire who was telling in the very center of the Hague about the troubles of his homeland, so he called his assistant and told him to check their land in advance. And he also gave the order to convey to the elder and younger brothers so that they would come to him. It was clear that it was better to gather strength abroad than to just sit in this place and die. It was better to help those who were preparing for the future. He looked out the window and thought that the new world would only remain to bet everything on hope, and decided that he needed to go to the States during the period. During the Joseon period, the in-business was not developed and travelers or merchants stayed overnight in the houses of local respected people. The people in this place were talking to each other about how Mr. Yen Chok was selling all his land, and the second wanted to know what kind of land it was. One of them said that they say if you pay with foreign money they will also give you a discount, and if you have any thoughts then you need to buy. The second one answered that he is $2 short of buying. The first guy laughed and said, "Is it really only $2? The second guy replied that he had been found out. The guy who was eavesdropping on this whole conversation came to the richest man Kyungju Choi Hyunsik, and he learned that Lee Sokun's family was selling off all their property. This guy said that it is true, these are the words of a visitor from Zanyan. There could be no mistake. The gentleman said that last week a rich man from Suncheon sold all his property. In fact, he is not the only one who has sold quite a lot of people their property in recent weeks. Even Lee Sokun's family from Hanyang sells everything and moves to the seaside. He thought that it was similar and it was time for him to make decisions. After some time, he gathered his entire family and said that he called them to inform them of his decision. One of the sons asked what decision was being discussed. Then the gentleman replied that he intended to send them to America. The sons were upset. Were they really going to America, and why did he make such a decision? The gentleman put an envelope and said that they should take this money from the sale of part of the property and their passports. He would send the rest of the funds as soon as he sold everything. After which he said that they should go to the seaside and find people named Kim Dokbi and Lee Min-woo, since these were the people who were involved in sending Koreans to America. One of his sons said that he was ready to fulfill his father's will and took this envelope. The second of his sons said that he would stay because someone had to be with him. The father said that it was okay and that was what they would do. After which he told his sons to eat on time and always take care of themselves. All he wanted to say was that he had already said there was no time and it was time for them to go. The gentleman thought that he needed to send his youngest son safely to America. He prayed that everything would be fine with them and that they would be healthy and unharmed. At the same time, the meeting place in the port of Namso met old acquaintances. One of them said that he had not been to his homeland for a long time, and this happened because of the prince's order. This time he met two independence fighters, Yang Kitak, who believed that the prince even helps his homeland abroad, opened several schools, and the independence fighter Lee Dong-wai confirmed that any business of the prince was successful and he became rich. And the most important thing one of them said was that he was not going to stop there. He had a chest in his hands. After he opened the chest in which the bundles of dollars lay, he said that the prince thought that he was not suffering too much and sent them a larger sum. One of these guys said, did the prince really trust him with such a large amount of money? To which the prince's assistant replied that this was only a part of the funds that he had transferred. After which he told everyone else that the prince had instructed him to use this money not only for the education of the settlers, but he must use this money to educate people in Korea and Manchuria. Independence fighter Shin Chae-ho asked why His Highness was doing this, since he had already left his homeland and distanced himself from the throne. And also everyone wanted to know what in that charter of Sinmansui that he showed them. They saw a clause about the desire for a constitutional monarchy. They are interested in this, is his request. Then his assistant answered them all that they did not understand because it was not his will. He is a prince, there is no thirst for power. He just thought that if there were such a king everything would be different, and wrote down this point. At that moment he thought that of course after Kongjong's insane thirst for power one could be wary, so they had such a question. The assistant said that he understood their concerns perfectly well and closed the chest. He suggested that they go with him to America, and when they meet His Highness they will understand what he meant. After the peace conference he remained in The Hague to monitor the international situation. The prince thought about returning to America for a while because he had already done everything he could. The financial collapse had not yet arrived, but the recession was getting worse, and a telegram had arrived. Livermore had earned 4 million even before the collapse. The prince thought that if he returned to the present moment during the present crisis, he would become a mere target, so he had to do what he could do in Europe or increase his fortune. Either to create a strong and reliable support, he went to the hospital in The Hague. When he entered the hospital, people looked at him and were surprised that a prince had come and wanted to see how they treated the sick. People were very grateful to him for coming. The prince said that they were suffering a lot. The prince also wanted to know about the patient, how he was, and if everything was okay with him. They answered that everything was fine now, and if he hadn't noticed last night that comrade Lee Jun had fallen, everything could have ended in disaster. The prince asked if everything was okay and that everything was okay with his people. His assistants said that they thanked him for his mercy. The prince thought that everything seemed to be prepared and it was time to act. The prince then said that this was not a favor at all, but simply that fate had brought him to them to ask about his plans. The guy did not understand what the plans were and what the principal meant. Then the prince said that because of the backlog at the Hague conference, he would now not be able to return to his homeland. Japan was furious, and his arrest immediately upon his return and a death sentence. The prince said that this is why he wanted to hear his plans. In fact, they have no plans since they received a secret order from Kong Jong. They were ready to die. They had only devotion, willingness to live for the safety of their homeland, but even though it was reckless, he needed exactly such people. He decided that he could not allow them to die in vain. The prince said that he highly appreciated their loyalty and their abilities and offered them to become his men and continue to work for the homeland. He also said that he was ready to give them new shelter and hope. The guys looked at him with gratitude, after which they thanked him and assured them that everything would be fine. The prince said that he was counting on them, so key people and agents went over to his side. At that moment, his assistant woke up. The prince asked how he was feeling. He replied that he thanked him for his care and was already recovering, after which he handed over the envelope and said that the prince should take this, please. He heard that the prince needed it for management. The prince did not understand what it was then. His assistant said that it was a document from the structural organization of ICMAS. The prince wondered if this letter really contained everything. He didn't expect that he would be able to find out because it was a structure made up of cells. When he opened this piece of paper, he saw that there was nothing written on it. Then he was told that there was a way to read it all. They explained to him that if you bring paper to a fire, then from the heat letters will appear on this sheet of paper. This is a chemical method of hidden writing. As soon as the letters appeared, the number of agents in each location and information about regions and activities became visible. U provinces 16 people, capital 15 in foreign embassies and military facilities 20 abroad 10 related. Prince thought it was more than he expected. One of the people said that, as he already said, this organization operates on a cell system. No one knows all the members as a whole. The prince then thought that it meant that except for his father, there was no one who knew everyone, and his father would not just hand over this organization to him. One of these people said that His Highness the Prince did have a way and asked which one. Then he said that it was possible to contact the hiding members through their secret channels. If you recruit them one by one, they will become their people. The prince thought that this is true because except for the members of this organization, no one will be able to read this is written chemically. After which the prince gave this letter and said that he entrusted it to him, to which the assistant said that as soon as he finally recovered, he would immediately begin recruiting. When the prince came to Europe, he set himself 2 goals: to get rid of the power of Kojong and to completely take over the organization of ICMAS. After which the prince approached one of these guys and said that he could go and rest a little. He had accomplished the 2 main goals, and now it was time to do the additional ones. He had to try to get everything he could in Europe before returning to America. The prince thought that since he was already here, he needed to take up this chemical method of hidden recording. He thought that Germany is most developed in chemistry, so he should get a recommendation from that German. If he got the money, let him work it off. At that moment, Gertzak received a letter that he was holding in his hands. He understood that for some reason it was cold. The prince handed this letter to his assistant and said that he should write in it the wife of the children and everyone who was going to be transferred. He asked why. Then His Highness said that the Japanese would start to persecute and torture their families. They could not be left there. He promised to transfer everyone to America and settle them with them. After which he took this letter, cried, and thanked His Highness for the care he had given him. The trio Lee, who shone in The Hague, went to New York to start a new life. They said that they could be given any task and they could handle anything. The prince understood that they had become his people. They were carrying out their first task there. This task was ideal for them since they specialized in collecting and analyzing information. And the task was to monitor the actions of the Morgan family and report to the prince. While they were operating in New York, he would be able to calmly go about his business. A few days later, at the central station in The Hague, the prince was called by whose voice it was. The prince turned to see who it was. Wilbur Ori. When he saw him, he thought that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was the Wright brothers who arrived in the Netherlands. The prince, when he saw the brothers, said that he was glad to see them. The reason why they crossed Atlantis and arrived in The Hague was another plan of the prince. Hendrik, who was with the prince, saw the brothers and said that it means they are the same inventors of the airplane that the prince spoke about. He is glad to meet them. Their main task was to convince him to ensure the company's successful entry into the European market. A little earlier, when they were driving in the car to the meeting, there was a conversation about how even if everything was going well with Hendrik, what to do with the promise given to Chanute when entering Europe. The prince told them not to worry. He looked at the contract. It only stated the right to sell to France, so there would be no problems and they could check it themselves. The brothers then said that thank God. The prince thought that he was so naive, and that is why he fell for this trick in the original story. Octave Chanute was a French-American civil engineer and aviation pioneer. He consistently supported the brothers and helped a little in the invention of the airplane, but in reality he betrayed them, leaked key technologies of the airplane, and founded his own factory in France. That was the case in the original story, but as long as the prince was here that wouldn't happen. He wouldn't allow his assets to be stolen. The prince thought he would pull out all the stops and impossible charges to teach him a lesson. After some time on one of the golf courses, the prince was upset that he had missed the target, and his partner said that it was a pity because everything was going well. The prince approached him and said that it looked like he was winning, and they answered that it looked like it. After which his friend said that he would take this bet car for himself. This is how he won Hendrik's sympathy and was going to get business rights in the Netherlands through him. The first is resources from Indonesia, a colony under the control of the Netherlands, coffee, luwak, natural rubber, sugar, oil, all of which will soon bring in huge amounts of money. Hendrik asked the prince if he was going to open a PG Restijk and distribution company within the next year. The prince answered yes. Then the duke thought a little because this was a little strange for him, but he decided to tell the prince anyway that when the company opens he should send someone to him. He will secretly support her. Thanked him and thought that he had not given the bribe in vain again. Then his new friend said that the prince wanted to meet with the Kaiser and other German nobility. This became possible, and Case happily agreed to receive him. The prince thought that it was good to be happy, but the reason was unclear. He thanked his friend for his efforts. He didn't even know how to thank him. Then his new friend said what other payment. He just has to add a little to his expenses if they are traveling together. The prince asked again if he was going to. His friend replied of course. How could he let his friend go so far alone? The prince then thought that he must have something wrong with the queen and told his friend that his accompaniment was only for the best. His new friend did not expect such an answer and asked the prince when he planned to leave. The prince replied that in a week. They were already standing at the central station of Dresden in Germany. A few days later, the prince gave his assistant the names of the people they were supposed to meet in the German Empire. The prince said it would be nice to meet together, but he had a meeting with the royals, and they also had to meet the developer and inventor of the diesel engine, Rudolf Diesel. When the brothers heard that he was an inventor, they told the prince not to worry, and that they would definitely recruit him. Prince said that he was ready to rely on them completely and thought that Germany should wait for him with Diesel at the head. He would take all the technology from her. After some time, the prince and his men stood in front of the entrance to the German imperial palace. Only after meeting the Kaiser did the prince understand why he was glad of his visit. Kaiser Wilhelm told the prince that his brilliant speech at the peace conference had saved his reputation. The emperor of the German Empire added that he had been saying for a long time that one should be careful with the Japanese bastards, but no one listened to him. A little history for reference. At that time in Germany, the theory of the yellow threat was actively spreading that Asians would enslave the world. Although most disagreed with him, the reason for the god of which the Kaiser went to absurd theories to hate Japan, the two countries clashed over control of the Shandong Peninsula. The emperor added that these island bastards are simply disgusting. The prince thought that England and Japan were also in on it, but Germany and Britain were rivals, which didn't irritate him. The emperor told the prince that no matter what, he wanted to thank him for saving his reputation, and if he needed help he could always contact him. The prince did not lose his head and immediately said that if the emperor says so, then he has one request, and this request was that he wanted to study the advanced technologies of Germany. He was primarily interested in military doctrine and the army's training system. The German emperor said he had heard that the army of the Korean Empire had been disbanded last month. The prince began to justify himself and said that everything was correct, but it was his personal initiative. Then the emperor replied that he knew that the prince had started a new life between Mexico and the United States. He looked at the emperor again and asked what exactly he meant and whether he would help him. The prince thought that the emperor was a decisive man. If he helped him once, then he could also benefit him. The emperor said that he would help. The emperor's words seemed too kind to the prince, but he decided that he shouldn't refuse. The prince then asked for another favor. He said that he was planning to open a university in the western United States, but he lacked good teachers. If the emperor sends German professors, he will provide them with full funding. Then he started to get out his inside pocket and said that if the professor sent to Germany has a patent, they are ready to share it with the German government, and showed the documents. The prince said that it would not be unprofitable for Germany. The emperor thought about his proposal. Then the emperor took the documents, gave them to his assistant, and said that the prince had probably already thought everything through. Was there a candidate he especially wanted? The prince was a little surprised because the emperor didn't even really look at the documents. It was suspiciously generous. The prince then said that he had heard that a chemist named Fritz Gaber was quite famous. The emperor replied that he would then send him. Suddenly the prince caught himself thinking that he, the emperor, was looking at his hand all the time. Then he remembered. Just before entering the palace he was warned that it would be better not to show his hands in front of the Kaiser because the Kaiser loves men with beautiful hands. At that moment the prince thought it was just a joke, but it was not a joke. Since the next moment the emperor told the prince that he had long noticed that he had very beautiful hands. The prince tried to change the subject and asked if they had already set a budget for sending military instructors. The emperor looked at his hands without taking his eyes off him and said that the prince should not worry, he was indebted to him, so he would cover everything. The prince was furious. He thought that he would rather pay than get into such a situation again, so he said that he would definitely pay for his generosity. The emperor said that no payment was needed. It was better for the prince to say if he wanted to stay the night in the palace. The prince laughed and then said that he had plans. The emperor then said that he was very sorry because he had such a beautiful summer palace. A few days later, a hotel in central Germany stood at the window and thought that he had urgently finished his business in Berlin and arrived in central Germany. He heard someone knocking on his room door. The prince told them to come in, and they told him that they had brought him. It was for this meeting that the prince came into the room. A man came in, said hello, and introduced himself as Rudolf Diesel. He said that he had heard from the Wright brothers that the prince wanted to hire him. The prince confirmed that this was indeed the case and asked if he had the conditions for hiring. Rudolf Diesel replied that yes, he needed about 400,000 marks. The prince thought that the sum was not small, but he needed to know the reason. Then his guest replied that his business had failed and that he needed to pay off his debts. At that moment the prince thought about it because the amount was impressive, but the benefit from hiring a Diesel would be astronomical. The prince, despite everything, extended his hand to Diesel and said okay, he will get the money. Diesel will become part of his team. His new employee shook the prince's hand and said that he was fully counting on him. In fact, this meeting would mark the rise of his company. Even time in New York on Wall Street, while Li Kong in Germany was immersed in the search for talent in America, something was also happening. The banker and his new teacher stood and watched what was happening on the stock exchange. His teacher said that it seemed to him that he had nothing more to learn. The banker said no, he still has to study. Livermore then said he should look at his return from the starting 50,000. He made 1 million. The banker still said that he needed to study, but he was done earning money this way. Livermore looked at him and asked him again what he meant, because at the moment it was necessary to make money on aggressive purchases. He considered the banker too soft. The banker replied that he knew everything because that was the essence of capitalism, but making money on someone else's suffering was not his thing. He wanted to return to his previous path. It was much more convenient for him, and he understood that his money was not earned on the suffering of others. Livermore then told the banker that he was a humanist in finance and asked how much he could earn by giving small businessmen low-interest loans. The banker replied that it was his business and he should not speak but do what the prince instructed him to do, and not overdo it as the prince asked. Livermore raised his head and was a little surprised. He did not understand what had happened to one of the shares. He saw that United Copper shares were behaving very strangely with such a fall in the market. Mining companies usually lost up to 30%, and here was a copper company that was rapidly recovering its rate without any visible news. At that moment Livermore immediately thought that it smelled like something was fried. Then he thought again and decided that it smelled like money. And immediately he shouted for his order to be accepted. He decided to put all the trusted funds of their Livermore company on these shares. In short, just a few days later on Old Street, Livermore saw the result. He was right. This short gave them 8 million in profit. At that moment he thought if the rest of the shares also fall due to the current decline, then 10 million can be earned easily, but the prince asked not to go over the edge. At that moment he overheard a conversation between two brokers who were saying that this company was buying copper with its own funds in order to artificially raise the price. This was an attempt to manipulate the rate. Livermore at that moment thought if the rumors were actually true, then the collapse of the New York Stock Exchange is a matter of time. The prince's bet on the fall will bring him even more assets, and along with his profit his interest will grow. So he thought about it and decided that he couldn't miss this chance. He remembered the last conversation with the prince when he asked what would happen if the market collapsed completely. Then he answered that it would be nice to have a lot of money. Liver came up and said that he wanted to short. Additionally, the broker asked him again if he really wanted to trade on credit. Livermore smiled and said that yes, he knew for sure that he could make money on it. You even time in one of the hotels in Germany, the prince sat at his desk and checked his mail. The assistant said that a letter had arrived from the Kaiser. It looks like it was good news. The Kaiser sent a list of teachers he wanted and promised to send them by the end of the year. When the prince finished reading this letter to the end, he became very angry. No one understood what had happened. The prince then said to his assistant if he was so curious, he could look for himself. The assistant read this letter and told the prince that everyone loved him, not only women but also men. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and they turned their heads. One of the assistants opened the door and asked the man standing near the door who he was. The man said that he was a hotel employee. An urgent telegram for one of the guests. The assistant then told the prince that it seemed that something had happened in New York, a very urgent telegram. The prince thought it couldn't be. When the prince read the telegram, he thought that, as he had expected, what he had feared had happened. Having read the telegram to the end, he said that they were going to fly to America urgently. His assistants wanted to know what happened. They asked the prince if he was okay and said that because of some actions it is not safe to stay in America at the moment. The prince then said that this was indeed so, but if he did not return to New York, everything would be taken away from him. You even time in the office of banker Giannini in New York, an important meeting took place. The banker introduced himself and invited the guests to come in. After Giannini moved away from shorts, he started shopping banks, studying the list of the princes. Mark Baker from Baker Bank came to see him and thanked him for the reception. Giannini told him that when he came with offers to sell, they didn't even meet with him, and he doesn't understand why he came at this moment. Then his goose said that Giannini from the bank if and for sure know what the situation is. The banker then asked him that is it became difficult and he decided to sell. His guest said that it was really so. He was ashamed to admit it, but he was forced to sell and came because he wanted to save the employees. Giannini then told his guest that in that case he was ready to pay him such a sum, and showed him a piece of paper on which he had written. He looked at this amount and said that it was much less than what he had offered before. Then Giannini answered him that he himself had just said that he knew the current situation. At that moment, the banker's assistant came in and asked for forgiveness for interrupting, but an urgent telegram had arrived and the director needed to go out for a minute. Giannini stood up and said that he needed to step away for a while his guest could think about the offer. The banker was told that the deal had to be postponed. He didn't understand why the newspaper wrote that banks were declaring bankruptcy one after another, and that the second largest New York tractor company was also under threat. On Wall Street, they say it's just the beginning of the morning. There are just people in front of the banks trying to withdraw money. In fact, it was a banking panic. Even the most stable bank would not survive if something like this started, so it was decided to just wait for now. But suddenly the banker said that he understood everything and the best time to buy was when the company was dying. The banker returned to his seat and asked for an apology for the long delay. His guest said that it was okay, but the amount was too small and asked for more. Giannini suddenly said that the negotiations on this deal would have to be cancelled. His go said that he did not understand what was going on. The banker then handed him a piece of paper and said that if he still wanted to sell the shares at an even lower price, he could contact. When his guest saw this offer, he thought that this was an even smaller amount. Giannini looked at him and told him not to make him wait too long. He also had little time and external circumstances were changing rapidly. The banker turned around and called Livermore. He wanted to know what was going on and where he was. At that moment, another person entered the room and addressed Mr. Giannini. They wanted to know who he was. This man said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that the prince sent him. The banker was surprised and said that he understood everything, but that at the moment he was looking for one person. Then this guy said, if we are talking about Oliver Maury, he is almost being held by Morgan. They informed the prince about it. He will arrive soon. The banker was surprised that Morgan also entered this fight. Was it because he was trading with leverage? The banker at that moment thought that even if he did something, nothing could be changed. All they had to do was wait for the prince when he arrived. The earliest one was supposed to arrive the next day and the latest one in 4 days. As soon as the prince arrived in New York, he was met by Giannini. The prince was very surprised and asked why he was meeting him. The banker said that after he heard the news from the prince's man, he stayed to wait. The prince thanked him and said that means he knows what happened. The banker knew that Livermore was being held by Morgan. The prince asked what happened next, because he had not received any news since he boarded the ship. The banker replied that fortunately amidst the misfortune his trust stock was in order. The prince thought that even in the original story, he was taken away by force. Morgan blackmailed him into giving up shorts. The prince said that everything was clear to him and he wanted to know when it happened. The banker replied that it was about 3 days ago. Then the prince understood everything, which means all of New York went down 3 days ago. He wanted to know what else was known. The banker then said that rumors had been circulating for 4 days that New York banks were on the verge of bankruptcy. The prince understood everything and said that's it. New York was essentially Morgan's domain, and if New York collapsed and his assets collapsed, he would probably go crazy with fear. At that moment, the prince's assistants came and said that they had arrived. The prince replied that he would first sort out his things and then decide what to do. The prince asked what the first thing to do was to save Livermore. The banker asked if there was any way at all. At that moment, the man standing next to him said that maybe they could take a little time to talk to him. First, the principal turned his head, and he was very surprised when he saw Morgan Jr. standing in front of him. Morgan Jr. asked His Highness how he had chewed all this time. The prince answered him that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then Morgan said that the prince was in Europe, so almost half a year had passed since their last meeting. The prince replied that he really had a lot to do, so he didn't return for a long time, and asked how his father was doing. Then Morgan Jr. said that his father was very busy, even more than one might expect. I thought that he was probably sewing up and cleaning up the mess that others had made, although what business was it of his? The bailiff then told Morgan Jr. that it turned out that he too must be busy, and did not understand what brought him to him. Morgan Jr. said that he wanted to talk to His Highness, but the conversation would be long, so it would be better for them to change the environment. After which Morgan Jr. suggested going to his father's house for this conversation. The prince thought that everything was happening as expected, and he was prepared for such a turn of events. In the original story, Morgan Sr. also almost by force gathered all the famous people of New York and held emergency meetings. They wrote that he did not let anyone go until the problem was solved. The prince decided that he would go to Morgan after all, but he was not going to give up right away. He decided that it should look as if he was showing nobility. Prince said that it was even a bit rude, but since they were asking like that, it meant it was serious. He decided that it was okay, he would go. After some time at the Morgan mansion, they arrived at the mansion and were led to the guest room. It was in this room that he met with the kidnapped Livermore, who had been there for some time. The prince approached him and asked Livermore if he was okay, to which he replied that fortunately there was no physical violence, but there was psychological pressure. Livermore began to tell that Morgan had dragged him to his place because of his short position and threatened that if he did not close the position he would accuse him of undermining the stability of the market, and they were going to make him the scapegoat. At that moment, the prince asked Livermore that he had closed all positions, to which he replied that of course not, he would definitely make a profit, why should he give up? He said that he had already earned 40 millions on the fall, and this amount was already after deducting the commission. The prince thought that Livermore had not even bowed down to Morgan himself. His nickname Beastheart really suited him. If 40 millions is after the commission, then in total he earned more than 50 million. At that moment, the prince thought that if you don't count the three titans of New York, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Morgan, he was next after them. The prince tapped him on the shoulder and said it was all done superbly. Livermore replied that he had given it his all. The prince then said that now it was time to wind up the game with Short's liver. Did not understand that. Why then? The prince, I will remind him that he had already said before leaving for Europe. Livermore reiterated that they were not aiming to destroy capitalism through short selling. The prince reminded him that if he said stop, then Livermore should stop immediately. The agreement was like this. Livermore answered him that the prince said exactly that, and that he would talk to Morgan, but the prince said no, he would talk to him himself. After all, if they just surrender, it will be a loss for them. The prince thought that it was time for negotiations. He went into the room where Morgan was older and heard tea with a conversation about the conditions being too harsh and the Russians would not accept it. Then the man who was with Morgan in that office looked up and said that it looked like they needed to talk later, and when he saw the prince he greeted him, and the prince asked who he was. The man introduced himself as George Eotlu, and that he was the Minister of Finance of the federal government and the former Minister of Trade and Labor. The prince extended his hand to greet him and said that he was a prince from the Korean Empire and was glad to meet the minister. He replied that he was very pleased and hoped that they would meet in a more favorable environment. After which the prince turned to Mr. Morgan and said that he had heard that Morgan wanted to meet him. Morgan turned to the prince and asked directly that the money in the Livermore Highway most likely belonged to him. The prince replied that this was so, and was there really any problem? Then Mr. Morgan asked the prince to convince Livermore to stop short selling because his short selling was crashing the Ute exchange and putting everyone at risk. At that moment, the prince thought that he would like to at least appear to be thinking. After a pause, he said that he would do so, Morgan did not even expect such a quick answer but thanked him. The prince suddenly said he wanted to discuss what benefit he would get from ending shorts. Mr. Morgan did not expect that he would be asked such a question and asked for it to be repeated. The prince at that moment thought that this is exactly why he doesn't like these Morgans when the representative sometimes says something annoying and they pretend not to understand. The prince then said that perhaps he had spoken too quickly, but he was ready to repeat slowly. He asked what gift they would give him and asked again did he understand everything. Then Mr. Morgan turned to His Highness and said that as far as he knew New York was currently in a very difficult situation and everyone was making efforts to improve the situation. Mr. Morgan began to say that when the prince entered his office, he must have noticed how many bankers had gathered and just a small concession on the part of His Highness could fix everything. He said that it would not be an easy concession, it would be a huge sacrifice, but he said that if he continued shorting he could earn at least 1 million and maybe even 1,000,000,000. Morgan hung his head and said that this could be a possible future income, and it is difficult to consider it a real benefit. Then the prince told him that he and the other bankers did not want to resolve this issue from a position of generosity at all. They, like moths to the light, rushed for immediate benefit and ended up in the fire. The prince understood that they probably thought to deceive him, considering him a naive simpleton, but everything would not go according to their plan. The longer the time dragged on, the worse it would be for them. Mr. Morgan, after a minute of silence, said that he was ready to discuss the benefit for the prince, and since he was an intelligent man, he was sure he would offer a sensible solution. Mr. Morgan told the prince that even at their first meeting, he thought that he had no fear at all. The prince asked what he meant. Then Mr. Morgan answered him that in the literal sense, in order to act in New York, he would have to be afraid of him, but at the first meeting the prince was full of self-confidence. The prince at this point thought that if persuasion did not work for Mr. Morgan, then he moved on to the next stage of threats. The prince said that he believed that fear and protection of one's property were different things. Besides, if he were a coward, he would not have moved to this distant America. Besides, unlike him, his persecution is of those who are truly shadows, and they are more dangerous. Among them there are those who are aiming at him, calling themselves allies. No, they are fear that can come at any moment. Morgan at that moment said that he was ready to attribute responsibility for the collapse of the stock market to him. The prince at that moment thought that here he showed his true face. When it is not possible to put pressure by force, then such tactics will turn into poison for him. He told Mr. Morgan that he is ready to cope with this completely if he helps him. Mr. Morgan then told the prince that he would not help him during this crisis and that people would not take his words at face value. Has he never heard what New Yorkers say and who the real emperor of New York is and how he runs the city? The prince then answered him that he thought Mr. Morgan knew this better than anyone because he himself was the one to be afraid of here. And does he really think that suddenly some prince from a dead homeland destroyed the stock market without going through the emperor? Does anyone really believe that? The prince then told Mr. Morgan that even if he spread such rumors, he would simply return to Europe because he had already made many friends there. And while he lives in Europe, his representative will earn money in his place, an astronomical sum. Morgan listened to the prince to the end and understood that he was really telling the truth, that everything could be exactly like that. After the prince's words, there was a minute of silence in this office. Mr. Morgan had to make a decision. Mr. Morgan put his hands on the chair and stood up abruptly. The prince thought something had happened and why he suddenly stood up. Then Mr. Morgan said that he had underestimated the prince too much, and for that he bowed his head and apologized. The prince thought that he finally had the desire to negotiate. The prince said that everything was fine, and he understood that Mr. Morgan was in such a state that he was in despair. Then Mr. Morgan asked him what he wanted, and he would like to hear his conditions first. The prince answered that he would like to hear his proposals first. After all, in fact, the main rule of negotiations is to first accept the terms of the interlocutor. This is the only way to achieve good conditions. Mr. Morgan said that to begin with they will actively help him with his political asylum. Mr. Morgan added that at the moment Washington is actively discussing the reform of immigration legislation and there are debates about whether Koreans should be included in it. He added that he has good connections in Congress and it seems he can help the prince. The prince said that this was a good offer. Mr. Morgan Sr. said that in that case he would pass it on to them. Then the prince replied that it was just great, but it would be better to write it down so that everything would be accurate. Mr. Morgan said good. At that moment the prince not only refused to short sell but also formalized it in writing in his favor. He also received the right to participate in key meetings of the business elite. At this point, he got the most benefit from what he was originally going to throw away. A few days after signing the contract with Mr. Morgan, the prince had already taken part in the meeting organized by Mr. Morgan Sr. Of course, this was part of the terms of the contract, but it could also be useful in the future, so he agreed without hesitation. Those present at this meeting did not understand who it was that was entering together with the bank president. One of them said that it was the same prince from the rumors who spoke in The Hague. Mr. Morgan announced before the start that a prince from the Korean Empire was also present with them that day and asked the prince to sit down. At that moment, the prince looked around to see where it would be better for him to sit in this situation. Mr. Morgan said it looked like everyone had arrived, and there were no empty seats left, after which he said that he had gathered everyone on an urgent matter. He began to say that at the moment in the USA, the second largest trust company Knickerbocker is on the verge of bankruptcy. He explained that if this company goes bankrupt, the market will take a huge hit, so he wanted to ask if the hero is willing to save this company. Prince, when he looked at the UN documents, understood that the financial report was a complete mess. It is not clear who will try to save this company and drag themselves to the bottom at the same time. He also decided that this company was finished. Mr. Morgan looked at the prince and asked what his opinion was about this company. He also asked whether the prince was considering the possibility of saving the company together with the finance minister. The prince replied that as far as he understands, the company is already completely wasting the market's trust. This is evident even from these reports. Stock manipulation and accounting falsification. Saving such a company is like throwing it into the fire. He doesn't need it. Mr. Morgan turned his head and looked at the prince and asked if he really wasn't interested, after which Mr. Morgan stated that if everyone came to the same conclusion, then they needed to move on to the next point. The prince understood that they said that the assembly had a membership fee, so this was a fee for buying problem assets. At that moment, the assistant came in and addressed the bank president. He had urgent news: the head of this company, on the verge of collapse, committed suicide. Everyone present turned their heads and looked at this man with surprise. Mr. Morgan then paused for a moment and said that this time they were ending the meeting and they should continue the next day, after which he stopped the prince and asked him to stay. Then the prince asked Mr. Morgan for a separate conversation. Mr. Morgan said that it seemed to him that the prince was interested in the future hegemony in the financial system of the United States of America. The prince listened to his suggestion and said that he did not understand what was wrong with that. Then Mr. Morgan replied that before the end of this crisis, the prince should try to acquire as many financial institutions as possible. And then he asked the prince again if he understood why he needed this at all. Then the prince answered him that he of course understood and thought that even if Morgan had not told him about it, he was going to participate in the meetings as a potential buyer anyway. He believed that he needed to better select assets and strengthen his position, so that when the Federal Reserve System was created, he would be among its founders. The next day when the meeting was held, it was announced that yesterday news came that this company had finally gone bankrupt, and following it came news about bankruptcy from other companies, and the atmosphere at the meeting became even gloomier. The prince understood that in this amount Token needed to see the future, and even more clearly than the others he raised his hand and said that it seemed he could save one of these companies. Mr. Morgan turned to look at the prince and asked which company he wanted to save. The prince had a piece of paper with the name of the company that was almost bankrupt in his hands, and he said that he was ready to save America Trust. Morgan replied that then the documents must be prepared immediately. The prince said that one point must first be settled. He said that if after the purchase there are losses that were not indicated in this list of problems, then let there be an official guarantee that they will be completely written off no matter who becomes the guarantor. The prince thought that his demands were not excessive. After all, he was saving a bank that was possibly doomed. He looked at Mr. Morgan and understood that it would be difficult for him to guarantee. Mr. Morgan said that the demands were reasonable, so he would accept these demands. The prince thought that Morgan had made a sacrifice. Mr. Morgan then turned and addressed Minister Cortelyou. He told the minister that someone from the authorities should give a guarantee. Isn't that right? The minister replied that of course yes. When the prince saw this situation, he thought that Mr. Morgan was a very smart guy who returned himself and blamed the poor government. But he didn't care who signed. The main thing was that his benefit was ensured. Even if it was Grandpa Morgan himself, he would have agreed anyway. That same evening, when the prince returned to his hotel and was in his room, he was sitting in a chair reading a newspaper, heard a knock on the door, and asked who was there. It was his friend the banker. When he came in, the prince asked what happened. The banker replied that no, he just wanted to talk to him a little, and asked the prince if he didn't mind. The prince invited him to sit down and also offered him coffee. The banker did not refuse. When the banker sat down, he asked the prince what was lying on the table. The prince thought that the conversation was a pretext, and he went to find out what was happening in the meeting room. The prince said that if he was interested in these documents and he most likely wanted to look at them, the banker asked if it was really possible. Giannini took these documents into his own hands and began to read them. It was a letter of guarantee from the federal government, which meant that the prince had safely acquired American Trans. The prince confirmed that the deal was very successful. He got the best and the risks from scratch. Giannini shouted that it was amazing, but he was trying too, but compared to the prince he was nothing. The prince said that he was just lucky, and in fact he knew Giannini's future. Asked the prince if he is going to continue acquiring financial companies. The prince replied that he was thinking of buying an investment bank or a brokerage firm. They would be useful to him, and said that was enough about him. He wanted to know what his friend had been doing all this time. Giannini said that he had been active behind the scenes. The prince asked him again what he meant behind the scenes. The banker replied that he had collected some information in case it would be useful in principle. When the prince took these papers in his hands, he saw that Giannini had given him information about local influential figures. As a person close to the people and finances, he collected unprofessional but very sensitive data. When the prince read all this information, he asked his friend if he could get other information. The banker asked what information he was talking about. The prince then said that he needed to understand who was on good terms with Mr. Morgan and who was at odds with him. Giannini said that it was easy as pie. The prince asked him again why. Giannini then answered the prince that it is necessary to look at the character of Mr. Morgan. If someone is in his teeth, he puts pressure on him right away who will love him for this. If you just single out friendly people, then it will take a couple of minutes. The prince, hearing this answer, said that he was ready to entrust him with this and thought that if Giannini sorted everything out correctly, it would become a good insurance in the future. The very next day, having arrived at the invitation, the gentleman thanked the prince for responding to the urgent request. The prince said that it was okay if he was called, then he was needed, but still he wanted to know on what issue. The gentleman said that he would like to borrow his wisdom. The prince did not understand what he meant. Then the gentleman said that he wanted to know when this chaos would end and their meeting would be completed. The prince thought for a moment and answered him that he himself knew that everything depended on only one person. Then the gentleman thought for a moment and said that the prince wanted to say that until Morgan decides, everything will not really end. He also understood perfectly well that he had deliberately caused this chaos and was now allowing it to drag on, and Morgan had not tried to settle the situation until he got what he wanted. In fact, Morgan hinted to the gentleman that he should hand over to him control over the 25 million allocated to him by Washington. The prince thought that this is what it means. He wants to fix the federal funds for himself. The principal understood perfectly well that Mr. Morgan was obsessed with control, but in order to use the welfare of the entire country to put pressure on the government, Mr. Zagul grabbed hold of the party and said that Morgan would not stop there. The prince understood that private control is Morgan's control, but at the same time he said that in this crisis there really is no one to blame. The main fault is the absence of a central bank. The gentleman added that his head hurt from thinking about how Roosevelt would grumble, so he said that it would be hard. The very next day the prince was in Mr. Morgan's office with a proposal, to which the gentleman replied, "Did the Minister of Finance Cortelyou really say all this?"